connect with the employee in a very easy. So this gives an opportunity for our youths to be stay in local and work globally. It's a kind of an opportunity the technology is bringing. Situation where we reach, the situation language really change. That's what my point of view in
I
this.
would I would just like to add one more thing. Like we always say that, or we always are in comparison with the global standards. Instead, I believe that our standards are not good, or instead of that, we should actually think towards how can our Indian education system or system or the knowledge system can meet the global uh, scenario. Today, we are, 90% of the top tech companies, CEOs are Indians in the finance sector. So you see, and most of them are coming from Indian education system. Even my daughters, they were initially into the CBSE system, and then UK curriculum, and finally they ended up in UK. But having seen both the systems, I feel that our system is more of knowledge based till the 12th, and continue that knowledge based even for our graduation. So that's where I think we always speak about skill based education. But, we need towards practical based knowledge, even in the colleges and also in the schools. So how do we change this?
I 100% agree with Dr. Ajay. I have the similar experience. My kids also initially started with the CBSE curriculum in Dubai, and then later on, I moved them to British curriculum. So there, which I felt was uh, my eldest son, my younger son was now in, grade seven. He was 3 years back. 3 years back, he did a presentation for me to present in the office. I was used the same presentation in my office, and I told my colleague also this was created by my younger son. He was, I think, fourth or fifth grade at that point in time. So the way the education system has been taken care by not in India and abroad is definitely it's more into a practical oriented than a text oriented education system, which definitely I believe it's helped the kids to develop their practical skill set, the practical skill set to face probably into the job market kind of an atmosphere they come rather than to go into the text oriented the system. Its practical oriented system will definitely more help to them to face the reality of their the work atmosphere when they reach the work atmosphere. I think I support that. Our of course CBSE and another institutions has started kind of a skill development program, but now the Kerala is also organizing this kind of events. The employable population from our students has really increased in terms of skilling, the coaching of skills at the student level itself. That is very important to be prepare them for the basic job market in their career. That is absolutely, I stand with Dr. Ajay's point. We have to frame our education system. We have to coach our students to face the realities of employment, real employment.
When it comes to coaching of students for the opportunity, I do believe that should be the approach. India has this infrastructure, and that is previously with the Grassroots started at Texans. They are so advanced. Most of the technology companies like Cisco, Dell, or Microsoft, Oracle, they all have their own courses, which our universities are not.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have a third program since Mr. Jayachandran Pillai, Managing Director, Alt Consult.
When talking about like how do we implant the skill-based system, and instead of accusing or putting all this on governments, how do local even like us can contribute to saying that even from India, especially like, working force into difficult most of the technology companies on system of trade. So either it has to be either adopted by the local authorities or even companies like us or the multinational companies. They are all willing to invest in are ready to training centers so that at least one uh, home work companies that will help to
to fill this gap. So, what's your take on that? So basically, I think my experiences in this industry for the last 26 years into recruitment and staffing.
These things, every individual as such has to come initiative in these fields. Expecting the government to do it or the multinational to do it, it would be a little impractical and we will lose time. So my advice to possibly all the youngsters who is graduating or graduated or still working, it is you have to proactively go ahead and reskill yourself. And if you don't, it's going to be tough in the future. That's why. Because we've been seeing that because we are having a lot of people from the bank, and what I see is that the leading corporate people is the bank, huge requirement, engineers, healthcare people, and huge requirement. And these are the opportunities at an individual level we need to identify and get ready, learn the language, learn culture, and expecting somebody to do the government or for me, I also have the similar thought process. And apart from it, the industry which I'm coming from, insurance space, you know that insurance is always playing with that data analysis or repetitive problem solving, such kind of jobs. The AI is really outperforming than human on a certain extent, right? It, I always when I speak to my colleagues or my people, I always talk to them, right? Rather than just focusing on only on the technical side. Of course, along with the technical side, you have to build or you have to really focus on your human centricity. Like it can be emotional intelligence or leadership, collaboration skills, decision making, negotiation, and so on and so forth. These skills, I strongly believe, an AI cannot replace. A human being can only handle that, whatever the development in the AI space comes. Human emotions cannot be replaced with AI. So, when I talk to my people, I always talk to them that there are two important things you have to be trained to be competent in the current AI era. The one is domain expertization. Domain expertization can be achieved only through the consistency. You know that some of our youngsters have a habit of jumping industry to industry, company to company for such a long time. And I speak to Mr. Ajay, or if you take myself, you can see that we have been continuing for an industry, for an organization for quite a long time. So which gives a lot of credibility, which gives a lot of domain expertise on what we are doing, right? Along with that, our human-centric skill, as I said, the decision making or the negotiation and those kind of skills, probably AI cannot replace. And AI is definitely we need AI support or AI use case for all the industries, right? Along with that, we have to coach our human-centric skills to develop on it. Then probably the employability of our youth will be definitely, it's promising. That's what my opinion.
Yeah, I think the subject matter expert, that domain experts, is very valid, I would say. If I say an example from my own organization, one of the best engineer of Cisco organization is not a graduate, not an engineer. He is not even past 12. He has done the Cisco course, I think, just after the old days, 30, 35 years back. And this person has actually fully mastered all Cisco technologies. So he's one of the best, not just in the region, in that region in India, even the Indian region far. So subject matter expert, becoming a subject matter expert is much more valid and important than acquiring degrees, I would say.
That's
What
very
about you?
important.
Yeah, yeah, I fully agree with both of you that as we were mentioning about, we should see AI as your friend than threat, uh, because today you cannot avoid the AI world. Um, I think we need to be much smarter than AI, and we need to really skill ourselves much better. And we have to look at the global opportunity where we are at an um, advantage of the young age. For example, I closely work with the Japanese companies. The average age over there as on date is 59 is average aging population. And the kind of opportunity we youngsters, where the average age is for what 28, 29 would be huge opportunity, but we have to really put an effort to learn the language and the culture, and getting a job over there, it's extremely easy. We have been placing people, and I believe that human resources we have explore other places where there are opportunities. But we have to stretch ourselves a little to learn the language, the culture, and we have good education here, and we will be surely placed in one of these places.
Compare with Japan, I think we are so lucky and we are a young nation. And I think we have 65% of our population is below 35. So, which means we have another 15 years to make this youth equipped and make the country as a developed nation. to to become India as a developed nation, probably our per capita income has to grow from $2,800 to 12,000 to $13,000. So, which needs definitely our population or our youngsters has to be empowered with the skills, and they have to get more knowledge-based job, as we mentioned in today's discussion. And then only the per capita income of our the youth will really get increase, and which we have a maybe the time space of 15 to 20 years more, right? And for that, we have to be coach our youngsters for more skill based training program or skill based sessions like this. And especially in Kerala youth, the adaptability of multicultural, I believe it's very easy because Kerala has a Pravasi culture already there. Every within a two neighborhood, at least one guy will be in Middle East or somewhere outside the India. So that culture adaptability, I don't think Kerala youth is will have real challenge on it. But according to that, we as industries, economic bodies and governments, and everybody should have a joint effort to coach the skill set and make our youth ready for the global employment. As I mentioned in my initial, when I answered the initial question, so I was mentioning that the global opportunity of employment is really getting increased, and we can serve uh, companies from anywhere in the world by sitting in our villages. So that kind of technology changes and that kind of artificial intelligence adaptability or tool changes is happening, so which we have to be equipped to face such kind of opportunities to make all our youth to become employment. I think, I'm not remembering the exact numbers. I think the higher secondary or higher education joining percentage of Kerala youth is national, with the national average, I think it's 42 percentage or something, which is higher than the national average of I think 28%. I'm not sure about the numbers. But whereas when it comes to the employment side, we are actually in the unemployment side, we are above the national average of 10 to 12%. I think we are on 17 or 18%. So on the graduate side, I'm talking about. So here to build our skill set in such a way to face the or to work for the global companies with our youth, and we should develop their skill set to match with the company's expectation, the global company's expectation.
Can we take questions from the audience?
Thank you. Myself, Anna Jolly, I'm the editor of our national media outlet called Workers Bureau. So, you mentioned about the adaptability of the people to the global skill set. For example, we have got all the skills that are going to the them to have a global experience, they need to get their hands dirty, get there and get the knowledge. So, where do you think that balance could work over?
Understand the question completely.
Okay, so let me put it this way. So you have an intern who got into a job, an international job, who's working for, let's say, Lufthansa for a year and a half. But for them, they need to get their hands dirty, get on site, and get have that exposure. So how do you think that would get maintained when we have an AI?
Uh, to get an on-site and those kind of things, it depends on company to company and how much that employee is required for that particular organization. It's all private organization. In no private organization you will lose that employee which is contributing to the company. Definitely, it's all about how the skilling is getting sharpened and aligned with the company's objective, company's goal. That's all about how he's going to shape with that.
Yeah, but for an international company, for them to hire someone, they always talk about the fact that we need to sponsor the visa, speak for the security, and all those things. Just because the fact that they don't have a visa or a PR of that particular country, they won't be able to get hired over there. So how do you think about that? Even if it is in Dubai, in UAE, people say that if you have a global visa or a golden visa, then you will be hired over here. That doesn't have a skill set to do that particular job.
That's what I said. See, basically, in a certain skill set, the employees is not necessary to maintain in the local location itself. That is what the tools or the online tools was developing in such a way that even without the language barriers, without the distance to those countries, they can manage the skills from anywhere. So, which is, if the employees or the skill is really required for a companies to be in the on-site, I don't think they don't mind to hire anyone from anywhere. It's probably they can also endorse it. It depends on companies to company, Right. If companies really require a manpower on according to their line with their goals and their objectives, definitely, that is how the business works.
And I also do have one more question. We can spoke about the skill set. So again, let's say that we always go through all the candidates, their resumes go through the ATS. So let's say, and like there's two candidates. One candidate who is a graduate from Oxford, like top tier and everything, and there's another candidate who doesn't have a degree but ongoing, but they have a very good skills. They have experience of around 5 years in that industry. So how does their resume pass through the ATS? Because maybe in the ATS, the first criteria would be your bachelor's, but they don't have the bachelor's, but they have the experience. So how does that resume pass through?
So today, ATS basically is not a very conventional ATS. It has a lot of AI in that. It just doesn't just process it purely on your education skill or purely on where you are relevant. So basically, most of the ATS, very well-matched ATS, goes through real good criteria. If the client wants somebody who is extremely good in a particular skill, it goes off that. So if you ask whether qualification will work or
So
skill
the
will work,
experience.
yeah, I think the skill will work. Qualification will take a little backstage because today any client hiring you wants you to be builder from the day one. They just don't have time to keep training you and stuff. Coming to the virtual part of it, see, that's what exactly I told you at the very beginning. Every employee or a person who is not employed has to take extra effort to reskill them. You can't say my company is not doing because the way we are evolving is very, very difficult to catch if you're sitting back and waiting something to happen.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Any
you.
other question?
From, from Kerala, a lot of people are going to Middle East and European countries for employment. Even with an aging population, Japan is not attracting many of the Kerala talents. So what are the barriers in reaching Japan? Because we have real caregivers and other people, and even in the industrial sector, we are good at industrial sector. What is preventing Malayalam people from Somebody, I was told that Japanese is a very inclusive society. To accept outsiders is also a difficult proposition. Good question.
Thailand is very, very progressive and very particular about their culture. They will not compromise on their culture, irrespective of whatever they are going through. What they are doing. So what happens is we need to adapt their culture. And the culture actually is not only look at it, yes, it matters because what I find is that most of the hiring is happening from northeast of India. The reason because they look more or less. But that doesn't stop Malayalis or people from Kerala to get a job there. But what happens is, in Japan, let us say we have a lot of people from New York. Now they say, okay, and they are all in one particular dormitory or room or something like that. They say, no, I cannot clean the toilet. Because in India, you have a servant, you have somebody else coming in. In the Japanese culture, you have to do everything yourself. Even in an office, there is nobody there to come and serve you coffee or take a cup of coffee. You have even the CEO. So we have to culturally adapt what they are the language. Language is a big language. So nothing is stopping. I think absolutely nothing is stopping. And if I understand there is less of initiative of training, that's what I've been speaking to a couple of people in the leadership in the government, that we need to put up a Japanese village wherein you get to learn language, the culture, how to live and stuff like that. So it's not that there is no opportunity there. This, and we are just at the very tip of the whole, saying people, there's a huge opportunity, so don't shy away saying that people from Kerala because of the look and feel. No, it's not exactly like that. There are lots of engineers present. Now, when it comes to healthcare, You are dealing with people who is 85, 90-year-old, and they are already psyched up with their life because of the age, the mental status. And how to take care of them is very, very difficult. And there is a way to do that. If you're good at that, you get an employment very soon. Thank you.
Just to add, I'm not an expert on Japan, but knowledge that Kerala has migration in our DNA. So to migrate to Japan or any other place, I think Kerala is very competent when it comes to global standards. That's one. Number two, I think the language that you have Chinese language. That's that. And plus the exchange rates are not that attractive. Student going to Canada or UK or US, the conversion rate is much better. Maybe that is one of the reasons. We will take one more question. Sure.
Any more questions? I think there is no other questions. Okay.
Thank you very much for the audience. I really appreciate your time and thanks to the panel here. We have great insight. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much to this panel of speakers, Dr. Ajay Kumar, Mr. Eddie Abraham, and Mr. Jayachandran Pillai. That was such an enlightening and exciting session, wasn't it? Yes. Speaking of the importance of skills over knowledge, what the Indian education system lacks over the British education or the UAE system of education. Importance of developing practical skill sets, the impact of AI and significance of developing human-centered skills, which cannot be taken over by AI and focusing on increasing the employability of youth. Thank you so much, speakers. Now, can we have a huge round of applause for such an insightful session? Moving on, the next session, listening to the grasshoppers. That's a very interesting name. So, the main objective, true transformation begins when we listen to those closest to the challenges. Grassroots innovators, community leaders, young change makers, and local practitioners. This session will bring forward inspiring stories of building and scaling enterprises in rural areas, from leveraging local resources and traditional skills to adopting digital tools and accessing new markets. The discussion will focus on the talent space, the support system needed, and how rural innovation can be a cornerstone of India's economic future. As a token of appreciation for enlightening us with their knowledge, I request Mr. Eddie Abraham please come forward to this dais and receive the momentum. I request Mr. Eddie Suresh, DMC candidate A, to present the momentum to Mr. Eddie Abraham. Can we have a huge round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen? request Dr. Ajay Kumar please come to this dais and receive our token of appreciation. Thank you so much, sir. And finally, I request Mr. Jayachandran Pillai to please come to the dais and receive our token of appreciation. We'll have a short break for 2 minutes, and after that, we'll be moving on to the next session, listening to the grasshoppers.
what's the main objective of this session. True transformation begins when we listen to those closest to challenges, the creators, community leaders, young change makers, local partners will bring forward inspiring stories of building and scaling enterprises in rural, from leveraging local resources, traditional skills, to adopting digital and active space, the support system rural innovation can be a cornerstone of India's economic future. I repeat, ladies and gentlemen, please pay attention. Read out Mr. Alan Paul, team lead,
Disney co-founder Jovin and me,
Joy Sebastian, and Chief Officer,
Tech Genesia founder, managing director, and CEO Infox Group, Dr. Sahir Naliparamal, founder and CEO Paywins. And this session will be moderated by Mr. Jyoti Joseph, partner, Piensa. Ladies and gentlemen, stay with us. We'll soon resume with the listening to the grasshoppers. Ladies and gentlemen, Skills Summit, the Global Summit 2025. We are resuming the seminar, listening to the grasshoppers. Let me invite the panel, Mr. Alan Rintol, Team Lead Monu. Mr. Alan Rintol, Disney co-founder Jovin and Disney. Roy Sebastian, co-founder and Chief Executive Officer, Software Technologies. He hasn't reached it. We are expecting him soon. The Mujib Kolashiri, founder, managing director, and CEO, Infox Group. Dr. Sahir Nelliparamal, founder and CEO, Payment, moderator, Mr. Jofin Joseph, partner, Yenza. Over to you, sir.
Hello, everyone. I know we are running behind time, so one of our panelists, Sandeep, has to leave, and he has graciously agreed to extend a bit of time, but then we have to be mindful about his time. So, before any introduction and any formal intro of the panel, I want to hear, and this is an interesting story, to hear what Sandeep. I'm going to give a few minutes to Sandeep before he leaves to share this story of grassroots innovation and building from a place like Manjeri and building a significant uh, market in the US. Over to you, Sandeep. We'll just get started.
Hello. So, what should I start with? Should I start with my how did I start in Manjeri or okay? Basically, Dr. a medical graduate. I did my BTS back in 2010, and I was working with the state government of Kerala as a permanent servant, permanent servant, and I was working in the Manjeri Medical College also. So that could be the reason why I love Manjeri, why I love my native place. So I should say I'm like a military, I'm like an army person. I love my nation, or I love my native city. That is the one main reason we started our uh, company, I mean, our research and development center in Manjeri. Coming to Manjeri, Manjeri had a lot of historical story, especially back in our freedom fight and independence and all. But coming to technology and IT, Manjeri is not that popular. Manjeri is very unpopular in the tech industry. But still, we took a big challenge, bringing like a tech hub in Manjeri. And we slowly, by last 7 years, I think it's almost 7, 8 years, and we built like 30, 40,000 square feet office. And currently we have around 100 people working on them. And it's like, I always say, we living in India, and India have a lot of potential coming to our population. But India is not the best country to make money. For earn money, you always think out of it. But India is good to spend money. India is the best place to spend money. And that's all the reason why we are in India and why we are in.
Got it. So, just one more thing I want to understand from you. So, obviously, we know that we have like gone through a lot of challenges establishing our base in places where which is not typically a talent attractive place. So, while doing that, obviously, you have also gone through the challenges. But more than the challenges, has there been any core advantage that you've seen building from Manjeri beyond your love for Manjeri?
Of course, because that is my native place. It's easy to access. That is one thing. Number two, I should say we are in Kerala. Kerala is, I always say Kerala is different in India. We have a lot of tech pool. We have a lot of tech talents. Not just tech, we have talent people in every industry, I mean, medical or engineering or anything, any industry, we have big talented people, especially in rural area. I was talking with Alan. He's building a good community in Wayanad area because Wayanad is one of the unexplored district in Kerala. I'm sure they have a lot of tech talents. It's just like Malappuram also, where I belongs to, where we had a lot of tech talents. So we were able to bring those to our table, and we were able to explore their talent.
All right, great. Thanks a lot, Sahir. So I want to be mindful about your time. So we'll let Sahir go. So before that, if we can actually give the
I'm
gift,
sorry for
present the gift to
taking
Sahir.
my.
Yeah, so not a problem at all. We totally understand we are like 1 hour behind on schedule. But please give a big round of applause to Sahir here and what he has built in Manjeri and for all the wonderful things that he's doing for the community there.
Thank you so much. I actually wanted to share a lot of things. I wanted to spend a lot of time, but unfortunately, sometimes it happens. So anyway, thank you all.
Thanks a lot. All right. So, uh, for again coming back to the session, Ini Shirikim, I wanted to actually do at least a bit of the session in Malayalam as well because we are actually talking about grassroots innovation and building from rural areas, etc. Anyone just wanted to understand? Anyone who doesn't understand Malayalam in this crowd? Okay, so we have someone. So I'll minimize. We'll keep it to the minimum. absolute minimum possible. Yeah. So just as an intro into the whole thing, right? So when Ria sir asked me to uh, asked me to moderate this session, it actually felt like a strange thing for me because I still remember like 10, 15 years back when Technopark was extending into Kollam and Park was extending into Cherthala and Korati, etc. I was kind of a skeptic, right? So in my close circle, I always used to say, "Hey, why are we doing this?" Right? So while all the other states, all the other countries in the world are focusing on city-based developments and large city-based developments, why are we even looking at all these things? Right? So and that has been like for a very long time. That has been my thought process. And the irony of today is I am now asking questions to a bunch of people who completely proved me wrong, right? So not even Korati or Cherthala, but even smaller villages and towns where these people have actually built amazing businesses from. So part of it, I'm actually happy to be proven wrong in this point. I'm really excited to actually listen to what you guys have built. So so by way of introduction, definitely they'll share your story, share their story about നമുക്ക് അവരുടെ അടുത്ത് നിന്ന് തന്നെ കേൾക്കാം. So without taking too much time for introductions, I'd love to get started with one thing, which is what made you start in a place in the places that you are starting at, right? In the motivation. Why did you first start there in the first place, and how that journey has been? It can be like a bit of introduction about where you are standing as well, which would be really inspiring for everyone. Just be.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, thank you everyone for being with us now, and the Skill Kerala program for inviting us for to be the speaker. Um, Actually, I would say I'll start with the story. That will be much better because it's not. We didn't plan anything in the village. Okay, it happened. So I started my career as mobile application developer, and we co-founded with my husband Jobin, who's my partner. So the company name we named it as Jobin and Jismi IT Services because we have searched for name for 3 days, and we couldn't find any good name, so we named it ourselves. Um, when we started, it's like I was, as I said, I was working as a mobile application developer. I had a maternity break. So after the break, when I tried to rejoin the company, I came to know that the company, they closed down the company due to some financial issues. I haven't received any experience certificate. So when I tried to join another company, it was like they asked for the experience certificate first. I don't have it. Another thing, I have a gap of 6 months. Even though I said it's a maternity break, they were not ready to take me. So this is the actually reality of many people. After a break, when they try to join, it doesn't happen uh, with as fast as when we are applying it as the first time. So Jobin asked me, okay, we tried a lot. Let's do one thing. You develop an application so that you can just show it as an example. Okay, you can do it. You can prove yourself that you are a developer. So I started with that, and that application was perfect, but we didn't know how to market it. So it is 13 years back. So we don't have the support like the Skill Kerala or anything. So we don't know how to market the application. And then Jobin said, okay, that's fine. Let's start a company where we do the services. He also resigned from his job, and we together started the company. Um, and it was like it was a really great experience because we don't have any money to invest. We already was in debt because we just completed our construction of our home. So, and we don't know whom to approach for an investment. So what we did is we invested all our time and effort. That was our strategy. We know that it is not 8 hours in a day. We can work at least 18 hours a day. When we are in that situation, you also experience. I think I don't know about the audience. I think some, at least some, are from the startup. So you know how much time we can spend per day, right? So it was not that smooth journey, but somehow we managed. And then we started, initially we started in our home. We two were the only there. Then another person came. So we thought of starting in a rented place. That was also near our home. Then we understood that we only need internet and current. It is available in our place. So why should we go to any other places or any other cities? So we purchased a land nearby, and we constructed our office there. It was for 100-member team. Then after 5 years, we constructed another office nearby itself. It can accommodate 300 more people. So that is where we are now.
So the basic story, right? So what started is now like 300 plus people in the whole organization. And I hope that the team was like very music. But if you really think about it, we have Ernst and Young, we have Johnson and Johnson, we have Procter and Gamble, right? So, and I hope you grow that big and really big that way as well, right? So, Alan, you started from a very different construct of being socially or giving back to the society, and that comes from your strong sort of those movement and everything. I believe. So, I'm really curious to understand what your Wayanad story.
Cool. So, thanks everybody for listening to us. And thanks to KDIS. It's an amazing event that the people have organized and bringing together a lot of students, academicians, and industry people. And also listening to, I love listening to the Grasshoppers. It's amazing. So, the story here is like everybody has a story. Each of you has a story. And you should see your life in a in its whole, right? You cannot go to the movie and just be part of the movie and then exit and try to understand it. So similarly, is a person's life. ഒരാളുടെ ജീവിതം അങ്ങനെയായിരിക്കുമല്ലോ. അതായത് ഒരു 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 ഹോൾ സ്പേസിലാണ്. പക്ഷെ ഇതിലൊരു പ്രശ്നം എന്ന് വെച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ നമ്മളിപ്പോൾ എന്താണോ കറന്റ് ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നത് ആ ചെയ്യുന്നതിൽ മാത്രമായിരിക്കും നമ്മുടെ ഒരു അറ്റൻഷൻ ഫുള്ളി ഉണ്ടാകുക. But we don't see the whole picture. So, എൻ്റെ ഒരു ബാക്ക്ഗ്രൗണ്ട് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ ഞാനൊരു ടാറ്റ എലക്സിയിൽ ഒരു സിസ്റ്റംസ് പ്രോഗ്രാമർ ആയിട്ട് കയറി. സോ കുറെ എംബഡഡ് ഡെവലപ്മെന്റ് സി പ്രോഗ്രാം സമയസാറ്ററി പ്രോഗ്രാം നമ്മളിങ്ങനെ പഠിക്കുമ്പോൾ വെഞ്ചർ ഫണ്ട് ഈ സാധനങ്ങളെല്ലാം ആപ്ലിക്കേഷൻ ലെയറിലാണ്. നമ്മുടെ അവിടെ നമ്മൾ ഹാർഡ്വെയർ എന്നൊക്കെ പറയുമ്പോൾ വളരെ സ്ട്രഗിൾ ആണ്. അപ്പോൾ നമ്മളിങ്ങനെ ഒരു യാതൊരു ബോറിംഗ് ആയിട്ട് ഒരു സ്ഥലത്ത് കുത്തിയിരുന്ന് നമ്മളിങ്ങനെ ഇത് ഒരു ബഗ് അതിൻ്റെ പുറകെ ഇങ്ങനെ 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 പോയിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കും. അപ്പോൾ ഒരു 5 കൊല്ലം അങ്ങനെ പോയി. പിന്നെ ഐ വെന്റ് ടു എ കമ്പനി കോൾ നെറ്റ് ആപ്പ്. അപ്പം നമ്മളിങ്ങനെ ടെക്നിക്കലി ബ്രെത്തിൽ പോകുന്നതിന് വരെ ഇങ്ങനെ ഡെപ്താ പോകുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ യു സി ദാറ്റ് ഷെടാ ഓരോ ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റി പിന്നെ നമ്മളൊരു ചെറിയൊരു സാധനം എടുത്ത് അതിനെക്കുറിച്ച് ഇങ്ങനെ ആലോചിച്ചുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയാണ്. റെസ്യൂം എഴുതാൻ വരുമ്പോൾ പ്രത്യേകിച്ചൊന്നുമില്ല. ആകെ ഓക്കെ ഈതർനെറ്റ് എന്ന് പറയുന്ന ഒരു സിഗ്നലിംഗ് മെക്കാനിസം, അതിന്റെ ഡ്രൈവേഴ്സ്, അതിന്റെ കുറച്ച് ഫേംവേഴ്സ്, അങ്ങനെ ഒരു 14 കൊല്ലം ജോലി ചെയ്ത് കഴിഞ്ഞപ്പോൾ എൻ്റെ ഒരു സഹോദരൻ കെൻറ്റ്, he he but he went in a different direction. He was also an infrastructure manager of operations at Amdocs എന്നൊരു കമ്പനിക്ക് വേണ്ടിയായിരുന്നു. Then he moved into sales. അങ്ങനെ ഒരു പോയിന്റ് ഓഫ് വെഞ്ചറിലെത്തി. നമ്മളിങ്ങനെ ഒരു 14 years കഴിഞ്ഞപ്പോൾ my company asked me to move to the US. So കാരണം കോർ ചെൽസിയോ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞൊരു ഫേം ആയിരുന്നു. ഇറ്റ്സ് ഇൻടു ഗൂഗിളിനൊക്കെ ഈ 400 gig ഈതർനെറ്റ് ഒക്കെ കൊടുക്കുന്ന ഒരു കമ്പനിയാണ്. ഇവൻച്വലി യു എൻ്റെ ഇന്ത്യയിലുള്ള ഗ്രോത്ത് നിന്ന്, കാരണം ഫൗണ്ടേഴ്സ് US-ലാകുമ്പോൾ എപ്പോഴും അതിന്റെ കോഴ്സ് എവിടെയാണോ ഒരു കമ്പനിയുടെ ഫൗണ്ടിങ് അവിടെയായിരിക്കും അതിന്റെ ഹെഡ് ക്വാർട്ടേഴ്സും അതിന്റെ കോർ ടെക്നോളജീസും. ബിക്കോസ് ദേ വിൽ ബ്രിങ് ഇറ്റ് ടു ദം. ഇപ്പോൾ ഗൂഗിൾ സെർച്ചിങ്ങും ലാരി പേജ് എവിടെയാണോ അവിടെയായിരിക്കും. ആമസോൺ ജെഫ് ബേസോസ് എവിടെയായിരിക്കും അവിടെയായിരിക്കും. അപ്പം ഹിനു ശാസ്ത്രസ് ഓക്കെ ലെറ്റ്സ് കം ടു US. അപ്പോൾ എൻ്റെ 2 സഹോദരന്മാർ പുറത്താണ്. അപ്പം പേരൻസ് വരെയാണ്. അപ്പം ഞാൻ എൻ്റെ രണ്ടാമത്തെ സഹോദരത്തെ ചോദിച്ചു, എടാ എന്താ നിങ്ങളുടെ പ്ലാൻ, തിരിച്ചു വരുമോ അതോ ഞാനിവിടെ ഒറ്റയ്ക്കാവൂ. So my brother said, man, I'm going to be back. Karam, he's traveled about 62 countries. He's lived many places. But he says there's no place like that. Ambient temperature 25 degree. AC വേണ്ട, കൂടുതൽ തണുപ്പില്ല. So for him, it's his home. Our highly untapped. അപ്പം ഇവൻ തിരിച്ചു വരും എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ട് എനിക്ക് ഓക്കെ ദെൻ ഫെയർ എനഫ്. സോ ഐ ടോൾഡ് മൈ ബോസ് ഇല്ല, ഐ സ്റ്റേ ഹിയർ. പിന്നെ ഐ സ്റ്റഡീഡ് ഇൻ എ മിലിറ്ററി സ്കൂൾ. സോ ആദ്യം ഭയങ്കര നാഷണലിസ്റ്റ് ആയിരുന്നു, പിന്നെ ആന്റി നാഷണൽ ആയി, പിന്നെ ഒരു നാഷണൽ ആയി. അപ്പം ഇങ്ങനെ നമ്മൾ ഓരോ സർക്കിൾസിലൂടെ ഒക്കെ പോയിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയാണ്. അപ്പം but one thing always that bothered me was this thing, right? So I studied in Kerala University. So so if everybody who studies here and the ambition if is to go out, then you become part of somebody who just looked at the system. And I used to read a lot of ethics. But then I get bothered. And I, being part of the open source movement, wanting to promote Linux and ഒരു background എന്ന് വന്നപ്പോൾ. So I thought, well, then Ken said, see, there's an opportunity like this, we can start. So I asked him, can we give jobs for something? So he said, of course. But he said to me a warning that technically ഭയങ്കര strong ഒന്നുമല്ല, ഒരു simple task ആണ്. I said, if you can give jobs to 5 people, man, I don't care to do anything. It doesn't matter. So അങ്ങനെ we started in, അപ്പോൾ തുടക്കം കസ്റ്റമേഴ്സിനെയൊക്കെ വയനാട്ടിൽ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ് കൺവിൻസ് ചെയ്യാൻ ഭയങ്കര ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടാണ്. So we had a place in Vismaya, a very small place. And then customers ഒക്കെ വന്ന് നമ്മളെ കണ്ട് നമ്മുടെ capability അവർക്കൊരു strength feel ചെയ്ത് കഴിഞ്ഞപ്പോൾ we decided, okay, now we can move to Wayan. Because once you establish trust, then they don't have a problem. Then we went there and we always had this a vision of life. The first ഒരു മൂന്നായിട്ട് നമ്മൾ ഇന്ത്യൻ സിസ്റ്റത്തിൽ നാലായിട്ടാണ് നമ്മൾ ഡിവൈഡ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. But that's based on a person whose life is 100 years old. You have brahmacharya, where you are a student. Then you have a grihawasta, you are a householder. Then you have forest dweller, and then you have sannyasa. അപ്പോൾ ഈ സന്യാസ ചെയ്യാനുള്ള സമയമില്ല, നമ്മൾ 75 വയസ്സ് വരെ ഈ ഒരു എനർജി ഉണ്ടാവുള്ളൂ. അപ്പോൾ but you can divide it into three. One is you are a gatherer. You gather things to you. You learn. നമ്മൾ അറിവ് എടുക്കും. And the second of the third, you are a grower. You are a planter. You can grow things up. So നമ്മളിപ്പം ഇന്നത്തെ ഒരു സമ്മിറ്റിന്റെ ഒരു പേര് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ അറിവ് വിജ്ഞാനം. സോ ആ അറിവിനെ നമ്മൾ അപ്ലൈ ചെയ്യുന്നതാണല്ലോ വിജ്ഞാനം എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്. ഇറ്റ്സ് അപ്ലൈഡ് നോളജ്. And then the third is ജ്ഞാനം. It's wisdom. So ഈ വിജ്ഞാനം ഇല്ലാതെ ഇപ്പോൾ ഭഗവത്ഗീതയിൽ കൃഷ്ണൻ പറയുന്ന ഒരു പേരാണ്, if you know what knowledge and wisdom is, or if you know what vijnanam and jnanam is, then there is nothing more to know. So which means to say that you must not just ഒരു അറിവോ ഒരു ഇൻഫർമേഷനോ ഗ്യാദർ ചെയ്തിരിക്കുന്ന ഒരാളാകരുത്, അതിനെ അപ്ലൈ ചെയ്യാൻ കൂടി നമുക്ക് പറ്റണം, which is what this summit is all about, right? So in that sense, opportunities everywhere. So നമ്മുടെ ഒരു thought pattern, the thought pattern എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് is how to look for opportunities where nobody sees, because that's easy. Because you might have challenges.
So if you don't mind, also we are asked to stop at 12:30, so we have to move through it faster. So I'm curious about your journey of building that team in Vibrant, which I found particularly intriguing about taking that first 6 people, training, and especially since you're building that core stuff. So you're not doing applications, right? So how do you do that from Vibrant?
Okay.
How did you go about building that team?
Excellent. So I'll try to stay to that point here. So let's say നമുക്ക് എന്ത് സ്കില്ല് ഡെവലപ്പ് ചെയ്യണമെങ്കിലും നമുക്ക് ഒരു പുസ്തകം മേടിക്കുക, നമുക്ക് എന്തെങ്കിലും അറിയണമെങ്കിൽ നമ്മൾ ആദ്യം എന്താ ചെയ്യുക, ഒരു എൻസൈക്ലോപീഡിയ എടുത്ത് നോക്കും. ആ എൻസൈക്ലോപീഡിയയിൽ അതിനെക്കുറിച്ചൊരു ബേസിക് ഐഡിയ ഉണ്ടാവും. അവിടെ നിന്ന് നമ്മൾ കുറേ റെഫറൻസ് നോക്കും. ഇതേ നമ്മുടെ നാട്ടിൽ അറിയുള്ളൂ. പക്ഷെ ശരിക്കും അറിവെന്ന് പറയുന്നത് ആളുകളിലാണ്, പുസ്തകങ്ങളിലല്ല. But we have to bring together a set of people who are knowledgeable. And അവരുമായിട്ടുള്ളൊരു സഹവാസമാണ് അറിവിൻ്റെ തുടക്കം. പുസ്തകത്തിലൂടെ എത്താം, ഒത്തിരി എത്താം. It's a long journey. For example, for me, I've read a lot. പക്ഷേ it's a long, alone journey through books. And you will misunderstand a lot. അപ്പം ഇപ്പോൾ once we started, we kind of figured out, okay, നമുക്കൊരു സാലറി കൊടുക്കാനുള്ള ഒരിതുണ്ടെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞപ്പോൾ I talked to a couple of my friends who very depth, technically depth. And I asked them, see guys, there is a mission here. There's a lot of people who don't have jobs. But it won't come if you want your 5 lakhs, if you want your 10 lakhs. You won't be able to do anything for the society. But can you take a cut? But you will have a good salary. But it might not be the best that you would get in the industry. But we can build this thing, and then if you go public in an IPO, you can make more money out of it, right? So are you willing to take a mission that your work can be an impact for the society? And like 7, 8 masters signed up, right? So that's the way to build. And then in order to convince the kids, see, for example, first time when I really got ഇത് വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്നുള്ളത് ഒരു 7 ബാക്ക് പേപ്പർ ഉള്ള ഒരു പയ്യന് ഞങ്ങളുടെ കൂടെ നിന്ന് ജോലി നഷ്ടപ്പെട്ടു. Couple of people because COVID വന്നു stuck. But they were into operations, they didn't know programming. So I told them, see guys, നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ജോലി ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നപ്പോൾ നിങ്ങൾ പാരലി പഠിക്കണമായിരുന്നു. ഈ ജോലി പോയി കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് പഠിക്കാത്ത എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് ഒരു എക്സ്ക്യൂസ് അല്ല. But I told them, okay, do one thing. ഇപ്പോൾ ഇനി ഈ സാലറി എനിക്ക് തരാൻ പറ്റില്ല. പക്ഷെ I'll give you $5,000, which means എല്ലാം shut down ആണ്. And it's my money. So like the bishop's candlestick, like in Victor Hugo, I said to him, now നിന്റെ 8 മണിക്കൂർ ഞാൻ മേടിക്കുവാണ് ഈ 5,000 രൂപ വെച്ച്. നീ കുത്തി ആ കസേരയിലിരുന്നോ. എണീക്കരുത്. That's all I want. നിനക്ക് ഉത്തരം കിട്ടിയില്ലെങ്കിലും കുഴപ്പമില്ല. പക്ഷെ നീ കസേരയിൽ എണീക്കരുത്. ബിക്കോസ് ആ കസേരയിൽ എണീക്കുന്നതാണ് ഡിസ്ട്രാക്ഷൻ. അപ്പൊ ഇതൊരു മെന്റൽ ഫ്രെയിംവർക്കും കൂടിയാണ് ഈ അറിവ് എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്. അപ്പൊ ഇതിനൊരു ഡെപ്ത് വരണമെങ്കിൽ നമ്മൾ കുറെ മാസ്റ്റേഴ്സ് വേണം. യു വോണ്ട് ബിലീവ് ഇറ്റ്. That guy made it. He really made it because he spent that time. Appo what we need is to bring together people. Now imagine namakippa, if you ask me what is the next thing, so നമ്മൾ ആ ക്രാഫ്റ്റ്മെനെ കൊണ്ടുവന്നാലേ, മാസ്റ്റേഴ്സിനെ കൊണ്ടുവന്നാലേ ക്രാഫ്റ്റ്മെൻഷിപ്പ് ഉണ്ടാകും. That's the key. And then to let people know that, hey, everybody will fail in life. Failure is don't even think about it. തോൽവി എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് every day there's failure. But you look at it in a different way and aspect.
Absolutely. Very, very inspiring. And how many people are you right now?
We are about 120 plus about 13 trainings. So we have constant trainings going on.
All from Wayanad and
all from Wayanad in and around Wayanad.
So I want to go to you as well, right? So, Muji's story very interesting. ഒരു high school dropout he has built like a company. അവിടുത്തെ അതില് customers like Apple, ഏറ്റവും biggest customers in the world. അപ്പോൾ മുജി വളരെ ഇൻട്രസ്റ്റിംഗ് ആയിട്ട് ഉള്ളൊരു കാര്യം ആ ഏർലി ഡേയ്സ് ആണ്, ആ തുടങ്ങാനുള്ള തീരുമാനവും എങ്ങനെ ആപ്പിളിനെ കിട്ടി ഫസ്റ്റ് കസ്റ്റമർ?
Good afternoon. First of all, ഞാൻ പാലക്കാട് മണ്ണാർക്കാട് നിന്നാണ് വരുന്നത്. നിങ്ങൾ പറയാനുള്ളത് ആള് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞു. നിങ്ങൾ സീക്രട്ട് ഒക്കെ പൊട്ടിച്ചു. ഐ എം സോറി, ഞാനൊരു ഹൈസ്കൂൾ ഡ്രോപ്പ് ഔട്ട് ആണ്. അതുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെ ഇംഗ്ലീഷിൽ അത്ര ഫ്ലുവന്റ് അല്ല. എനിക്ക് വേണ്ടിയിട്ടാണ് ആക്ച്വലി സെഷനിൽ ആള് മലയാളം കുത്തി കഴിച്ചത്. അപ്പോ ഐ എം സോറി. ഫസ്റ്റ് ഓഫ് ഓൾ, ഒരു ഹൈസ്കൂൾ ഡ്രോപ്പ് ഔട്ട് ആണ്. എന്റെ അച്ഛൻ കാഴ്ചയില്ലാത്ത ഒരാളായിരുന്നു. അപ്പോൾ ചെറുപ്പം മുതൽ അത്യാവശ്യം നല്ലപോലെ നമ്മൾ പറയില്ലേ, ഇടങ്ങാറായിട്ട് ജീവിച്ചു എന്നാണ് ഒരു ഇതായിരുന്നു ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നത്. സോ പ്ലസ് ടു കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് എന്റെ ഫാമിലി ആർക്കും ഐറ്റിയോ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഈ ഒരു മേഖലയായിട്ട് യാതൊരു ബന്ധവുമില്ല. പ്ലസ് ടു കഴിഞ്ഞ് ഞാൻ കൺസ്ട്രക്ഷൻ ഫീൽഡിലാണ് വർക്ക് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ടായിരുന്നത്. ആക്ച്വലി ഇന്ത്യ കൊച്ചി, എറണാകുളത്ത് 3 വർഷം ഞാൻ ഫാബ്രിക്കേഷൻ എന്ന് പറയും, ഈവൻ ഈ വള്ളർപാടം കണ്ടെയ്ൻമെന്റ് ടെർമിനൽ അതിന്റെ പണി നടക്കുമ്പോൾ അവിടെ പോലും ഞാൻ വർക്ക് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. എടച്ചിറ ഇക്കോ പാർക്കിൽ വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്ന ആളുകൾ കൂടെ ഉണ്ടാവും. അവിടെ ഒലിവിന്റെ ഒരു 6 ഫ്ലാറ്റുകളുണ്ട്, 5 5 10 എണ്ണം ഉണ്ട്. ആ ഫ്ലാറ്റുകളിലൊക്കെ ഞാൻ വർക്ക് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. എന്റെ ഇനീഷ്യൽ സ്റ്റേജ് 2009 2010. സോ എന്റെ ഫീൽഡ് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ പക്ക കൺസ്ട്രക്ഷൻ ഫീൽഡ്. നമ്മൾ ബംഗാളിൽ നമ്മൾ രാവിലെ കാണുന്ന കൊച്ചിയിൽ വളരെ സ്വാഭാവികമാണല്ലോ. അങ്ങനെ ഒരു 3 വർഷം ഞാനൊരു നാട്ടുകാരനായിരുന്നു. എന്റെ ഐ ടി ആയിട്ടുള്ള മേഖലയുടെ ബന്ധം എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് രാവിലെ എണീറ്റ് നിൽക്കുന്ന കാണുന്ന ഇക്കോ പാർക്കിന്റെ ബിൽഡിങ്ങുകളാണ്. വർക്കിന് പോകുന്ന റോട്ടിൽ കൂടെ ഐ ടി ആളുകൾ നടന്നു പോകുന്നത് കാണാം. ഇതാണ് ആക്ച്വലി എനിക്ക് ഐ ടി മേഖലയായിട്ടുള്ള ബന്ധം. പക്ഷേ നമ്മൾ പറയും വിധിക്ക് മറ്റു പ്ലാനുകൾ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു എന്നൊക്കെ പറയില്ലേ. എനിക്ക് കുറച്ച് ഹെൽത്ത് ഇഷ്യൂസ് ഉണ്ടായി. എനിക്ക് എന്റെ കരിയർ മീൻസ് എന്റെ ജോലി കൊണ്ടുപോകാൻ പറ്റാണ്ടായി. ജോലി ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റാത്ത കുറച്ച് ഡിഫിക്കൽറ്റീസ് ഉണ്ടായപ്പോൾ വീട്ടിലിരിക്കേണ്ടി വന്നു. വീട്ടിൽ പറഞ്ഞ കാര്യം കാഴ്ചയില്ലാത്ത വാപ്പ, അത്യാവശ്യം സാമ്പത്തികമായിട്ടുള്ള പ്രശ്നങ്ങൾ. അപ്പോൾ എങ്ങനെയെങ്കിലും എന്തെങ്കിലും ജോലി ചെയ്യാന്നുള്ളൊരു എന്താ പറയാ, ഒരു നമ്മുടെ ഉള്ളിൽ നിന്ന് വരുന്ന എന്തെങ്കിലും ചെയ്യണം. സോ പല ടൈപ്പ് ഓഫ് ജോലികൾ നോക്കി സെയിൽസ്മാൻ ആയിട്ട് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്, ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്, പ്ലംബിംഗ് വയറിംഗ് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്, ഇവർ കൂലിപ്പണിക്ക് ഞാൻ പോയിട്ടുണ്ട്, ഞാൻ തെളിഞ്ഞു തരാൻ പോയിട്ടുണ്ട്. പക്ഷെ അതൊന്നും നമുക്ക് ഹെൽത്ത് ഇഷ്യൂസ് കാരണം ഇതൊന്നും കണ്ടിന്യൂ ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുന്നില്ല. നമുക്ക് എന്തെങ്കിലും റവന്യൂ വേണം, ട്രീറ്റ്മെന്റുകൾ നടണം, വീട്ടിലെ കാര്യങ്ങൾ ചെയ്യണം. അങ്ങനെയാണ് വീട്ടിലിരുന്ന് ഓൺലൈനായിട്ട് ഇങ്ങനെ ജോലി ചെയ്യാം അങ്ങനെ ഒരു സാധ്യതയെ കുറിച്ച് ചിന്തിച്ചു തുടങ്ങുന്നത്. ഒരു ഫ്രണ്ടിന്റെ കയ്യിൽ ലാപ്ടോപ്പ് റെന്റിനെടുത്തു, വീട്ടിലിരുന്നിട്ട് എന്ത് ചെയ്തു, ഓൺലൈനായിട്ടുള്ള കുറെ പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോമുകൾ സെർച്ച് ചെയ്തു. അങ്ങനെയാണ് ആമസോണിന്റെ എംപർ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോം ഉണ്ട്, ആമസോൺ മെക്കാനിക്കൽ ടർഫ്. അതിൽ ഒരു അക്കൗണ്ട് ഓപ്പൺ ചെയ്തു. 2 വർഷത്തോളം ഞാൻ അതിൽ ജോലി ചെയ്തു ഓൺലൈനായിട്ട്. അതിൽ നിന്നാണ് ഒരു ജർമ്മൻ കമ്പനി ആയിട്ട് അവരുടെ കുറെ വർക്കുകൾ ചെയ്ത് കൊടുത്തിരുന്നു. അവർ ഭയങ്കര സാറ്റിസ്ഫൈഡ് ആയിട്ട് അവരെ പേഴ്സണലി കോൺടാക്ട് ചെയ്തു, നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഡയറക്റ്റ് ആയിട്ട് വർക്ക് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുമോ? ഓക്കെ, എനിക്കെന്താ, എനിക്ക് നിങ്ങൾ പൈസ ഞാൻ ചെയ്യാം. അങ്ങനെയാണ് അവരുമായിട്ട് എന്ത് ചെയ്യുന്നത്, ഡയറക്റ്റ് ആ ഒരു പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോമിൽ സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. ഈ നമ്മുടെ യാദൃശ്ചികം എന്നൊക്കെ പറയില്ലേ, ഇത് സ്റ്റാർട്ടപ്പ് ആയിരുന്നു. ഈ ജർമ്മൻ സ്റ്റാർട്ടപ്പിനെ ആപ്പിള് അവരൊരു പ്രൊജക്ട് ടൈറ്റിൽ എന്ന് പറയും, അതായത് ഒഴിവാക്കിയിട്ടുണ്ട്. ആ പർപ്പസിന് വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് ജർമ്മൻ കമ്പനി അവർ എന്ത് ചെയ്തു, അക്വയർ ചെയ്തു. ജർമ്മൻ കമ്പനി ആപ്പിൾ കമ്പനിയുടെ ഭാഗമായി മാറി. അപ്പൊ എന്നോട് അവർ പറഞ്ഞു, മുജീബിന് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഒറ്റക്ക് വർക്ക് തരാൻ പറ്റില്ല, നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഇനി കണ്ടിന്യൂ ചെയ്യണമെങ്കിൽ കമ്പനികൾക്ക് മാത്രമേ വർക്ക് കൊടുക്കൂ. ഇപ്പൊ ഞങ്ങൾ ചെറിയ കമ്പനിയാണ്, പാർട്ട് ഓഫ് ആപ്പിൾ ആണ്. അപ്പൊ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് വർക്ക് ചെയ്യണമെങ്കിൽ നിങ്ങളുടെ മുമ്പിൽ ഒറ്റ ചോയ്സ് ഉള്ളൂ, യു ഹാവ് ടു സ്റ്റാർട്ട് എ കമ്പനി. അങ്ങനെയാണ് ഞാൻ കമ്പനി സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. എന്റെ മുമ്പിൽ സത്യം പറഞ്ഞാൽ നമ്മള് ഡുബോർട്ടായി എന്ന് അറിയില്ലേ, നഷ്ടപ്പെടാനൊന്നുമില്ല. വേണമെങ്കിൽ ഒരു കമ്പനി സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്ത് ട്രൈ ചെയ്ത് നോക്കാം, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ എന്നെ കൊണ്ട് കഴിയില്ല എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ട് എറിഞ്ഞു പോകാം. എഡ്യൂക്കേഷനും ഇല്ല, സാമ്പത്തികം ഇല്ല, എക്സ്പീരിയൻസ് ഇല്ല, ഒന്നുമില്ല. ഓക്കെ, നഷ്ടപ്പെടാൻ ഇനി ഒന്നുമില്ല, ട്രൈ ചെയ്ത് നോക്കാലോ. അങ്ങനെയാണ് 2016 ഞാൻ എന്റെ പഴയൊരു വീട്ടില് 4 പേരെ റിക്രൂട്ട് ചെയ്ത് ആദ്യത്തെ കമ്പനി സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. കമ്പനി രജിസ്റ്റർ ചെയ്തിട്ടില്ല, കാരണം അവർക്കും ഒരു പ്രതീക്ഷയില്ല, എനിക്കും അറിയില്ല. ഈ 6 പേരെ വെച്ച് സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്തു. 2 മാസത്തോളം റൺ ചെയ്തു. എംപ്ലോയീസിന്റെ 30 വരെ എംപ്ലോയീസിനെ എത്തിച്ചു. അവർ ഞാൻ കൊടുത്ത ഒരു സർവീസിൽ വിതൗട്ട് എനി എക്സ്പീരിയൻസ് ഞാൻ കൊടുത്ത ഒരു സർവീസിൽ അവർ എൻറ്റയർലി ഹാപ്പി ആയിരുന്നു. ആ ഒരു എന്റെ നിങ്ങൾ പറഞ്ഞ മാതിരി ഇതിന്റെ ശരിക്കും ഒരു ഹൈലൈറ്റ് ആയിരുന്നു ഫസ്റ്റ് ക്ലൈന്റ് ആപ്പിൾ ആണെന്നുള്ളത്. ഈ ഒരു എക്സ്പീരിയൻസ് ആപ്പിൾ പോലെ ഒരു കമ്പനിക്ക് ആദ്യത്തെ പ്രൊജക്ട് കൊടുക്കാൻ കഴിയാന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ വലിയൊരു പ്രിവിലേജ് ആയിട്ട് ഞാൻ കാണുന്നത്. സോ അങ്ങനെ ആ ഒരു ക്ലൈന്റ് 2 വർഷത്തോളം 120 എംപ്ലോയീസ് വരുന്ന ലെവലിലേക്ക് ആ ക്ലൈന്റുമായിട്ട് തന്നെ ആപ്പിളുമായിട്ട് തന്നെ ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്, മുന്നോട്ട് പോയിട്ടുണ്ട്. ആ ക്ലൈന്റിനെ നഷ്ടപ്പെട്ടത് സർവീസ് മോശമായതുകൊണ്ടല്ല, അവർക്ക് അടുത്ത സ്കെയിലിൽ 2000 എംപ്ലോയീസിന് വേണമെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞപ്പോൾ അവർ പറഞ്ഞു, ഒന്നെങ്കിൽ നിങ്ങൾ 2000 സ്കെയിൽ ചെയ്യണം, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് ഡ്രോപ്പ് ചെയ്യേണ്ടി വരും. അങ്ങനെയാണ് എന്റെ ഫസ്റ്റ് ക്ലൈന്റ് നഷ്ടപ്പെടുന്നത്. പക്ഷെ അവിടെ നിന്ന് വിട്ടുകൊടുത്ത ഒരു എക്സ്പീരിയൻസ് ഉണ്ട്. ദെൻ അവിടെ നിന്നാണ് എന്ത് ചെയ്യുന്നത്, നമ്മൾ ലേണിംഗ് എന്താ പറയുക, നമ്മൾ ഓൺ ദ വേ ലേൺ ചെയ്ത ഒരാളാണ് ഞാൻ, നമ്മൾ പഠിച്ചു വന്നതല്ല. പിന്നെ ഈ പറഞ്ഞ മാതിരി വെബ്സൈറ്റ് ഉണ്ടാക്കി, നമുക്ക് റിസർച്ച് ടീമിനെ ഉണ്ടാക്കി, ലിങ്ക്ഡിൻ പോലെയുള്ള പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോമുകളിലൂടെ നമുക്ക് നമ്മുടെ സർവീസ് ഉണ്ട്, എക്സ്പീരിയൻസ് ഉണ്ട്, അത് സെയിൽ ചെയ്യാൻ വേണ്ടി തുടങ്ങി, സെയിൽ ചെയ്യാൻ തുടങ്ങി. ഇങ്ങനെയാണ് വലിയ വലിയ മറ്റു ക്ലൈന്റ്. എന്റെ രണ്ടാമത്തെ ക്ലൈന്റ് ആയിരുന്നു, മെഴ്സിഡസ് ബെൻസിന്റെ പാരന്റ് കമ്പനിയാണ്. ദെൻ ലോട്ട്സ് ഓഫ് നമ്മുടെ ഫോർച്യൂൺ 100 ടോപ്പ് 10 എടുത്ത് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ആപ്പിള്, ആമസോൺ, ഗൂഗിൾ, ഇതിനൊക്കെ ഞങ്ങൾ എന്ത് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്, സർവീസ് കൊടുത്തുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. ഇന്ന് ഏകദേശം 400 പേര് വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്ന AI പാലക്കാട് ജില്ലയിലെ മണ്ണാർക്കാട് നഗര ഫെസിലിറ്റി ഞാൻ റൺ ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. എന്റെ ഒരു ഫ്യൂച്ചർ ഡ്രീം എന്താന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ, എന്റെ നാട്ടില് ഞാൻ ജനിച്ചു വന്ന എന്റെ നാട്ടില് ഒരു പ്രൈവറ്റ് IT പാർക്ക് സ്വന്തമായിട്ട് ചെയ്യണം എന്നൊരു ഡ്രീമിലാണ് ഇപ്പൊ ഞാൻ ഉദ്ദേശിക്കുന്നത്.
Amazing, amazing. So, how cool I get, right? So, ചെറിയ സ്ഥലത്തുനിന്ന് യാത്രയായിട്ട് തന്നെ അത് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. I think he deserves a bigger round of applause. So, great stories. Since the whole focus of this skill, and that is the biggest blocker that people talk about when it comes to starting at smaller locations, etc. Right? So, Alan obviously touched upon that a bit with his tactic of doing. Love to hear from you, Jasmine, as well. എങ്ങനെയാണ് skill development? Again, you are also doing a core IT service, and which needs specialized trainings as well, right? So it's not easy to find talent anywhere for things like that. എങ്ങനെയാണ് solve ചെയ്യുന്നത്? And again, for this crowd, ഇതുപോലെയുള്ള ചെറിയ സ്ഥലങ്ങളിൽ സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്യാൻ ആഗ്രഹിക്കുന്നവരാണ്. How do you build up that career?
നമ്മുടെ ഏറ്റവും വലിയ ചലഞ്ച് അത് തന്നെയായിരുന്നു. നമുക്ക് എക്സ്പീരിയൻസ്ഡ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള റിസോഴ്സസിനോട് നമ്മളൊരു ലൊക്കേഷൻ പറയുന്ന സമയത്ത് എല്ലാവരും ഇൻഫോമാർക്ക് അങ്ങനെയുള്ള രീതിയിലാണ് എല്ലാവരും പോവുക. അപ്പൊ നമ്മൾ എന്താ ചെയ്തതെന്ന് വെച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ, നിയർ ബൈ ഏരിയയിലെ കോളേജസിന് ഫ്രഷേഴ്സ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള കുട്ടികളെ അവരെ ഇന്റൻസ് ആയിട്ട് ട്രെയിനിങ് കൊടുക്കുക ചെയ്യും. അതായത് നല്ല രീതിയിൽ നമ്മുടെ ഭാഗത്ത് നിൽക്കിട്ടുണ്ട്. അവര് 6 months എങ്കിലും കഴിഞ്ഞാലാണ് എന്തെങ്കിലുമൊക്കെ ചെയ്യാൻ നമുക്ക് പറ്റുള്ളൂ. പിന്നെ വേറൊരു കാര്യം ചെയ്യുന്നത് എന്റെ എക്സ്പീരിയൻസിൽ, അതായത് കരിയർ ഗ്യാപ്പ് ഉള്ള ആൾക്കാർക്ക് ജോലി കിട്ടാനുള്ള ഒരു ബുദ്ധിമുട്ട് എനിക്ക് മനസ്സിലാക്കി എക്സ്പീരിയൻസ് ചെയ്ത. അപ്പൊ അതുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെ കരിയർ ഗ്യാപ്പ് ഉള്ള ബോത്ത് ബോയ്സ് ആൻഡ് ഗേൾസ് അവർക്ക് വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് നമ്മൾ ഡ്രൈവ്സ് നടത്തിയായിരുന്നു. എല്ലാ വർഷവും തന്നെ നടത്താറുണ്ട്. അപ്പൊ അവരുടെ അഡ്വാൻറ്റേജ് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ അവര് ചിലപ്പോൾ നല്ല എക്സ്പീരിയൻസ് ഉള്ളവര്, ഇപ്പൊ ചിലപ്പോൾ 5-6 വർഷം എക്സ്പീരിയൻസ് ഉണ്ട്, പക്ഷെ ബ്രേക്ക് എടുത്ത് തിരിച്ച് റീജോയിൻ ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റിയിട്ടുണ്ടാവില്ല. അപ്പൊ ഒരു മിക്സ്ഡ് ഓഫ് എക്സ്പീരിയൻസ് നമുക്ക് അവിടെ കിട്ടും. മാത്രമല്ല അവരുടെ കമ്മിറ്റ്മെന്റ് ഭയങ്കര കമ്മിറ്റ്മെന്റ്, കാരണം അവർക്ക് എന്തെങ്കിലും പ്രൂവ് ചെയ്യണം എന്നുള്ള വല്ലാതെ ആഗ്രഹമുള്ളവരായിരിക്കും. നമുക്ക് അതിനുള്ള ഒരു അവസരം കിട്ടാത്തത് കൊണ്ട് മാത്രം നിൽക്കുന്ന ആൾക്കാർ. അപ്പൊ നമ്മൾ അതിനുള്ള ഒരു പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോം കൊടുക്കുന്നു, അവർക്ക് ആ ഒരു അവസരം കൊടുക്കുന്നു, നമ്മൾ ട്രെയിനിങ് കൊടുക്കുന്നു. ഫ്രഷേഴ്സിനെ കമ്പയർ ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ കമ്പാരിറ്റീവ്ലി അവരാണ് വേഗം പിക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. കാരണം ദേ ആർ പുട്ടിങ് ലോട്ട് ഓഫ് എഫേർട്ട്. ഈവൻ അവർക്ക് കുട്ടികളുണ്ടാവും അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഫാമിലി എല്ലാം ഉള്ള ആൾക്കാരാണെങ്കിലും ആ റെസ്പോൺസിബിലിറ്റിയിലെല്ലാം നിന്നുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെ അവര് കൂടുതൽ എഫേർട്ട് ഇട്ട് പഠിക്കുന്നത്. അതായത് ഉള്ള സമയം അവർ കൂടുതലായിട്ട് ശ്രദ്ധിച്ചു, അവർക്ക് വേറെ ഫോക്കസ് പോകുന്ന പരിപാടിയൊന്നുമില്ല. കാരണം അവർക്ക് പലരുടെ അടുത്ത് പ്രൂവ് ചെയ്യാനുണ്ട്. കോളേജസിലൊക്കെ നല്ല മിടുക്കന്മാരായിരുന്നിരിക്കും. ആ ഒരു എന്താ പറയുക, ഒരു ചെറിയൊരു ചോയ്സ് കാരണം കൊണ്ട് ചിലര് കല്യാണം കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ജോലിക്ക് വിടില്ല, അങ്ങനെ കുറെ ആൾക്കാരുണ്ട്. അങ്ങനെയൊക്കെ സംഭവിച്ചു വന്നിരിക്കുന്ന ആൾക്കാരായിരിക്കും. അപ്പൊ അവര് നല്ല ടാലന്റഡ് ആണ്, നല്ല ലാംഗ്വേജ് ഉണ്ട്. അപ്പൊ ഞാൻ എവിടെ ചെന്നാലും ഞാൻ പറയാറുള്ളത്, യു ഹാവ് ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റീസ്, അങ്ങനെയുള്ള ആൾക്കാർക്കും ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റീസ് കൊടുക്കണം. ഒരു 6 months ബ്രേക്ക് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ 8 months ബ്രേക്ക് ഒന്നും ഒരു വലിയ ബ്രേക്ക് അല്ല. അവർക്ക് ബിൽഡ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുകയാണെങ്കിൽ നല്ല രീതിയിൽ അവർക്ക് ബിൽഡ് ചെയ്ത് വരാൻ പറ്റും. ഈവൻ അതേപോലെ തന്നെയുള്ള വേറൊരു ഫീൽഡിലാണ് വേറെ ഏതെങ്കിലും ഫീൽഡിലേക്ക് പോകും. അതായത് ഇനീഷ്യലി ജോബ് കിട്ടുന്ന സമയത്ത് സാലറി മാത്രമേ കുട്ടികൾ നോക്കുള്ളൂ, എന്ത് ജോബാന്ന് നോക്കില്ല. അപ്പൊ നല്ല ഡെവലപ്പേഴ്സ് ആയിരിക്കും, പക്ഷെ ചെന്ന് പെടുന്നത് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ എന്തെങ്കിലും കോൾ സെന്ററിലൊക്കെ ആയിരിക്കും. അപ്പൊ അത് കഴിഞ്ഞ് കുറച്ചു കാലം ജോലി ചെയ്ത് കഴിയുമ്പോഴായിരിക്കും അവർക്ക് മനസ്സിലാവുന്നതല്ല, എനിക്ക് ഡെവലപ്മെന്റിലേക്ക് തന്നെയാണ് തിരിച്ചു പോകുന്നത്. അങ്ങനെയുള്ളവർക്ക് നമുക്ക് അവസരം കൊടുക്കാറുണ്ട്. സോ ഫ്രഷേഴ്സ് ആയിട്ടായിരിക്കും അവർ ജോയിൻ ചെയ്യുന്നത്, പക്ഷെ കുറച്ച് കഴിയുമ്പോഴേക്കും അവർ മാസ്റ്റേഴ്സ് ആയിട്ട് വരും.
So we have a few more minutes left. So other than that, want to open it up for audience for any questions. Take questions. Really, with questions. Yes. Yes.
Hello, sir. My name is Tansi Hanastrin. I'm representing all the college students, and I'm from Elvis College of Engineering, Kasaragod. So, actually, we from our college, we are building an ecosystem for Kasaragod. So it's basically from all this like in Kochi, and here the exposure is more easier. But in Malabar side, the students have the talent, but they don't have an opportunity to showcase it. There are so many events coming, like so many initiatives, but we need something for our surrounding itself, right? So, student-led innovation either grow faster or they burn out with its lack of support here. So, with your experience, what do you think? നമ്മളത് effectively actually ഇതുവരെ നമ്മൾ ഓരോ ഇനീഷ്യേറ്റീവും അത്രയും എഫേർട്ട് ഇട്ട് നമ്മളൊരു സക്സസിലേക്ക് പോയിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയാണ്. അപ്പോൾ അതിന് എഫക്റ്റീവ് ടിപ്സ് തരാനാണെങ്കിൽ what would be?
So, ഒരു key aspect for a student, നമ്മുടെ കോളേജിലൊക്കെ പഠിക്കുമ്പോൾ what we need to be mindful is that അറിവ് കിട്ടാൻ വരാൻ സമയമുണ്ട്. From you said somebody will burn out. First thing to do is make sure that you're not in 100 meters. It is a long run. So prepare for a marathon rather than a sprint. അപ്പോൾ പിന്നെ ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റി എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ ഇഫ് യു ലുക്ക് അറ്റ് വയനാട്, എന്തുകൊണ്ട് ഞങ്ങൾ വയനാട് ചൂസ് ചെയ്തു? There is nothing. There's nothing. പറഞ്ഞാൽ അവിടെ ആകെയുള്ള റിസോർട്ടുകളാണ്. There's nothing else. Kids don't have any. പക്ഷെ ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റി ഉണ്ടെന്ന് വെച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഒരു ഇന്റർനെറ്റ് കിട്ടണം. സോ ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റി നമ്മളിപ്പോ ഈ AI ഇതെല്ലാം ഇപ്പൊ ഒരു വലിയ ബസ്സാണല്ലോ. ഇഫ് യു റിയലി ലുക്ക് അറ്റ് ഒരു സ്റ്റുഡന്റ് ആയിട്ട് നമ്മൾ ചെയ്യുന്നത് എങ്ങനെ നമുക്ക് ആ സ്കില്ല് കിട്ടും. ഈ ഹോൾ സ്കിൽ ഇവിടെ വരുന്നത് നിങ്ങൾ കുറച്ച് റെപ്രസെന്റേറ്റീവ്സ് ഇവിടെ വന്നോ. Go back and tell them it's a skill. We can open best with it. Don't set ഒന്നും അറിയില്ല. Let's say the most easiest in the background of computer science and science. ഏറ്റവും ഈസിയസ്റ്റ് പ്രോഗ്രാം എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് HTML CSS JavaScript. ഒരു വെബ് പേജ്. ഇത് ഞങ്ങൾ ട്രെയിനിങ് തുടങ്ങിയ സമയത്ത് ഒരു 12th സ്റ്റാൻഡേർഡ് സാറേ വെറുതെ വീട്ടിൽ ഇരിക്കുകയാണ്. ഒരു അമേസിങ് ഒരു എനർജറ്റിക്. So she wanted to ask എന്തെങ്കിലും internships ഉണ്ടോ. But we had some place, one was to sell. Come on. So she came. So I asked her, here is the website of it. I said, HTML, CSS, where are you won't believe in 2 months she made a pixel perfect tutorials are online. All the hands-on resources are online. You go to MIT, OCW, OpenCourseWare, everything is online. So only thing നമ്മളൊരു എക്സ്ക്യൂസ് പറയണം. If you have an excuse, that's the devil's trick. There is no excuse for anyone not to learn in this era. So it's about the mindset. You bring a mindset and say, no, I'll make an opportunity. It may take time. So our mindset that be prepared to run the marathon. It's your life, not just 1 year, 2 year. We're getting credit from left and right. What we don't know, getting. That doesn't make any your life. What does it do? Nothing. But be a builder. See, Kerala എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് ന്യൂട്ടനും ലൈബ്നിറ്റ്സിന് മുമ്പ് മാധവ was here with infinitesimal. Infinitesimal. Where did that go? Where did that go? Because we gave excuses. No, we should not. We should really encourage everyone to bring back that spirit of mathematics. ഇന്ന് നമ്മൾ കാണുന്ന ചാറ്റ് ജി പി ടി ഇല്ലേ, ആ ചാറ്റ് ജി പി ടി പേപ്പറിൽ എഴുതി ഒരു LLM ഒരു അറ്റൻഷൻ ട്രാൻസ്ഫോം മോഡൽ ചെയ്യാൻ മൾട്ടിപ്ലിക്കേഷൻ ഡിവിഷൻ സബ്ട്രാക്ഷൻ കോസൈൻ ഒരു that's it. You can do it by hand. 12 standard mathematics. That's it. What's the excuse? Excuse us. So drive it out of your house. Tell your friends, life is our friend. Enough and more opportunity. 21st century. Get a chair, get a table, buy a bucket of glue, paste it, sit there. No, that's it. That's the only thing you need to do. Stop for opportunity. Don't even get distracted by AI. All that is your friend to learn. Learn to ask the question. So my answer to all the student community is that drive out all excuses from your life. അതങ്ങ് എടുത്തു കളയുന്നതന്നെ അറിയാം.
Sir, and I hope that sir ഇത്രയും പറഞ്ഞ കാര്യങ്ങളിൽ actually we are on track. കാരണം നമ്മളിപ്പോ ഒരു കാസർഗോഡ് അത്രയും ഇത്രയും years there was not at all ഒരു ടെക് കമ്മ്യൂണിറ്റി അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഒരു ആക്റ്റീവ് സ്റ്റുഡൻസിന് പെർഫോം ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റിയ ഒരു ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റി കാസർഗോഡ് ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നില്ല. So we built and make a space called Open Mind. It's basically the all thing. The motive is exactly how sir ഇത്രയും കാര്യങ്ങൾ പറഞ്ഞത്. So to like uplift the students of Kasaragod. So നമ്മൾ കോളേജ് സ്റ്റുഡൻസ് അല്ല, സ്കൂൾ സ്റ്റുഡൻസ് അല്ല, എല്ലാവരെയും ഫോക്കസ് ചെയ്തിട്ട് നമ്മളൊരു സ്പേസ് അവിടെ കൊണ്ടുവന്നിട്ടുള്ളതാണ്. ആൻഡ് ഐ ഹോപ്പ് ദാറ്റ് ആ ഒരു ജേർണി ഇത്രയും കൊണ്ടുവന്നു. ഇനി അതും ഇനി മുമ്പോട്ട് കൊണ്ടുപോയിട്ട് ഒരു മേ ബി ഇൻ എ ഗ്ലോബൽ ലെവൽ. Yeah, any effective tips on that?
to grow more?
Absolutely. Probably that we could take offline as well because we are running out of time. So amazing, amazing vision and great stuff going forward with that. So congrats on that. So we can take offline, we can connect with the panelists, one of us as needed, so we can go in deeper offline. But with that, in the interest of time, I'm sure there are a lot more stories to share and a lot more things to discuss, but in the interest of time, we have to close. So thank you so much for being a great audience. Thanks, panelists, for
Thank you.
your wonderful stories. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
With that, we are done with the session. Listening to the grasshoppers, may have a huge round of applause for the panelists, please. A huge round of applause, please. So, to appreciate your presence here, value your time and this insightful knowledge, we would like to present a token of appreciation from Mr. M.D. Suresh, EMC Calicut, Cadis. Everyone, huge round of applause. We'll have a short break for just a minute. After this, we'll be moving on to the next session. So, ladies and gentlemen, please be sure to be back at 10. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be moving on to the next session quickly, so please be sure to be back in time. Skill Kerala Global Summit 2025. Our next session, let me give a quick insights. Building an innovation ecosystem. This discussion will be focusing on how inclusivity fuels entrepreneurship and creativity by highlighting lived experiences and success stories from Kerala and to explore pathways for building an ecosystem that enables entrepreneurs of all abilities, backgrounds, and communities. So, ladies and gentlemen, kindly stay waited and have your mind blown with an amazing panelist. Let's welcome our panelists for building an innovation ecosystem. Mr. Anup Ambika, CEO, Startup Mission. Mr. Osama Manzal, Founder and Director, Digital Empowerment Foundation. Mr. P.V. Unikrishnan, Member Secretary, KDIS. May I have all the dignitaries on the dais, please? Can we have a huge round of applause for them? They are here, spending their valuable time to give us an insightful session. Kindly pay attention, ladies and gentlemen. Over to you, panelists. And this session is going to be moderated by Dr. Manoj A.S., Head, Learning and Development, KDIS.
Good afternoon. So delegates, can you please occupy the front seats? Please settle down fast so that we can start the session. Yeah, so good afternoon and welcome to the session on building an innovation ecosystem. And to be precise, building a holistic innovation ecosystem based on Kerala's requirements. And we have with us three great panelists. One is Osama Mirza, founder and director of Digital Empowerment Foundation on my left. Next to him is Dr. P.V. Then the last is Mr. Anup Ambika, he's the CEO of Startup Mission. So as we have only 30 minutes for the discussion, I'll make it very crisp and very candid. So when you talk about innovation, as you all know, when you talk about innovation, the first thing comes is what the author of innovation told us. Like he said, innovation as a creative destruction by Joseph Smith. And again, it was broadened by ISO 2020, where we create value, but that is value addition and redistribution into it. So that is what the innovation right now speaks about. And here we are trying to really focus on a couple of areas, like innovation as a driver for development, because as Kerala is considered, that is our crux, and that is what we are trying to focus. Then Kerala's leadership in innovation, as we know that we are ranked top in many of the indices in terms of innovation also. How to build an effective innovation ecosystem, and as well as what is the important role what KDISC is playing to really imbibe or to really enforce this innovation ecosystem in the state of Kerala, along with some of the flagship initiatives. So before I start, I will start the first question with Dr. P.V. Unikrishnan, Member Secretary of KDISC. So first question, how significant is innovation from a development perspective in Kerala?
See, one of the important aspects of Kerala's development is Kerala is a resource-constrained economy. See, in the current day development, we talk about utilizing raw materials for development. See, you look at ferrous minerals, you look at non-ferrous minerals, you look at minor minerals, you look at fuel minerals. Kerala is nowhere in the mineral lot. The only sort of mineral resources that we have at our disposal is atomic resources. And atomic minerals can be used only in a very secure manner because it is closely linked to thorium and uranium. And so it is coming under. So Kerala is facing real serious constraints in terms of resources for development. If you look at land, Kerala stands at number 23 capital land availability. So this is a huge challenge. In this context of resource constraint, innovation becomes a major driver for development. So Kerala has resorted, looking at innovation as a driver of development. Rather recent, we have focused on both science and technology innovation as well as DUI innovation, doing using interactive. The startup ecosystem is more DUI innovation, whereas the R&D institutions are focusing more on the science and technology innovation. We have also brought in a few components of the STI innovation. For instance, KDIS is establishing an electric vehicle ecosystem, which is a STI innovation initiative. We have the Kerala Medical Technology Consortium, which is a science and technology initiative. We have the Kerala Genome Data Center, the Center of Excellence in Microbiome, the Center of Excellence in Nutraceutical. These are all classic cases of science and technology innovation. And on the other hand, in terms of the DUI innovation, we have initiatives like the Young Innovation Program, which tries to democratize innovation and tries to link up innovation with the campus. We have the one local government, one idea program, which tries to address the issue of wicked problems in Kerala's development, primarily related to local governments. We have a program for working with MSME clusters for addressing innovation, which we call the One District, One Idea program. And we have another program called the innovation in government, which looks at promotion of emerging technologies in government. So all these together, trying up the SPI innovation with the DUI innovation, and trying to overcome the important problems of Kerala's development is the strategy which
about the significant innovations which we are doing as a part of KDIS in Kerala. Next question to Osama. Given that as you are from Digital Empowerment Foundation and you are focusing more on digital things, like, so given that there is both a digital divide, as we can see, there is a digital divide now and digital vulnerability affecting employability and innovation. How should this can be?
Yeah, thank you very much. Really sad that we are sitting in a manel and not a panel. Uh, yeah, the first innovation we need is to have equal number of women on the dais than only men. Uh, uh, so that's the innovation that we need, right? Another innovation, I was just, trying to draw innovation ecosystem. That's the topic of the session. What is innovation ecosystem actually? Actually, everything that we say innovation is actually nothing is innovation. Rat race. Everybody wants to earn money. Everybody wants to earn money. Now you want to earn money through where? Earlier you want to earn money through developing a software. And before that you wanted to earn money through industrialization, right? And still you have four districts in the country, in the state, which is backward, right? I'm talking about Kerala. Kerala has only 2% converted, but you have four backward districts. What innovation are we using not to have those four districts as developed as the rest of the districts, right? You are the 100% digitally literate, but I can prove that you are not, right? You are actually not. You go to all those 4 districts, you are not 100% digitally literate. What is digital literacy if you can't figure out what not to forward and what to forward? You know, if you can't figure out a spam to not forward, and if you are still forwarding, that means you are not literate. No? So, I'm just thinking that what is innovation, and I figured out actually the real innovation is not to follow the rat race, not to follow the convention, not to follow everything. For example, we all grew up in doctor, engineer, MBA, business, right? But if there are millions of jobs on Instagram, there has been no training school for that. What is the innovation? How that innovation is brought into the people? Yesterday, when I was traveling to this hotel, there are two young, I won't say kids, now I can say kids, but they are young youth in early 20s. There is two way of road. One way of road was coming all the cars, and the other road was blocked, so it was empty. They were dancing and doing a reel. They were making a reel, and I'm sure they were making a reel so that they can get maximum attention. Right? What kind of everybody wants to have attention on Instagram. Everybody wants to have. You are not developing sitting software in a city like near Bangalore. You are now developing the same software for others in a village. Right? I was just checking how many migrant workers in Kerala, 5 million migrant workers in Kerala. And all those 5 million replacements are working in Saudi and Middle East of the country, only earning money, but all the money they don't have to pay with their family and with their relatives. But we are a developed state. So I'm actually just trying to give you an example. I will take a little 5 minutes extra since you guys are host and I'm guest. I will take 5 minutes extra. You know, I, I run an organization called Digital Empowerment Foundation. I have two children. They have never gone to school. They are 25, 26, and 23. They have written book. They work somewhere. They are educated. They can deal with anyone. They can have relationship. They can deal with relationship. They can run business. They have traveled several countries and all that. Right? Doing everything that an IITian would have done or somebody else would have. Why? Because we as a family waited to be educated and not to be qualified and call ourselves educated. Qualification is different, education is different, right? Most of the people, knowledge, there is no knowledge economy. What is knowledge? I mean, we know that Ayurveda is best at eating allopathic. What kind of knowledge economy we have? We have the best knowledge and we are not using the knowledge to the benefit of our own. So I don't know. It's an information economy, I can say. We are not breaking stones and earning money, but we are exchanging information and earning money. And then, he's a very old friend. He knows our journey. I used to run a software company, sold it, built all the dot coms of the country, newspapers, and then I started the Digital Empowerment Foundation. Today, Digital Empowerment Foundation works only in two areas: how to fill the gap of information need of the poor in the village level. At the village level. Because at the village level, just for information, people are running around. How do I get my entitlement? How do I get job? How do I get my any information? It is actually information. And that information has led this organization. We have 400 staff. We have 2,000 centers all over the country. We have more than 20 crores of donation every year to work across the country in the world. And we have created 4 policies for the country. Why? Because we told the country that information is the most important thing. It's the most important. Today, you know that how misinformation is killing your life, how fake news is killing your life, because we are all information illiterate. So, do we have a correct information that should we become a software engineer or should we become something else? Do we even know, or we are doing for our whoever is also a good software engineer earning a lot of money. Do you want to earn money to become something, or you're just earning money because everybody is earning money? So I would like to emphasize on innovation to first innovate yourself. First find out what problem in life do you want to solve, whether it's personal or professional or regional or village or community or family or government or anybody. First find a problem and then work on that problem and use the qualification and learning and skills to solve that problem. Do not first learn the skill and then look for a job. It's something like earning the money and then don't know how to spend it.
Sama, you have kicked off the debate. Great, as always. So I would just quickly respond to a question on number one. What are we innovating? Is a fundamental question that you raised. I agree that innovation is not following the rat race that we criticize. Kerala has never ran the rat race in the country. Kerala, the people of Kerala decided that we should have the first elected communist government in Kerala. That was not a race in the world. It has happened. We decided that we would be the first literate state. That was also not in our range. Of course, we followed what China has done, what Vietnam has done, what several other countries have done. But we took up literacy as a major initiative. We took up land reforms. We took up a mechanism whereby the poor and the issues of poverty are addressed. There are, of course, margins, as you said. There are backward districts, as you rightly said. We have not been able to, but in terms of multidimensional poverty, we stand very clearly apart from the rest of India. Absolutely different. We have been able to address a variety of issues of women empowerment, but we still lack a lot of things. We don't have women here, but we still have women in the audience. We don't have people sitting on the floor as it happens in UP and Bihar because they belong to a lower class and they are not supposed to sit on chairs. We don't have the we don't have Panchayat president sitting on the floor and Panchayat members sitting on the chair. We don't have that. We have Christians, we have Muslims, we have Hindus, all of them. I mean, we are not really worried about caste and religion. All these things are also a different way of looking at development, a different way of looking how Kerala improves. So we have been able to break certain conventional stereotype models. But I do agree that we have to very seriously question models which are being the hype models in terms of knowledge society, in terms of security. These are all buzzwords of the day to make money, as you rightly said. As far as airline is concerned, the situation is different. We have done our best in terms of redistribution. We now find a constraint in terms of doing further redistribution because we don't have resources. So we have to create new value. And for us, creation of new value is through rapid transformation of our business, be it agriculture, be it our traditional industries. We have to devise a mechanism of transformation of the poor economic productive base. And for us, innovation and knowledge society is a means of addressing this. And for us, innovation is a means of transforming our agriculture, transforming our traditional industries, transforming our MSM. Basically, retain to strengthen the path of economic redistribution and equity that we have established, to take forward the whole campaign of sustainability that we have done. And for us, innovation is traction. So that is how it is central, close to our heart and close to our passion. It is not that we are following the World Economic Forum. It is not that we are following the rest of the world, saying that innovation is a means of making money and we are going to address it. Our problems are different from the Bimaru state. We have addressed the quantitative issues. We are addressing the second generation development issues of quality. And for us, innovation means this. That doesn't mean that we have solved all our first generation problems completely. We are trying to address them. We have been able to do multidimensional policy in a big way. And we also look at the first award which you gave me was for digital content empowerment. We have gone from there, we have gone from there ahead, we have built softwares for the panchayat, the first time in the country, for the panchayats and the local bodies. We have looked at an Akshaya, then we had looked at local government and governance of the people, passing on, and then through funds we have been addressing better civil services and better services to the people. So we have been trying with a variety of alternatives, and now in terms of innovation, again, we are trying to draw an alternative.
I just want to add one line is that like everything that Remy said is right because for me and for the rest of the country also, Kerala has always been a light. Because in 2004, when I started traveling all over the country to find out where is the best IT innovation for the grassroots, was it that's when I came when Aruna Sundarajan was the secretary of IT. But what I want to say is that now the new innovation is AI, right? Artificial intelligence. Kerala can really show the light that we want to use AI for our own good rather than get used by AI for somebody else. That's what actually I'm trying to say because it is again about data, about information, and about community. AI is going to suck everyone and everyone's data to create a top-down model. And that's where the Kerala can really, and because as I said that the government here, the governance here, and every function is very equitable, and there is a chance and the choice that you can do it. And it's a challenge that we should take that innovation. How do we take innovation in such a way that even at the grassroots level we create data and community in such a way and such an empowering way that nobody uses us for AI. We use AI for the empowerment of the most, grassroots level community. Thank you.
Yeah, quite interesting perspectives from both of them, and we've seen how it was really converged. Next, to Anup on the startup perspective. How can the challenges faced by the startup ecosystem be addressed through the contributions of the innovation ecosystem? Because both are different. Yeah, and what he has said was.
Yeah, I think I'll do both of that. But I also wanted uh, a bit of participation from the. So if I can I have a volunteer with a mic? You have. So here is what I want to do. Okay, somebody who taught me innovation. There was this question of what is innovation, right? Somebody who taught me critical thinking, and I've used this question in multiple forums. No. Let's start with an exercise. So I want people to say 100 uses of a pencil. Of a pencil. 100 uses of a pencil. And maybe we can start. Alla, maybe through the mic, I'll say write. Okay, to write. Okay, what else? Huh? Draw. Scratch your back. Anything else? Huh? Pedal. Fidgeting. Okay. Huh? Put a hole on the paper so that you can tie your answer papers. Yes. Use it as a crucia. Yeah. If somebody comes and attacks you, you can use it to, stab them. Yes. a pure women protection aid is the pencil. Okay. What else? Pencil modeling. That is, you can create crafts using number of pencils. Yes. Huh? You can use. You can get into the sales of pencils. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So basically, in classes, we used to use the graphite to actually create artworks. Is that what you meant, or? Ah, chippings. Okay. Using the chippings, you can make artwork. So we have around 10, 15, 12. Yeah. What else? What time? Eh? You can what? You can use it as a scale, yes, to measure. Oh, plain. Okay. Play with it. Okay. Huh? Ah, hair bun. Very, very interesting use case. Yes. For rewinding the old cassettes, we used to use pencils. Yes. Anything else? Huh? Oh, to bite. Yes. Toothpick. Yes. How is that? Oh, you look at the pencil that, the edge of the pencil and concentrate. Okay. Meditate.
Branding and marketing.
How is that?
You level the company in events to events.
Okay. Gifting. Yeah. Yes. So you democratize pencil, give it to multiple people to create art with it. Yes? Huh? Huh. Yes. So if you want to insert a 2-pin socket into a 3-pin plug, sometimes it doesn't work. So use a pencil. Huh? Ah, okay. So or tap on the shoulder. Yes. Huh? Equation. Content creation, which is everything, writing, drawing, etc., etc., everything that we said. Yeah. So write in space. You can't use a pen.
As a building block.
As a yes, yes, building blocks to make structures. Okay, I'll stop here. Around 2025, right? But you wouldn't usually apply your brain this far. That is what is innovation. You have, Osama talked about find a problem and try to solve the problem, right? Innovation is about finding a problem and applying your brain, hard pressing your brain to find solutions that are not usually around you. You can come up with, I mean, this professor continued with this exercise until we reached 100. And people came up with these weird ideas of using a pencil. Wicked ideas, weird ideas, useless ideas, sometimes we feel. A student actually built a machine learning model. I'll tell you for what. There is an old saying about up up. Does anybody know about it? Appam thanna pore kuri ennano, right? Appam you are familiar with? You are familiar with. And you have the small holes in the, so the old saying says that you just eat the appam, don't, count the holes in the appam, okay? Which means that you just focus on the results, don't worry about how it came. So this particular boy in St. Joseph's College in Pala actually built a machine learning model, which will take the photograph of an appam and actually will count all the queries in that appam. Wicked idea, but really something out of the box, right? Nobody would have thought about it. Innovation is that. And when you actually look at the problems around you, that is, if you look at the cadis problems that used to come from the local bodies, right? You have the geriatrics as a problem. You have the salt water mixing with the fresh water as a problem. You have a large amount of farm producers that is coming your way. You're not able to sell it, becomes a problem. Problems are available as part of the problem share. Are we applying our mind so that we get into a solution which is not usually the solution? That is where innovation happens. And I want you to, and when that innovation happens, out of that 100 wicked ideas, there will be a few ideas which will have a commercial potential. I, for one, Osama, is about money, right? I want to create startups. I want to create wealth. I also want to make sure that innovation ecosystem sustains through the continuous creation of wealth in a meaningful fashion, not like, looting the world. That is not how it looks. But out of the 100 such ideas, there will be probably 2 or 3 ideas which will become commercially successful. It will become technically challenging for you. And that is when a world defining or a defining moment happens for the world and you create something extraordinary. And that will be commercial innovation.
I think there is one. See, I mean, Andu had a classic exercise of how to identify what out of the box thinking is. I do agree that we can go through such exercises and look at out of the box thinking. There is also a context in which we are living, and we have the best lessons on how to do innovation, how to apply innovation in our knowledge. And man had been doing that precisely as a part of his living and guiding. Unfortunately, our learning process has become so complex. We have gone through the whole learning process. We have totally distanced our context. We don't try to relate what we have learned with the context. And that is the reason why we have now to go back what I don't problem solve. Actually, it had been the other way around. Whatever innovation we have to, if you look at using moving from moving from a hunter-gatherer economy to settled life and agriculture, doing settled agriculture, then domesticating animals, all these have been in history. And these are forms of life and life. We also find that the moment you create a surplus, there had been also hierarchies that is coming up. And the innovation which was created was not accessible to everybody, and the power structures ensured that the fruits of innovation goes selectively to a few and part of the distribution. That is why Osama raised the question. We should try to innovate ourselves. We should try to innovate people. We should try to innovate looking at this reality. We should try to use AI for what we want and not for what AI wants. And what AI wants. And I fully agree with it. And Kerala, through the free and open source movement, we have tested the whole logic of proprietary ownership of software. We had questioned models of data ownership, and we had been saying that data, private data cannot be appropriated for, cannot be monetized, cannot be appropriated for private interest. All these campaigns have been taken by us. And I do think that in this world of AI, there is a need for us to look at models by which we can create value out of the knowledge of the community, to build our own LLM models out of the knowledge of the community around, and not look at huge data centers and data farms which create value out of the volumes of data that they have compiled, but instead use the information, the capability of the community around to use that information for creating our own AI. I think that that's also a very important thing to consider.
Like to add anything on that?
No, nothing. I mean, just to make it more, layman's language in the sense that what AI does is that it collects data of the people, their behavior, their social, their each and everything. For example, it's like a rainbow, like my look, my height, how do I move, and every small little data they are collecting. They are going to collect data of every one of us. They means someone, right? As a state, important that before somebody else collects those data, we ourselves safeguard our own data. We ask question, why are you needing this data? Will I get something out of it? What is this data and all that? Otherwise, what is going to happen is that Malayalam language will have 100 accents depending upon which part of the state you are. LLM will figure it out. And then somebody else will take your data and nurture it for their own benefit. It is important that the equitability of growth is there in the state, and you can be the lead. You can be the lead to become, in the next 5 years, most AI or data literate society in the country. Data literacy. It goes beyond information, beyond digital, beyond critical thinking. Are you data literate or not? Our community is data literate or not? Is the next target that we can have, and how do we innovate that as a state level and a community level is something that is very, very important. Otherwise, what happens is that we always create a new level of literacy and then we start working on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anup, your last thoughts on it.
The AI is a very, very interesting thing. What are the applications that you use on a day-to-day basis? Software applications? Huh? Oh, now it has been. I thought it was WhatsApp. Okay, ChatGPT. What else? Gemini, Google. Yes. Huh? Perplexity. I mean, forget about AI. I'm not talking about AI. I'm asking about any software applications that you use on a day-to-day basis. What is that? Microsoft Office. Microsoft Office. Yeah. WhatsApp, Instagram, Facebook, Google, Netflix, YouTube, other OTT platforms, most of which creates data, right? Data about what am I watching, what am I peeking, what do I like to search for. All that data is currently going to a few corporations of the world, and they are making money, more and more of it as we speak. Yeah. It is happening. It is happening, right? And which means that somebody sitting in California or Seattle will be able to tweak the social behaviors of people across the world. That is the reality. Now we are at a stage where we need to change that. It's not an easy task because data is already being stored somewhere else. So now we need to actually start rethinking, and that's where language becomes an important thing, right? Everything is now in English, right? If you create something around the regional languages, and let's say there is an LLM which understands accents across from Kasaragod to Parachala, and if you have governance services being delivered as part of that LLM, and you capture all that data that is coming as part of that governance, suddenly you have an opportunity to create new things in AI. So unless you get your data layer right, how do we shift the data control from the larger corporations of the world to the corporations that is residing within the country or the governments of India? We have a huge challenge in front of us. Now, that is one thing. I will also add another thing and maybe end on a lighter note. Somebody asked me, can I use AI? I want to do an exercise for 45 minutes. Want to do a brisk walk and some stretching. Can AI do it for me? I don't need, I'll have a beer where while AI does it for me. That's what he said. Can we do it? Huh? Another critical thinking exercise. Can we do it? The answer is we can. Because at the end of the day, this is all a neural network that is working in your brain, and some signals telling the brain that you should go and stretch, or some muscles needs to get stretched. And 2 days after, I saw a company in Hospets, a medical conference, which said that I can do 2 hours of exercise that you usually do in 20 minutes time using brain simulation. The company's name is Longitude or something like that, and they gave me a 10,000 rupee coupon so that I can go and check it out. So those kind of innovations are also happening. So it's not just only LLMs that we talk as AI. Anything and everything about medical care, about your fitness, about your entertainment, about your building management, town planning, all these things are going to be significantly transformed by AI. The challenge is to identify those opportunities, hard press your brain a little bit to find out solutions that are a little out of the box, and start working on some.
Do the thinking for you, then your neurons won't work, and ultimately you will become a user.
I just want to allow me to end it last week. Yeah, everybody knows this. We are going through a era of platformization, right? Everything that you use is a platform. So Shadi.com, matrimony.com, they all are collecting data. Even the app that you are downloading to see the agenda, you are already being platformized, right? So platformization means your behavior, your information, your social every activity is being captured. Obviously, when you are giving data, that data is going to be used by someone. So next discussion is that how platformization is going to rule us and how AI enabling that platformization is going to rule you absolutely.
How
Is the
algorithms
question
are going to manipulate
exactly
you.
manipulate you is the new ball game that you will be learning how to fight for in the next decade.
Okay, thank you, all panelists. And I think now we'll take one or two questions as we don't have much time. It's time for lunch. So can I have quick one or two questions? Yeah. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you all for your active participation and even panelists. A huge round of applause to the panelists. It was very interesting and thought-provoking discussion. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, speakers. Now that's an end to building an innovation ecosystem. Now, to appreciate them for their time and their knowledgeable insights they have given throughout this session, let me welcome Mr. N.G. Suresh to hand over the memento to them. In the meantime, a kind attention, ladies and gentlemen. For the speakers, we have arranged lunch near the speakers' lounge. I repeat, for the speakers, we have arranged lunch near the speakers' lounge. And for the rest of us, the lunch has been arranged near the Lever Hall. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session will begin sharply at 1:55. Please make sure to be here on time. Thank you and have a delicious lunch.
So you basically simply push people to encourage people to take that resource and lead as a extremely good. We don't dictate unless you're good person. Correct. Okay. Okay. Because I'll back you if the so you need more gas. Well, that is what I want. Right. How much capital are you? So $5,000 take well, $6,000, 30 crores. Basically, airline business is also raised that line. And I'm pretty sure the more smart than that. So they get the most stake that you have the racing rate. So one is hit and run. The second one is put that in market to do that without the third is liquidity. And now the meeting that he runs provide like warehouse where you need then we will very happy with what you guys have done. So I wanted to be like Kerala Bangalore. Per month. Per month. അത് അവരാണ് ഡിക്റ്റേറ്റ് ചെയ്തത്. വൈക്ലിംഗ് ചെയ്ത ഇത് ഡയറക്റ്റ്ലി chairman നല്ല connection ഉണ്ട്. So if we want to put one word about what needs to be done, we might അതെനിക്ക് actually ideas ആണ് then I'll try to make you and I'm much slower try to then I'm talking he's also from Kerala. I'm not talk to me. നമുക്ക് ഈ ഒരു ഡിഫറെന്റ് എക്സ്പീരിയൻസ് Send me an email. Thank you.
ഫുഡ് കഴിച്ചില്ലേ? നമ്മൾ ബാക്കിയുള്ളവരൊക്കെ ഫുഡ് കഴിച്ചു. ഇവിടെ ലീറ്റാണെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു. ആ ഇപ്പഴേ വിളിച്ചിട്ട് അന്നേ ബുക്ക് ചെയ്തത്. ഈ ട്രാക്ക് തെറ്റിപ്പോയി കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് പോവാൻ പാടാം. ആരൊക്കെ വരാനുള്ള ഗുഡ് പ്രാക്ടീസ് സ്കിൽ ഡെവലപ്മെന്റ് അതൊക്കെ നല്ല ഫുഡല്ല, മറ്റേ ഫുഡ് നല്ല ഫുഡായിരുന്നു. അനുപമ്പിക അതിന് അനുപമ്പികക്ക് ഇഷ്ടമല്ലേ ഇന്നലെ വെറുതെ ഇരുന്ന് എന്നെ കൊണ്ട് മറ്റേ ഇപ്പൊ പോയിട്ട് മന്ത്രിയെ വിളിച്ചിട്ട് ഞങ്ങൾ ടിക്കറ്റ് പോയി. ഓൾറെഡി അല്ല ബെൻസ് കയറി പോയി. ഞങ്ങൾ ആ പോലീസ് നല്ല രസം, നല്ല രസം. ബിസ്കോട്ട് കിട്ടുമല്ലോ. ഞങ്ങൾ ആദ്യം ഫ്രണ്ടിൽ പോലീസ് തൊട്ട് ബാക്കിൽ മന്ത്രി, അതിന്റെ വീട്ടിൽ ഞങ്ങളെ വിളിച്ചത്. ഞാൻ ആദ്യമായിട്ട് റെസ്കോട്ട് നല്ല രസമുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. ഈ അന്നത്തെ ഒരു ഇതില് നമ്മൾ കുറച്ചുകൂടെ ഇപ്പം നമ്മൾ പറഞ്ഞ ആൾക്കാരില്ല, അവിടെയായിരുന്നു ഞങ്ങൾ. നല്ല ഫണ്ണാണ് വരച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടാകും. ഇത് ആലുവയിലെ ബ്ലോക്കിന്റെ നടുവിൽ ടാങ്കുകൾ ജീവനല്ലേ ആദ്യം വേച്ചപ്പൂര്, ആലുവ പോലീസ്, പാലാരിവട്ടം പോലീസ്, കളമശ്ശേരി, പാലാരിവട്ടം, പ്രോട്ടോകോൾ നേരെ പ്രോട്ടോകോൾ ഓഫീസർക്ക് വരും. സ്റ്റേറ്റ് പ്രോട്ടോകോൾ അവരപ്പം തന്നെ ഇവിടെ വരും. എല്ലാ സ്റ്റേറ്റ് പ്രോട്ടോകോൾ അവിടെ പ്രോട്ടോകോൾ ഓഫീസർ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. പോലീസ് വന്നു. ഞാൻ എന്നിട്ട് പ്രോട്ടോകോൾ ഓഫീസർ വെച്ചിട്ട് നമ്മളെങ്ങനെയാ പെരുമാറുക? ഞാൻ പിന്നെ ഉടുപ്പില്ല ഇങ്ങനെ ഒരു ബുക്ക് ബുക്കല്ല 5 റോസ് അടിച്ചു മാറ്റി
വാലന്റൈൻസ് കൊടുക്കുന്നതാണ്.
ഒരു റോസ് അല്ല 5 തമ്മിൽ കെട്ട് പോലും ചെയ്യാണ്ട് ഇങ്ങനെ കൊടുത്തതേക്കാം മുള്ളൊക്കെ ഉള്ളത് ഒരു ഉടുപ്പ് പോകുന്ന വഴിക്ക് റിബൺ വാങ്ങിയിട്ട് റിബൺ കെട്ടിക്കൊണ്ട് ഞാൻ വാങ്ങി
ഒരു പൊന്നാണ് കാണിച്ചോ.
ഞാനേ വർഷങ്ങൾക്ക് വയറൊക്കെ ജയിലില്ല
ആ പോകാറുണ്ട്. അങ്ങനെ കാണണം. ഞാൻ വിളിക്കട്ടെ. ഇല്ല, please.
ഇപ്പൊ നിങ്ങൾ ആരൊക്കെയുള്ളതെന്ന് വെച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ടീച്ചേഴ്സ് വരുന്ന അനിൽ അംബിക, ആശിഷ് കുൽക്കർണി, ഒബ്രെ അലോഷ്യസും ചൈതന്യം. ഫിലിപ്പ് തോമസ് ഉണ്ടോ? ഫിലിപ്പ് തോമസ് ഫിലിപ്പ് തോമസ് ഉണ്ടോ? മോഡറേറ്റർ ഫിലിപ്പ് തോമസ് ഉണ്ടോ നമ്മളെ? എല്ലാവരും അനൂപ് ആരൊക്കെയാണുള്ളത്? അനൂപ് ആസിഫ് കുൽക്കർണി, ഒബ്രോയ്, ചൈതന്യം.
try our best to make it interesting. Yeah, you can come forward. In fact, we wanted to sit there and interact. So, the topic is passion to profession, and it's in the context of creative economy. And I will have a quick introduction since I thought host will be giving the introduction. Yeah, I will do that. He is Chaitanya Chandalekar. He is representing Whistling Woods. We are the industry agency sector. Chaitanya is tech because we are more creative. He is more creative tech. Then this is Aubrey Aloysius. He the music is his passion. He's got a platform. He'll be talking about it more during the session. And he uh, he's the face of our industry because he created the ABC. And he's instrumental in creating policies for Kerala state agency policy, seven states and states in pipeline. Ashish's life is dedicated to this sector. And the last one, no need of introduction in this room, Mr. Ambika, the CEO of Kerala Startup Mission. Uh, his passion towards creative sector was also one of the reasons we had this agency policy happening in Kerala. One more person who was behind this document. These three making the Kerala agency policy in March 2022. So now we have policy in place. So what we should do in the next 5 years will be the discussion in this panel. So I'll start with Ashish. Ashish is the most in this segment, and he knows Kerala very well. In the last 2 years, he has visited Kerala at least. He knows Kerala very well. Kerala has great ingredients, the abundant talent, the rich cultural heritage, uh, the institutions of another level. We have good tourism branch. So the question is, and we have all these things, AVG, how we can make it emerging? How can Kerala's unique cultural strengths be leveraged to nurture globally competitive talent for creative sector, specifically AVGC? And one more question is there, what steps should local educators and government take so that youth can translate creative passion to sustainable professions? This question comes, or we are discussing these things uh, the context of a global report which says 10% of the global GDP is going to come from creative economy. So, Ashish.
First of all, thanks for inviting us to the summit, global summit. I mean, uh, and very important thing is that the government of Kerala has already made a policy and which is under implementation right now. I most of the comic book artists to create the local art forms, and the Kerala mural art can be transformed into animation and the comic books, and also then it will find its way into the gaming, and there are quite a few other art forms. So I think instead of uh, you know creating a kind of a situation where kids are going out of Kerala to get educated, we need to make sure that the school need to have enough creative programs and techno-creative programs for them. And it needs to be at par with science and commerce so that they can select their career right in the school days and actually nurture their skills. That Kerala can do very well. Second is that in the higher education, we need to bring about, and I know that you passed a bill for private universities to come in. It is, it needs a final lot from the governor, but I'm hopeful that it comes faster so that we should be able to have world-class campuses nurtured here so that people don't have to go out. But I foresee, because of the art and culture of Kerala, the Binale, that doesn't happen anywhere else in India. There are several people who are into, doing concerts here. They're amazing bands here. I think we should make Kerala a great education hub whereby we invite students from all over the world come here and experience all these things, because what's going to be missing out into the digital ecosystem is going to be all the same. What makes it different is the culture, the whole ecosystem of learning. And I think that's the plus point of Kerala, and Kerala should not lose on that to the technology. Although a lot of people are going to talk about technology, but I'm saying that the foundation should not be lost. I have been with Philip to one fabulous university in Kerala called Kalamani, and the intake of students happens at the age of 14, 15, and they're engaged in the university because the art form that they are preparing themselves for in the university, uh, they need to actually enter at a raw age so that their muscles, the facials, and otherwise their bodies should get prepared to perform on the platform. And this kind of university doesn't exist anywhere else in the world. And I think what we need to do is to empower people to make their careers into this areas and give them the right direction so that we can actually move that forward. In the startup mission, I've seen there's a lot of push for the creative to take it forward. I think that's another step post education that people would do. And I would like to say, you know, get educated. Normally, people who come into our ecosystem, they can play music, they can do art forms, or they can actually do acting or do performances. Uh, we need to empower them with the right kind of opportunities, and that Kerala can offer to them. And I think Kerala is the right example to take that forward. And we are not following the path of learn software, be creative. If you're not creative, you will not be able to do the software. So we need to follow the reverse process. So we should concentrate on our cultural ethos to our art forms and guide them in the contemporary format. I think that's the thing that Kerala can do extremely well. I think that's what we should concentrate on.
Thank you, Raj. Benji, so, let us struggle with striving better as best. But many still face barriers in scaling their ideas, especially the creative. How is guidance of creative startups to move from passion-driven programs to established businesses?
We're not giving that much support right now, but we're planning to. But I think, yeah, we need to know the policy. See, one of the problems that I've seen is that startups are often equated to uh, technology, mobile apps, etc. etc. And the orange economy or the pink economy, as they call it, is not yet considered as a large economic creation of larger economic impact in the society. But world over, it's a huge market. I don't remember the billions of dollars that is going to be created out of the orange economy. It is a lot of money that is created out of this. So oftentimes what happens is the person who wants to create a short film or an animation game comes to us and says that I would like to have a grant, and which is what our first step of support is. We give grants up to 15 lakhs for development of a product. But the expert panel who's looking at that grant or application says that, oh, this is only a movie or a short film. So technically, we are not allowed to give that. But AEDC policy changes all that. Suddenly we have this opportunity that if you have a new idea, I don't know how many of you have read ITK Mama or seen ITK Mama? Okay. Yeah. I think it's like I think 1,000 stories put together, but characters have pretty much covers the entire span of history across Kerala. You will find, occult magic, temples, churches, everything mentioned in that folklore. Huge opportunity to convert some of them and create local heroes in the form of animation. With VO3 coming into play, you will see a lot of kids now starting with Tuffy and Kutus and all the Balan classics being converted into videos. So I think it's right about the right time. You have the AI tools which will make you create a prototype without having to use a studio. So you can, use your creativity. When we see that prototype, I think we can give them a grant up to 15 lakhs for creating content. Um, for taking an international exhibition, I think you can get 5 lakhs or 10 lakhs or something like that. And on top of that, so basically three things that you need. One is money, second is infrastructure. So not everybody will have the right infrastructure. We're planning to create hub and spokes. There will be two hubs that we created around Techno Hub and spokes places. One of the spokes that we are planning to work on is in the Kottayam district, along with ASAC Community Skill Park, the KR Narayanan Film Institute. There is also a plan to set up a mini incubator in Kerala Kalamandalam. So basically, Sam Santosh, who's a seasoned entrepreneur, has set up a Portos Malabaricas garden in Shorroad, very close to Kalamandalam. So he now wants to take the lead and create this mini incubator in Kerala Kalamandalam. So this is going to be another activity that he will be doing. We also submitted a proposal to the central government for setting up a creative incubator, which hopefully will fetch us around 10 crores. So we will be able to do some of these activities as part of that meeting. But for now, if you have an idea, which is a short film, a movie, a gaming, an animation, then you come to us. We will put you through the ABGC XR policy related and get up to 50 lakhs of grants. That is what we have at this point.
Thank you.
I think one of the things the policy also setting up hub and spoke. It can help the creators economy to actually need not be from AVGC alone, but somebody wants to create content. They should be empowered to create content and create their channels and make sure that they are contributing to the whole ecosystem. And that's a part of our policy. And I think the first four out of the 11 implemented into the rural spaces so that people can really also get put there and make sure that their content is relevant to the local audience.
Next, from questions to questions. Music is something that we don't deal on a regular basis, but along music and recently we have big brands like global musicians. So brands music and performing. How can platforms like yours help aspiring musicians monetize their passion in digital?
Thank you. Thank you for having me here. My thoughts to the wonderful question. I graduated as a co-founder of Lorraine. For Lorraine is the category. Lorraine is very unique. The brand in the market. We have started with other name. So that name specifically stuck, and so we decided to call the company that's unique. That's what I want to share about people here. Well, young entrepreneurs, or quality entrepreneurs, startup India, the skills that they need. Now, music, Canada is known. Let me give you, ask you a question. How many of you love music? Can you raise your hands up? Really participate in this Q&A. It starts right at the 100% love music. Yeah, 95%.
Like, 21 years of research at Lorraine Music or AI, we have a system where we reverse this trend. Whoever comes through our system, 96% of them complete the course. And therefore, may I suggest the following? May I suggest the following, that the vision that we have for India is 100% music. Kerala, since Kerala was the first one that was 100%. Kerala was the first state as 100% music literacy. You know, please to clap and I'll stop talking. Because my heart, having seen this nation develop extraordinarily with this potential, talent, and diversity, starting with Kerala. By the way, I am the son of the soil. My grandfather's was anybody here, I'll just say broadly, my not, my great grandfather's was brought up there. I read as a child. What I'm saying is, we talked about Kerala diaspora. Coming back to music, how can we transform education into entrepreneurial skills? We're talking about passion turning into profession. And when we talk about profession, we don't think of a Malayalam word called job. Right? Everyone I know, job, paid job, full-time job, not even part-time. No, I want to change that perspective. I want to call that job generation as an unequal income generation. And we need to nurture youngsters to start looking down. Look at you, how for themselves, what it can out that previous years. That's how kids start. That's how we keep kickstart the economy. By the way, talking about what youth, the first thing is the problem with the mindset of parents. Parents, when the child going to say, I want to start learning music, I want to start learning something creative. Is it creative? How much money? How much control? Okay. Let me tell you, flip that question around. Say, you know, speaking of the economy today is US dollars 2.3 trillion. 2.3 trillion dollars, US dollars is the creative economy as of today. India's economy is around 4 trillion US dollars, which means the global trade, global more than half of India's economy. And as Ashish has pointed out earlier, and that is the future. There is talent. Immense talent. No doubt. No arguments there. How do we convert this talent into entrepreneurship? Well, if you have passion, it remains all. But if you want to translate it to profession, you need discipline. Illumination, you need discipline, skills, and then and that's the mindset of an entrepreneur. You must learn other skills. How do you get into digital economy? How do you understand the social media? How do you understand branding? How do you understand branding? Okay? How do you understand technology? What do you call it? You would adopt, embrace it. And then you understand how to deal with finance. How do you price your product? You overprice it for the market. What are prices will be? You've got to learn pricing, then you've got to learn contracts, you've got to learn negotiation. You know, an entrepreneur tomorrow, young Kerala, is going to have wear multiple hats. And that's the business we're talking about. It's not just music, or not just it's multiple, items that I think this is the next generation. I believe I can see Kerala being a hub of talent, converting that into job givers through this entrepreneurial process, and really making the skilled and talented people of Kerala contributing to the global economy, because today there's a borderless economy. The creative economy, right, growing at a faster than manufacturing. So we got a global economy, which will actually contribute to the global economy. It's like work in work. Can you imagine urban boy learning English, teaching a child in Canada how to learn music online, sitting in home, going and engaging with an advertising agency in Dubai to create an ad for them, all while sitting here and earning money. That's the experience. I'll stop there.
Here, key percentage of various now really instruments which is rather typical for the creative system. So the question is the context of film and media education. How can Kerala promote legacy to the performing arts? Continuous curricular to prepare students for the future creative opportunities.
Thanks for having me. Just what Anish briefly mentioned. If you look at all the fact that I would grow up without learning an instrument or without learning a kala was unthinkable. It's part of everybody's growing up. It's just normal. What happens is when you get to school, you're told that physics, chemistry, biology, maths, languages are real subjects. And all this you won't be what extracurricular, credibility, in some cases, dignity, and not only does it restrict the higher education pathways, but it also prevents them from being well-rounded, creative adults. As important to your life as physics, chemistry, maths, as important is creative and performing arts. The structure on how to do that and how to make sure that our 18-year-old is that well-rounded student who looks at higher education in engineering and they have already studied the foundation of that. They have studied the foundation of that, which is chemistry and biology, and media language. Now, the problem is the foundational education of media and media, which is creative thinking, which is broken up into strategic thinking, lateral thinking, narrative thinking, design thinking, is not taught in school as part of the subject. If it is, it's correct. It's very complex. So the first thing you need to do is you need to put that on par with everything else. The moment you put that par on par with everything else, everything then starts to percolate down. So I gave the example of that. Today, if you look at anime, I mean, why is anime so popular in India? Because it's culturally rooted. And we can understand that it's culturally rooted, even if it's a different culture. There's no reason why that it can't happen for our local art. Whether it is Kerala, Madhuban, Goa, Bali, so many of them, which all of them have that potential, but kids don't know about it. If you're not taught that in school, you will see, consume what is there on the on your phone. So coming back to that, how do you kind of build out a well-rounded populace? This is how you do it. You need to restructure your education to make sure that 20 to 25% of your education, when I mean education, I mean in the timetable periods with assessments, evaluation as serious as is foundational education, creative and performance. Now, once that happens, now you have a student that's for all the world. On top of that, then you need to have quality education at the higher education level. You need to make sure that students understand art craft, they understand technology, and they understand business. The silos of this one is creative and this one is technical and this one is business.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure it ever existed. They're definitely gone. Every artist is a technician. Every technician is an artist. They both understand it. That's the only way you're going to get a student to make sure that they think techno-creative. They don't think creative. See, human beings are natural born storytellers. It's wired into our DNA. All we need to do is figure out the technology of the time. Now, the person who used to live in the cave, the technology of the time was charcoal, or the technology of the time was the red sap that is coming out of the tree. So they figure out that if I take this black and I take this red and I paint stuff on the walls, there's stories which will remain forever. This natural hardwired storytelling DNA in us. You have to make sure that you fan the flame, continue fanning the flame right from all the way till as long as you want to study. You never stop. Right? You're always a student. So once you've got a well-rounded high school curriculum, well-rounded higher education, TV, media, and entertainment across all the buckets, from narrative arts, film management, creative arts, performing arts, within that all the 14, 16, 18 electives, now you've got a well-formed group of students who is now able to build out an industry that is not just local, but it's local going global. And we have enough examples in the world. Japan, Korea, long list of small countries that build out their creative economies and that's a great possibility for Kerala to do, starting from high school.
Thanks. That is a for last suggested. It was also part of policy to reduce creative subjects in the education. So we finished the first round. So secondly, on opportunities to monetize tech and ecosystem support, because we were discussing about strengths of culture, how the revenue is also important. Most of the time, so people monetization is one concern. The first will be associated. Monetization is a challenge for creative talent. If we, I am asking question, talk about the government initiative, because bazaars, ecosystem available, set of audience. Many of the countries, there is no such what sustainable business models are more effective for animation design, how can develop wider
I think it well known as the industry, and then the really well. One has to understand that you make a creative career, you need to be more immediate entrepreneur, because the largest number of skills which are there in filmmaking and in storytelling are freelancers. People actually deliver project to project. Very people individual effects that studios and on payroll. Otherwise, you film industry, they come together with their skills and they work on so it helps. But I try to impress more people because they use the this is the best. But then how do you really centralize this and how do you make that enabling for them to so we have at a national level now Venezuela is traveling to 25 countries at this point. So actually people are adored, which is the 15th will surely the issue is that what we have to do that is we have unable individuals to really see that their ideas go into becoming a complete product, whether it's a game or a web series, and that's where the opportunity we created to avail people that have a bit of funding. Also, once the product is you can build the kids and present the idea. I'd say that we have created a whole series of programs in India whereby we bring comic book artists, game publishers, and book publishers together. These are very popular. We would like to bring one to Cochin very soon, probably early 2026, which is normally attended by around 60 people over 2 days or 3 days. And we would like that really we have listed for 70 or we would like to show some of them display their own publishers. These publishers pick it up with a game or make a comic book available with the complete product coming back to the artist. And I think that monetization is another one. But to actually do some round of training programs to all the individual artists to how to make a presentation, how to present their idea, how to make sure that that idea is quality enough to be picked up for the next. At the same time, many of them who are very books and story boards can now start presenting and making sure that they are presenting to people. Now, people are investing into visualization and the using that creating environments, and as a virtual product uh, live action, most of the effects artists and other artists who are creating assets have a good opportunity to work because they create virtual assets before it is actually shot. So there are different opportunities for people who their skills are made available to the right formats where they can start making money. At the same time, there are things with the monetization. People create product and then bring them the light group and also commissioner create that available. At this stage, the policy moving forward, we will have event created which will actually bring most of the producers to Kerala to see what kind of talent it is. There is one such event that is happening in Mumbai right now on 7th and 8th of October, which is what this is the 25th year of the producers. Something called as Freight. To uh, have an idea that these people pitch to America or to America or those, they will all be given different roles and you can go and pick the idea. And that thing is already you Google search your idea, 80 frames per right, you will get actually form and be there and you can actually get it. You should be able to do your idea in the regional space as well. You're waiting for first event that happens with that master summit or the events that we are doing in Kerala, which will give opportunity for people to reach it locally as well. And this ecosystem is very important to create. Policy to do that. And with the educational institutions that is now coming up in this space to make sure that creative talent programs are available apart from site performers. I think all this ecosystem is here to develop. But that education has to happen along with the creative education.
Globally recognized practice. There is a yes.
Yeah. We have national award winning artists like in our industry, we have and this artist, you know,
Last 2 years consecutively,
absolutely. back. We also have a recent award which went to started by Prakash. He came back from Pixar, USA, in his first studio, which won the Bangalore International Short Film Festival Award. This is about 2 weeks. And the quality of work that they've done is just marvelous. And we have source two people based out of Quebec, which is called comic book called Battle of the Winds. We are taking Battle of the Winds to Middle East because it's a Middle East idea. And now converting that into a series and a feature film. The animation style that they have built. So that's the next big thing that we do. But we have to identify such artists from Kerala where we can actually get them to become the meeting. So the Battle of the Winds. Now they are creating 60 groups of with different styles, each style, different style, which can all become the animation styles of there. So this is a kind of and that's going to be a very big thing because we are going to launch it in Comic Cons with the complete publisher ecosystem that can be a collector's item for kids all over the world. So that's very uniquely done. So I think if you look at these artists from Kerala, some of them are not seen in Mumbai, but they have right connection. We would like to help them create so that there. But I must tell you that there is a studio owner from CB who decided to bring a lot of artists from Kerala, and they came all the way to the studio in Thrissur. And today that is delivering all the international projects as well as the national projects. So they've got to really, you know, work on Amazon, that delivery system. So I think it's the objective of the environment, and these artists will start delivering again.
And I would like to mention one name, very famous as Arun Jesus. Don't forget, he did a name for himself in a world which was not. Can you imagine if he was born as a youngster today? That's what youngsters do.
Support your sport. So during the lunch, myself and Mr. Suresh is talking about Kazaria's future careers. It was very much. I was planning to go familiar to Kerala. I said, yes, I was a scientist in campus. I had to take it back. I have to pursue my college. So that's the kind of scientist
We have a new association coming up called India Association of Sequential Arts, Asha, where we have 300 comic book artists coming together. We are going to do the next stylizations of India, which are going to be into animation, the graphic novels and animation, comic books. People to convert their idea into register their idea. So that's one big mission that we are on.
Yeah, next question.
Just take one more, just an offshoot from what you mentioned, where you met this ISRO scientist who loved comics. You know, that's what the beauty of art is. Learn music today, you apply music in AGC, you apply music in films, you need music in every art form, right? But the beauty of it is, that you know that the famous artist of the world is called Albert Einstein was you don't have to learn music just as a the person who music. You can be a scientist, you can be an accountant, you can be a filmmaker, you can be anybody. It's well.
One more time. So you don't need what we are talking about is we want an engineer to be a creative engineer and politician to be a politician. We want an officer to be a creative officer, a creative doctor. So we want creativity in all of them to be like different approach. The thinking has to come to the school and they need to start thinking about their solutions differently. At the same time, like sports makes you a very different person because you know sportsman spirit comes from there, you know how to prepare, where you don't mind losing a game and moving forward in life. So you are habitual to failure, and it also makes sure that your physical fitness is great. At the same time, music to a lot of person or you grow up to be a very natural person. If you are listening to music. I think it's a very important thing that we're trying to see, which we discovered in our educational policy after independence. Now that it's there, we need to make the most use of it. Is what we're trying to say.
Not just listening to music, learning music.
Enabling me. So, unlike IT professional, see, clear access workshop. So, policy and support prioritize entrepreneurship and facilitate easier access to financing, mentorship, and global partnerships. We can even mention the cases of some of the startups funding.
Most of the startups who have got funding actually are in the education space or the teaching space. Who's probably for games, not his name, Joffin, I think. Yeah. Uh, quite a few number of companies, and this funding is not small. It could be like $1 million, $2 million in funding is what these guys are getting. But I think one of the biggest problems that I've seen with the performing artists is this. So when you travel across Kerala, you see multiple. But that's we did a program called Beyond the World. Heard about Power, interest in arts was secondary to session and glad. So there was, I forgot the name of the person, Sri, he's one ideas at the Power. And he was actually telling about the struggles that he went through before he could actually make it financially sustainable. So it's not very easy. First of all, one of the problems that I've seen is that they don't want to tell people, they don't want to sell the art. The concept of saying that and sometimes I go and talk business to people. I say that you sell this and you and I right? How can you sell art? That is true because it's coming out of your passion, out of your heart, right? It's not your brain tech. It's really coming from your heart. I think we need to figure out a way by which subtly, sensitively encourage or empower these local artists. Package the art. See, Kalamandalam, they can look at it. Who has got the patience to listen and sit and watch Kathakali for 2 hours or 2.5 hours? Right? I have personally tried this out in Telugu. People, we even gave a description about the story, it was Kalyana Saugatigam. And people could not sit through the entire performance, which is a disrespect towards the artist and disrespect towards the art form. So we need to change with the times. How do we improvise ourselves in such a way that it becomes consumable for the common man? Because after all, art is for entertainment of the common man. That is why movies are so popular, or music is so popular, right? People understand it, people dispense it. So similarly, your performing art needs to be improvised so that it can be consumed by the public. And I think one of the areas that we are planning on doing some work is helping these artists without hurting their ego into translating some of their artwork into a film or an experience that people can consume. I think there is a lot of work we do in that front, and that is where all these incubators and Kalamandalam incubator and everything are coming. The next is the global economy, which is ready to consume this, right? So there are, for time immemorial, when I was a kid, a small kid, I used to see, people from UK and Denmark and Scandinavia come to Kerala and learn Kathakali or Ottantullal or Kudiyattam, right? So there's a handful of people who had that extreme passion which made them stay here and learn in the 70s or 80s. But I'm pretty certain that there are quite a lot of creative artists who are interested in the color palettes, in the mixings, in the stories, in the folklores, and we need to make that connection. The connection between, let's say, Kerala Kalamandalam and the United States of America. Right? How do we do that? And we need to create an international exposure programs, which is where your Waves Bazaar, which will go to 50 countries and say that these are things that you can come and experience, right? So that sort of a marketing also needs to happen. Both of these things, I believe that the impediment is the ego that the artist has, and we need to slowly convert that, or I don't know, manage their ego and make them believe that you need to have a financial sustainable system so that this art exists. Otherwise, most of it will perish. Right? We need to conserve these arts. We need to actually make it financially self-sustainable. And conversion of this to a consumer product, taking that product to an international market are the two things that we plan on.
Thank you. Organizers said that we should speed up, even though it's which I'm just question for you. What's motivating or organizational have you just finished it? Could be freelance full time, performing arts, which can reach.
Yes, so I think the first name that comes up is the famous East singer in music. It's really music. It can be across any creative sphere.
But I was told Hanuman Kite.
Sorry, come again?
Hanuman Kite.
Yeah. So monetization, it's a problem with all artists, and especially music. So one of the first things I want to make some announcements here, so you can pay attention, grab it, and really I'm going to make three announcements. And this is my offer to as an organization, as an individual, as a Kerala, to the state of Kerala and to the people of Kerala. Okay, monetization is very important. And while we talked about, and someone was talking about struggle with artists, I think that we can overcome is nurturing the next generation. So the first thing I want to do at the foundation level, and we're working with Kite, we're working with the Kerala, so that in 2026, children will learn music. We're not saying this music, but actually becoming music literate. That's a new brand of music. That's the first thing I wanted to. That's official, but in terms of the employment opportunity, monetization opportunity, the first thing is we want to offer. The Lorraine Music.ai wants to offer 10,000 trips to the undergraduate and graduate students of Kerala. Very a result-oriented opportunity, result-oriented internship, which is skill and ability to earn money. In return, I will work with the government, I will share with the elders of the state. And that's the first thing that we will roll out immediately. The second thing we're going to roll out is actual, not jolly, but income-generated opportunities for the youth. So one is college students, the other is graduates who are looking for earnings through jobs or through. Here is what we have to offer. Another 10,000
Music education advisors is what we want to create every year. By the way, this is every year. 10,000 music education advisors who will be trained in the art of music, will be trained in salesmanship, will be trained in entrepreneurship. This goes back to the internship that we talked about. Will be trained in the use of technology platforms that Lorraine used out in our hands. Okay, that's a second. The third one is I want to take the very artists that we're talking about and keep them on platform. We take 21 years of research in pedagogical disruption. By the way, we've got students from across 3 countries, all from one corner of India, across 5 continents. And we've got a group of market that is exclusive. 1,000 Kerala artists, musicians. Give them an opportunity to do their art. Monetization models are immense. We artists, musicians, think like an entrepreneur. You know, the passion to when one thinks think like an entrepreneur and create unique models. By the way, I'm a classic example. I'm an ex-international banker. I did my entrepreneurship and then yeah. I mean, I talk about finance because I talk about 10,000 numbers. I just did this. This is every year. Creating 30 lakh opportunities. Yes, we can do it. Let's start with 1,000. Let's talk about the next one. And the last bit, yeah, the last bit, we can get the first 1,000 visitors on the platform. I think we can scale this up. Opportunities are immense. Models can be created and innovative in create new models for the world. Now with the tariff issues, that's one thing. While tourism is one opportunity to build up tourism, the creative economy. I'm telling you, the digital economy, there is no limit. There is no tariff boundary. If you service in India, if you artists in India, stay in India, no one can tax you. Just go out there. Let's try and create the next generation. How to do this? And let's try and make a way to musicians. I believe Kerala should be the starting point by implementing all in
India next 4 years in technology, digital excellence. You were instrumental in outside professional tech sector. International collaborations are just creating education. How can Canada build partnerships to boost global exposure and skilling for local talent? Microsoft, India, Detroit.
So, thanks. I mean, if you look at cross section of careers that get deployed in the media and entertainment industry, almost a third of the media and entertainment industry in tech education. They're not they're the ones that make sure that 4K content in the West Bengal, right? That's how we're able to do 40 million parallel around 63 million parallel of the World Cup that happened last year. But that's not it, right? Because that is just pure text. The conversation to be had is how do I take in order to make my storytelling better? Because at the end of it, everything is storytelling. And that is that is the uh, talking about how you can here. So it's a, by education, I'm a federal government, unfortunately. But today I am the vice president and business head of India's premier school. I'm also the chief technology officer and I head the emerging media department. The emerging media lab that district runs, we're building new tech workflows where a couple of our products are pre-patented. One of them goes to years first tech patent. That's the other option. Why can't the next codec come from India? Why can't the next compression protocol come from India? Why don't we look at creating tech IP in addition to creating content IP? Content IPs are great. Tech IPs are also great. And I mean, who else will do software but us, given that the world software is anyway done out of India. So, given this ecosystem, that is where you have to dwell on. So, all the talent exists. Your people talent exists, your management talent exists, your technical talent exists. You have to bring it together in order to be able to build out that creative. That is what we've been doing at District now for 14 years. Driving the industry into development, into growth, with technology as the sharp end of the stick. But obviously focus on creative. Creative is never creative. To add to the monetization bit, so in the last 18 years, we graduated about 4,000 alumni. 95% of them are exceptionally well affiliated. There are more unemployed and unemployable engineers today than unemployed and unemployable people. So for that worry to exist, is increasing perception, and it's our industry not doing a good job to push back against the perception that this is an industry which is not stable, or this is an industry where jobs only if you go for. 99% of our graduates had no background in industry. They came from all over, from Grassroots to, I mean, one of your Kerala, so many alumni of our from Kerala come to come back here. We do not have actors who will he was doing the MBA in media editing because he wanted to educate himself on the business side of things. Knowing that yes, while he wants to act, he will continue to act, he does not want to ignore the how can he build out his brand and how can he build out a business empire in addition to his art. So you have to look at all these verticals and you have to look at skill sets. Oftentimes what happens is skill set and vertical gets and industry gets the thing. Somebody will say, oh, I write well. Okay, go everything right. No, that's not the only way. If you're a good writer, if you're writing the service of a brand, you're a copy. The service of an idea to be read by people, you're a novelist. If you're writing the service of an idea to be portrayed on the audiovisual platform, you're a screenwriter. Same thing with points, everything, music. So this kind of confluence of stuff comes together in order to get that well-rounded technology the core. And that's really what I'd love to focus on. If you want to be the support in that data.
Thank you. Thank you for your question. So we go to questions there. Yes.
My friend from Goa was talking about the disruption. Cross-border level, we forecast segmenting, demarcating this play. How this particular business we go to music has more barricade. So it's designed interesting brand. When he was talking about particular disruption. So when you go on the cross-border level, but there's a differentiation of linguistic barrier. So how will you address that part? How
story. Most you should actually visit one of the facilitation centers of the art to see how we can get the local art forms in so that it becomes popular again. And we are able to watch this the present day formats that takes the watching all over the world. People are watching all over the world. so that they can start developing future. I'll give you an example in Rajasthan. They give a 25 lakh grant and a space in the incubator for artists for comic. 34 each comic book can be made into 11 pieces. 1 lakh rupees for operations. So, as a human, they have to, the artists stay there 4 or 5 hours in one, and they made 12 comic books on one theme of Rajasthan. Somebody made it on the language of Rajasthan, somebody made it on sports of Rajasthan, the food of Rajasthan, different topics. There are several right now working on creating 12 books each. They are funded with 25 lakhs as a grant, so they don't have to do that. But because it's a Rajasthan-based idea, the government of Rajasthan is buying 4.5 lakh copies of each to be put into the system. I'm saying that even different states can manage happening. So that's just a few, but we can any other formats. You know, better.
Just to add one line to that, how many people here have actually tried their hand at Kerala murals themselves? They may be bad at it, never mind, but at least try it. Right? So, what I mean, one of our she just published a coloring book, right? It was very weird when she took the idea, and I'm like, okay. Then we did it. The institute funded her creation, and then Amazon ended up. So essentially, it has got 16 different art forms from India. Each of them has 4 pages. So the QR code, you scan it, you learn about the art form, you look at it, how you pick it up. On the right side, you got the outline drawing. Color it yourself, frame it, and put it up. Right? Now, this is something that you kind of start to activate that interest in kids all over the country. Amazon sold some 30,000 of those copies in school. So, some of them is in Kerala as well.
I just have to apologize to the members of the Vice panel for delaying the bring it to a close, but I just want to say this panel, by the way, this panel has been passion professionals. We are professionals, but you can see the passion behind our conversation. Thank you.
Yeah, so we thank you all for the patience. Please don't take the ball. We're all talking about the ABGC animation, visual effects, and stuff. So most of you have seen Bahubali movie. All of you, most of you. Another. So we have been traffic behind these movies, which is here. Having a is ours is called lecture, but we on the side ourselves behind the screen. Please attend the session. Thank you all. Good evening.
Thank you so much. Such an entertaining and insightful session it was. To express our gratitude, we request Mr. Arun Amiga, CEO, Kerala Startup Mission, to present to our panelists. Next up, good practices in skill development industry. Industry plays a pivotal role in shaping a workforce with real-time demand and evolving job roles. This will highlight successful industry-led skill initiatives focusing on innovation, scalability, inclusion-led, and outcome-based impact. It will explore how industry can lead by example in creating pathways for new employment, upskilling existing workers, and co-developing curricula with academic partners. The objective is to showcase applicable models that workforce readiness with industry growth. Let me invite the panelists onto this. Sri Nagarika
in them, IAS, MD, Karnataka Skill Development Corporation. Visita Joyce, Tata, Stride. Harish Nastani, National Sales Manager. Festo, Galactic India. E. Nazir, Executive Director, International Automobile Center of Excellence. Satish Group, Advisor, Schneider Electric. Subaraman Balasubramanian, Senior Vice President, HPL Technologies Limited. I invite all the dignitaries to please come onto this dais and please take your seats. Let's welcome the dignitaries with a huge round of applause, people. They are here for you.
Good session.
So we have the panelists here for the good practices in skill development industry. And this session is going to be moderated by Mr. Ramzan Chaudhary, Honorary World Skill International. Hand together for the panelist speaker. We have one more panelist joining here, Mr. Ramesh Headskillin Bajaj.
Hello everybody, hello audience. So let me do I know we are running behind schedule, so I'll do a quick round of introductions. Starting with my team left, we have Rajiv, International Automotive Center of Excellence. Then we have Satish here. We have Vijita, who's from Stride. Then we have from HCL. We have extra planning school. We have Ramesh from the John Logo and moderate. So just to give a brief context, we actually go into the definitions of the average prices use. If you look at meaningful skill development, industry is one of the key stakeholders, and it has been proven over time that industry-led skill initiatives are more robust and deliver better outcomes. Our panel today are not only from all represent but different sectors, all of them are looking or have skilling options which are temporary and are meant for the jobs that are emerging and are going to come out. The format is very simple. I have a set of questions. It is, I'll share the questions with the panel and ask them to share with the audience and us their views, experiences, and so the first question that I have is that why is industry or industry aligned initiatives looking for successful outcomes? I'd like to request Vijay, being the lady on the to start off.
So I think I have all my represented talk about this and even industry knows the road ahead. Who better than industry to be so that industry net model or line model as like is the way forward. And I will just speak about the model that we do at Campus Tribe for employment and for entrepreneurship. One of the models that I want to talk about is the dual model. This is basically a German model which we brought into India. And we're working with about 5 states. And it will run a lakh so far. What we do here is we bring industry closer to ITI. ITI stands for Industrial Training Institute, but sadly the reality is that the institute is very far away from the industry. So what we do is we collaborate with large industries like medicine, that's the core. We interact, we collaborate with them, we help IT go to industry, get on the job during their course. What does this do is they get a mental experience and it also becomes a basic pathway. And it's a good transition for cities, industries, and this is one thing that we do with the employment space. Another thing that we do with the entrepreneurship space is a program that is called as if we remote locations or rural areas, entrepreneurship is something is the way forward or the only option available. What we do is we connect young minds with people who are already entrepreneurs, mentor them, help them with business. So that's another thing that in the entrepreneurship space, which is very industry-led, which is very just focused on skills, building the skills for employment or for entrepreneurship. There are a couple of other models we can go forward with. But these are two things that I really wanted to start.
Thank you, Vijay. So I may represent auto industry, primarily four-wheeler because we are analysts from Bajaj also there. The core challenge that core problem we're trying to solve of India GDP. How the similar representation would exist in equation. So how do we do that? And this predominantly is not just in IT, but also private exchange and organizations like ours, wherein government as well as industry participated in works to create tailor-made, customized polygons, figured shots in management. So these courses cut across IIT, BTech, and now idea to create the job readiness quotient, job readiness quotient of this candidate so that we can be much more industry relevant than what they are currently. And even being from industry background, first being from industry, we have an operating industry as you know
seamlessly so that it can work as an ecosystem and be replicable and scalable to scale across any part of the country. More from one specific sector. When I'm talking about auto, it covers auto, then aspect. So the manufacturing, mentioned since we are not the sector that compete exported. So the companies are not exporting products. So in a kind of a scenario, we need to have sectors that will produce products that are globally already in mind and ready. Hence, this kind of international is something that we think should be scaled.
Thank you for giving the opening statement. Uh, you being from the automotive center of excellence, I thought I should logically follow you. So I'm taking over. The thing is, I would like to highlight flagship initiative of the government. And from CSR, both CSR, I work for years, TV, Hindustan Motors, and running from R&D to management to international. So after my innings, I was asked to join CSR. And that time, CSR in Bajaj Auto used to be the usual ones, what you see as old age homes, group home. And Rajiv took over, Rajiv being the focus person, said we should only do CSR where we have strengths. And that being a technical strength of Bajaj Auto, we curated a course, Bajaj Engineering Training course. It is deployed in universities across the country. In select universities, we do a training process and then select uh, state. Till now, we have covered 7 states. We will be covering at least another 12 going on. In fact, we also intend deploying it in 90s and IIT. So the course is like this. In phase one, we have developed industry curated manufacturing, which is both in robotic automation as well as in industry 4.0. So in this, there are 3 modules there, and we have also brought in about 190 odd equipment, industry grade equipment, which are used in industry, and we are deploying the industry in campus, high-end laboratories. So when we started with we started for tier 3 type of students coming to the university because they don't have access to food labs. After their engineering, they join the lab, they get employed. So that's the model. But recently, because of the impact it created, all of them are creating. So because of the impact, we were called by the education minister, and they said that we should get all the NITs and IITs. So that's where we are now. So we are now integrated into the curriculum of now, if you want a degree in mechanical, you have to be. So that's how it is integrated as a part of the curriculum. Going forward, phase 2 also we that's how we have started. This is it. So more of that later on I will elaborate.
Hello, am I audible? Okay, thank you everyone for input. So, specific to industry-led and industry-aligned program, just want industry-led program is very effective, but it is not scalable. But an industry-aligned program, active participation, government, and necessary policy framework can make substantial change. Today, we are only scratching the surface. India is a hugely populous place,
demographic dividend today being involved could be a huge disaster. We want, adequately skill ourselves. Just what Mr. that demographic dividend is meaningless without a skill dividend, adequate skill dividend. So if you look at employment youth in this country, could be somewhere at the rate of 65 crore. And an industrial program can never match even this. So it needs much more deeper thought. While within an organization like Leader, we are doing it very much for many years, and we are providing this solution with the French Ministry of Education. And, but I realize that substantially going to do with the society. We want this massive, civilization to be moved to the next level of, their development. I just want to.
When you began to talk about contemporary to the times, and then it went on to ask if industry aligned to the industry led. Let's go back in time a little bit. 2000 years ago, I don't think we had USSD in college. We had this is private. To go back to the question, is industry led or aligned? A few decades, 2000 years ago, it was only colleges, 40 years ago. Companies were insisting on what kind of skilling is required, and that skilling is so it was still the alignment came to policies sort of caught up with what we were. Now we in our organization are back experiment. Okay, continue to also explore another way school. Because it's about skill, it does not necessarily begin only where it's exploring us having model tech, where we get bright, well-standard students for our entry level. So, question is the industry needs creating people.
So all panelists aligned to whether industry aligned program go back and fundamentally say why because the time that we the transformation happening, there is a technology transformation happening, there is a business transformation happening. Where business transformation happening, it's like manufacturing changing a lot size volume production. It's like new business product would be the tire. This is the amount of usage that you make in business. There is a transformation happening. Investing into equipment or investing vehicles, and that's the change. And also technological change. Technology for me, I am working on everything. It's a change in the environment of how education is changing. We talk about industries. In general, we talk about lifelong learning. That's important. We are talking about learning being available anywhere. It is blended. It is very is also learn how you learn. And with this all new kinds of being able to be and where a responsibility to make from industry and their
I thought I asked a straightforward question, but all the answers from the panelists, I realized how nuanced a simple thing like industry aligned or perspectives we see. Our country like India, and you're talking about preparing youth for the workforce, it has to be in scale. Otherwise, we would just not. So when you look at skilling and it's imperative that the key stakeholders, government, industry, and academia, work in alignment because unless talent to draw parallel, unless talents align, it will be very difficult to get to win. So again, I'd like the panel to share. While I've spoken of the three stakeholders, a critical stakeholder who's often overlooked is the youth itself. Because ultimately, all youth. So youth aspects taken into account. So I just like each of the panelists to share their views. And I hope there will be some insights which are new to you. Whoever would like to.
Privilege of being a lady, actually. Thanks. Okay, so I think before I answer that, Anjan, I'd like to talk about why Tata Steel and what is our genesis, because it directly addresses your question. So Tata Strive is a decade-old organization, a non-profit organization, that came together to address the national challenge that we to skill the youth and address the but we also understand that this is a problem in thousands. It's a massive scale. And anything that the Tata Group does has to be scaled to high quality. And as all we need to happen, government collaboration is a must. Because when you collaborate with governments, you're going to be able to scale population in the entire state. So, what is it that we have? What is it that we have learned in the systems that we have, fantastic. As a country, we really have them designed well. It's circulated across also. The challenge comes is when it comes to execution. How do I implement this policy and how do I make it a reality? That is where the biggest challenge is. As you go, there are different and what works in one place may not work in the other. How do you bring that local flavor while you're implementing these policies? I think the government does a wonderful job of bringing think tanks together and creating policies. I think they need support when it comes to implementing. And what we have seen in our experience so far implementing models well, I mean, right now, as I'm talking, I have partners who support Tata Strike in doing all that we want. We have HCL, we have Schneider, and we have Bajaj. All three of them are partners among the list of 50, 60 partners that we have who support us in implementing different models. So what we have seen is that, and in all these models, to address this, what we do is we collaborate with state governments, we collaborate with industries. We try and see how do I implement that model. We create capacity of the people in the government and we give them back. So typically we have a 3 to 5 year engagement where we implement certain models so that these policies come live, especially when it comes to employability, entrepreneurship, and even for community enterprise, women enterprises, etc. We build toolkits, we build processes, we build systems, we establish them, we run it like a well-oiled oil, and then we give it back to the government, and we are supporting. So our mantra has been very clear that we don't want to enter into a state and eat out. We just want to come there, solve your problem, establish the system processes, give it back to you, and then you take it on and we support you. We would like to solve other problems. So that's the model that has really, I think that's how we can be scalable, and that's how we can be sustainable also.
I guess we are following the same model. I start with staying in Hindi. So बोलते हैं ना जिसका काम उसको साजे. So is some which gets translated to a person who is meant for what does it best. So a policy framework is what Robert does best. And we all agree to the fact that he implies a lot of responsibility. It was not there earlier. It put it in a holistic way. We want to talk about a lot of lifelong education and all that very useful. So what we are doing little differently is we have a structure, we are an SPV ourselves, wherein government invested as a part. We bring them on board, while it was very convenient for any state governments to say, "Okay, please, state government said, I'll give you, I'm there with you." Now let us industry. Now our market in our is exactly like so industry has to be like a like bicycling. Let's say you want to display cycling or swimming, what do you want them to learn swimming or bicycling, you hold them whenever he's falling. Not that you support them. And objective is that your child should be able to or your kid should be able to swim. He knows that. Look at swimming in case your kid is not able to swim, what will happen? When you are swimming, you are always around. When you are cycling, you are nearby. If you are near, you will go. What I meant was, everybody has their circle of influence. And that's the place. But the system, procedures, all the balances have to be such that the person or industry should be able to get out of it, let academician take over. In fact, all the developed countries do exactly the same. There is a seamless integration between industry. We have talent. We are able to develop funds. We have done everything ourselves. We have delivered it. Now is that we are wanting to scale it up. When we are taking talking about scaling it up, we say that something that we have perfected, let it go to the every so to the new model of it. We do that partner. We need the same customized model, we have customized model. In auto also there are sectors which are under tires. These are the sectors that we handle for professionals. But when we started doing this training, we understood that maybe why don't we bring it into education? Why can't this be seven semester subject? And every automobile that we sell, whether it is two-wheeler, three-wheeler, four-wheeler, all of us have health insurance along with it. We don't mandate 2 years to it. But nobody thought of it. We thought of what surveys. Now surveys, for example, to make them surveys perform a fiduciary role of representing a customer. Would you not want it to represent a very large all of us? But what does there has to be a policy ecosystem? There has to be an ecosystem that can give them that customized solution. But once we have done that, we want to push it down to academicians so that it can be taken up during the college term. So that a person when he joins the company has those from the company. There are people with there was such there is such small amount, but it costs me more. Whether it is plastic, whether it is aluminum, whether it is metal is not known. So these are the kind of changes that are happening. The point I am making when you want it to scale up, you can even look at subsets of very large industries like insurance, for example. even more. So he has a different requirement. In marketing, will be some of the training that we do. Same EV training, same for politicians is very different. Supply chain wants entirely different purpose. Since we come from an industry background, what we have tried to do is we have tried to make it mean directly add value to business. Once it has added value to business, it can be customized or take that card anywhere, at any point of time. And NCBT, activity, part of activity or something. Once this create, let's say this code in a casing of this code. So use interested, anyway we buy it. So hence the classical scalable model usually up to academia industry. Coming to industry, one more gap that we find out. Initially, we have been talking about people with experience coming back. BTech getting broken down to 4 years, 1+1+1+1. So that industry we have started off a certain level of different or people, different age group kind of people coming into similar kind of job roles. So openness has to happen on both places. When you let go of some of it, because you hold those people there in the industry, not at that time. Ownership of holding still lies with the industry. Because you are going to productive, significant socially productive.
Interesting what Rajiv was talking about, how industry should take the lead. And this is one of the things we also felt. For that, I would like to little bit go back when we started. When we opened that plant, uh, we naturally, when you go from one plant to another plant, there's a generational technology jump takes place. So in this plant, we integrated the lab, fully automated, manless. So set a target. But what happened was when we wanted to program the robots, you have certain controls of programming. Automation machine. We didn't have to people. Company has maybe 4 decades old. So in the case with Tata, Mahindra, whatever Indian companies, LC companies, say, we have highly skilled people in conventional skills. But the need of the hour was in persist. So that's where we felt there's a big gap. And personally, me and my colleague, I can say what. And let me assure you, mechanical engineering, what I studied, the filing, what I was doing, it's the same thing that is being taught today also, the same machine, same file, same square block. And actually make out what is the mechanical engineering department. Just tell them this is the mechanical engineering. Because we are overstepped. The fellow will be filing on the so this is not what you find in industry today at all. So this is the gap. So the main issue, like Ravi was telling, industry also has to play a role. Industry was not the industry. We tried to go to the industry. And we curated a curriculum and we deployed it at the university. So when we did that, there is a good response for that in the academia also. First of all, we have to start with not skill them first towards industrial robots, industrial systems, industrial software. So there was a lot of training of trainers we had to do. Almost a 3 to 4 months training we had to get before we deployed in university. So having said that, we started with a good private university. The top private university of the state, where we deployed this. But it was a pretty slow process. In the sense, you have to contact the owner, the vice chancellor, just go and make a presentation. Then we start. Of course, they'd be interested in because this is a state of the so they were interested. But then the whole process takes about 3 to 4 months before we get deployed. But then we saw that if we have to scale up, what is the way? Like Vidita was telling, and then the government makes it very difficult to do. So that's the time we went to Delhi to give a presentation to the education minister. So we gave a presentation to those two. And simply, what is told to the education secretary, just put up in all NITs. So in one meeting, all the 56 entities of the country came on one single platform with the president of all 56 entities. And it was just by one phone call by the government. So government and academia and industry, they combine together. This is the scale and speed at which we can do. But at the same time, now itself, pilot itself, I mean, with the global colleges, which is, I would have thought it possible. The scale of the implementation is much faster. The second example, a small example I want to give is Karnataka State, where we had implemented it at TS University in Bangalore. So in one of the graduation ceremony, they had got the skills ministers there. So we had come to giving students certificate and other things. But before that, he went around our class. Once he saw that he was thrilled, he said, "No, I want to call all my officials here." So all the IAS officers and secretaries of the state called them and said, "You have to see that. After you see, you should call me again. We'll have a meeting. How we should implement it across Karnataka." So that's the at which a government can implement if only the right focus and examples they see. So I feel to anything to scale up, angle of the academy and the government will create. So,
in my view, if you look at the basically two factors. One is the prospective employee and the employee. These two are beyond these two. There are a few others that are required. In between these two, with a sort of that's going to make it very. But to do the skilling, there has to be few elements. There have to be few elements that need to be thought about and accepted back to the world. Because this program is talking about skill people, whatever it is, should lead somebody to productive ending. Second is when assurance is coming from quality program itself. Assurance is coming from assurance soft form from credibility. So things to take place, you need the likes of government that already I was talking about. The government should step in and say, yes, this is a program that will end of the day produce a job. Sort of assure. Now, this is multiple levels. One at the central level, like in higher education, yes, these India government. We come in and say, yes, this is good enough. We have validated this is conforming to the QP norms. If you take the QP noise, whatever, then this qualifies. And then possibly be given a few credits should somebody pursue education beyond the job. So you need multiple actors from established adjacent to have it penetrate into the masses because it comes to have the local bodies making sure that the program. So you need partnerships with the local bodies, state government, and local the likes of the likes of Karnataka Skill Development Council, PSP, OSP, whichever it is. When they come in for all these things, resources is limited, it's finite, and it costs. Some people are waste. We got to bring in those who can fund these programs. Now, funding these programs by probably partly the government, partly the prospective employer, and the World Banks of the world, the ADBs, because this is when scale, without them, scale cannot. If it's somewhere, it might summarize the question of what is required to scale. There's the prospective employer, there's the employer groups, there's the whole credibility organizations in between at the central level as well as the state level, and the resource necessary to be funded, which need fund organizations, banks, individuals, all of these technical.
Very well.
Thank you very much for articulating the scale part. That's exactly my first question was alignment and cutting across. That said, I think all which you're discussing from the triad of government, industry, and academia. I think when you said about it, more of it, somebody feel that student, the real stakeholder actually, potential way wants to get job, that focus is getting better. I think student have to come to center. I would have wished to see lot more students such a program which I just give here. And I would have wished that here, that's okay. The same.
Hello. So today we are discussing about employment, giving training, but again we are giving to a certain set of people. But it has to be deep down and broad. It's happening today in the world. The mega trends, what are the mega trends are? The urbanization, industrialization, the digitalization. It's a whole new animal out there, which is the current system, the legacy system don't understand. Some people does understand it with the people involved in the industry. If you look at industrialization, the first stage of industrialization took about 80, 90 years, to mature. The second phase took again 70 to 80 years.
We find that Kerala is one of the few outliers in the entire Tamil Nadu in the West. actually attempting. So we are talking about a product that is standard globally, or global product being in India, or Indian companies exporting to the same part of the world. In distribution specific to whatever. Very potential distribution purely for them. And there will be many partners we already started talking to. And if you of the people on the panelists also are open to, if there is something that we can do, there is low hanging.
So if I were to summarize each half line, maybe I'm simplifying. Okay. Let's say the conditions for Kerala is excellent for the okay. Uh, See, Kerala has some great advantages. It's fully literate, highly educated, literate education is a difference. And so naturally there is no industry here, no factory here. These students will definitely go outside of Kerala, other part of states. Outside. So naturally, we see from there, you know, Kerala engineers and technicians, you can see everywhere. But when you this training program here, you look at two things. There's a huge opportunity for exporting trained talent for exploring outside Kerala, the country or outside countries to bring a lot of expertise the benefits. But for Kerala at this point of time, even though Kerala lost that the huge industrialization space, there are a lot of new avenues in the emerging industry. You don't need acres of land. You can have vertical space, setting up important institutions of engineering. We have a lot of opportunity to explore. And then how keep your skills around that one, around the industry 4.0, then it makes a lot of sense. The second thing which you maybe I guess can make it happen. Other area where is in abundance is the marine resources, about 600 kilometers of coastal area. There are a lot of areas you can look at in terms of wave energy, wind energy, all those kind of things. A lot of things that you will processing and today industry photo solution help abroad in terms of making it effective to get the global market. Because quality and efficiency is important. And Kerala is also equipping in terms of your herbals. Herbals. You can look at a nutraceutical business, pharmaceutical business, right? A lot of areas, but all of these areas we have solutions based on the industry collaborative, integrated, and then of course the last one, which there are a lot of scope for bringing industry 4.0 solutions into public administration and so on. That also. Thank you.
Keeping time in mind and the question, let me try and answer it. The view of people being successful is very isolated in my view. My suggestion is bring stakeholders together, like the ASAPs, Young Innovator Program, KDIS, everything. At the same time, getting these skills done, people get a vertical unit delivered from the state. Not skilled people will get skilled here, they will go elsewhere for a job. So make sure that there is a vertical unit at least that can be capably delivered from the state for the people post to be retained in here. That will be my view.
Being from the industry, we talk on very specific things for specific people. So for me, I have three. I would like Kerala to company point of view. Yes, we have three initiatives of one is the best initiative for engineering students, for which our next initiative will be to come to Kerala, where we would like to work with the NITs and your Trivandrum Engineering Colleges, where we are going to set up our state-of-the-art laboratories and also integrate the curriculum for your students. So this is one initiative for graduate engineering. The second initiative of our schooling is for ITA students, where we are partnering with Tata Strike and we are deploying in all IITs across India. So Kerala would be the next state where we can give Tata Strive and from here where we need your normal support here, predominantly to link us with your API. Our third initiative is the Service Training Excellence Program. It's a STEM program where we are training 10 class and above students on service training of two-wheelers and three-wheelers. Here again, we are willing to put up service centers in our ways, providing to identify as a point of contact.
To keep it short, put it in two brackets. One, I would put it under the bracket of mobilization. There's a perennial problem everywhere which we talk about, and I think with a very good school education system available, the STEM part should be included in here. And we students once they're out of school, they're already with thought process what they want to do, not that way. So with STEM education inclusion in school, which is also part of the NEP policy, that will actually provide the right career path for the student. The second also involving aspirations and results. So,
Question. Yes, I would do justice if I do open up the floor.
thank you for the excellent panel. We have developed the way of people having and there was sometimes only the skill. It is two, but this is the one way we are identifying that learner centric. This development stage should be learner. It means all the area development and also discussing panel. I participate in the areas of go, I think. What can be propagated society? Aspiration level of the candidates, students community is available in Kerala. Welcome you, I will wait some of service from you to the Kerala.
Sir, I didn't expect the question to come from you first, but since you put a googly out there, let me tell you something which all of you may not know. Kerala was one of the first states your then minister, Baby John, had gone to Brazil in 2015 and he came back and within 6 months the first skill competitions was held in Trivandrum. So the what should and number two, to your point, World Skills is not, and Harish probably is not just a competition. Competition is
I should say. Like Anjan talked about when he opened the session, the technology skills have to be contemporary. So I find what is contemporary that point in time is critical. Second, the need to be ready as well. They need to be abreast of the technology changes that are taking place in the market, in the industry. So making sure that they're ready, which means they have to be practitioners from the bygone era. Right? Only then they'll be able to bring the transformation process. Now this calls for a seamless execution. The identifying what is the road change, part of
what is just past, what is after identifying what is just about to come, sure that there's a continuous turn of the expertise in the ecosystem. Broadly covered from above, typical to the success of something. These are multiple actors in the existence. It's pretty complex stuff, but the art of making sure that these actors come together, having the ability to see what's just about to go, what's just about to come, and who can continuously. Somebody else wants to back up.
Real question. Ever changing time, how do you find your curriculum? And you I'm very happy you asked that. The one way of looking at it is that make it modular and flexible. When you make it modular and flexible, your ability to shut off or add much more easy. The second thing is like digitalized, virtualized. So that again, not able to make it virtualized. So that hardware integration is very easy. Third thing which I would put is use artificial intelligence and the current ecosystem to gather what is going to happen within advance before it's time. So be prepared for that. It should address that when it's an excellent question. Happy about it.
Any more questions? Thank you so much. That was such an insightful session. Due to time constraints, we have to cut it short. We apologize. Okay, to express our heartfelt gratitude, I request Ms. Lakshmi Priya, Program Manager, to please hand over the memento to our panelists. Audience, can I have a huge round of applause?
Hello. Enggak? എന്റെ കൂടെ
Since we are running late on time, may I take this privilege to just give an insight on what's going to happen next. So without further ado, next session is good practice. Let me give a brief insight on this session. Across India, several states have launched innovative and impactful skill development programs tailored to regional strength, industry needs, and demographic priorities. This session will showcase exemplary skill development practices from different states, highlighting diverse implementation strategies, success stories, and policy frameworks. The discussion will explore how interstate learning collaboration and innovation can accelerate India's journey towards becoming a global skill powerhouse. Without further ado, let me invite the panel onto the stage. Good practices in skill development states. Sri Shanawat is IAS Secretary, Technical and Skills Development. Next up, Soumya Bajaj, Economist, World Bank. May I have the panel onto the stage? And this session will be moderated by Dr. Madhuri Dubey, Founder, Director, National Skills Network.
Without further ado, since we are running back on time, handing over the dais to the dignitaries who have come to take a session of good practices in skill development states. Over to you, sir, Anna.
Hello, good evening, everyone. It's a privilege to be anchoring this session, and this session is going to be slightly different from the others that you must have attended, where you had many panelists. Here, we're going to have an in-depth discussion, and also I think right, we should also be reflecting on few things that we have been doing at the state level. So I have been being an official from the state from Kerala. Welcome to the session, Vijay sir. And Soumya, who is representing World Bank, what else we want? Right? We all need funding. We all need to understand the importance of utilizing the funds and getting the outcomes that we are supposed to get. So let me start with the first I would like to hear from you. Let's start with the kind of skilling initiatives that are happening in Kerala and get the framework behind this. I'm sure there is a kind of an underlying framework because may I request others to please focus here. The audience, yeah, how many of you are interested to hear about the skilling framework of Kerala? Which you can go back and share. I'm so glad. Thank you. Yeah, so let's hear from sir about the skilling framework. You might be aware that Kerala is one of the leading states in the country which had many innovative skill development projects right from the school level. From ASAP at the school level, which was one of the unique ones, to various initiatives like Utkarshi, which is for women, and in between you have ITIs, you have the various initiatives and colleges and so on and so forth. So can we get started with the initiatives? Yeah.
World Bank. Luckily, World Bank. As said, I feel that we are the luckiest one because we have got a lot of time to reflect on our personal and also business and to tell you some stories also. I'm not a basically educator, but again, I would actually no, but this is on some experience. Before joining the level as special secretary, I was working for the last 12 years of education. I was actually director of civil education for the last 12 years. So, skilling is a continuous process. Basic education is also skilling. But before coming to that, I was the tone for my speech. I like the person Charles Darwin. No, Darwin is very famous for his seminal work on origin of species. But his says was that we are not the best. We are never the best. In terms of physical strength, the capacity of our brain, but still we are the top of the ecosystem, the food chain. You know this. Why? There were Calopterics, dinosaurs, mammoths, they all become extinct in this subject. And among us also, there were Neanderthals, Homo erectus, like civilizations were built, cultures were made, now we are the masters of it. Right. We adapt. We adapt. Others may be actually gone, or now it's cleared, but behind or below our control, under our control, we were the best. My grandfather was a father. Right, he just to the bills and over to the bank. So there was an SBT, so the State Bank of Travancore. Now it has got merged with the I used to work. So my child. So, and the people doing endless queues. So waiting for the bills to be cleared and the payments to be made. And there were the people actually who were actually also actually clearing and counting other things. That was work. And I used to sleep the environment in the bank. I used to say, very good in management. Because it's not lectures and accounts. That is the thing that most match with them. In right for the exams, bad examinations, the manager, the officers. Today, in the morning, I went to we have to do some art. Uh, and that band contains only 8 people. From the first people working in a small branch. Now the main branch in Ernakulam was almost 10 people. Why? Yes. And I got adapted to the Indian. That guy actually was actually using a relationship manager. I called him last week saying that I have to do some transaction for which I need your help. So he says, that's what I am in. It was very informative. The first session. He said, what they informed that we are not going to lose that job. Because the AI has come. And I said, then the second session is that you want to start the AI. Adapt to the new situation. More than 30 years of age. But the thing is that by the age of 22, you might have actually come out as MA in economics. You want to survive after 8 years, you have to relearn. Offline itself. Itself. So, one that I'm facing is how to tune this everlasting, ever-changing environment of our society. In education also this was the case. We teach something. I was just actually telling you, okay, is 6 months. But it's only out there. Supplements, right or not. But in childhood, actually, father, we used it for 10 years, from 72 to 84. Then in 84, the new model came. Then we got it changed. Right of change. I know actually, I've rate of change is so huge. Every day we get short for this. Even for a person who's been in the world. The situation is very, very for the person or actually who runs an industrial training institute or a skilling center. By the time you set a curriculum, you feel that it will go there. Some of the part of it is what they will do. So the main challenge is how to prepare for the change, how to prepare our students for the generation change. What I feel is that we have to train them to adapt. And we have to train them in and what we have done is, last week onwards, we have used work-based education. Just going to തൊഴിൽ അധിഷ്ഠിത വിദ്യാഭ്യാസം. Textbooks, basic skills. Using that, class 6 onwards. So that they should actually get master into 3 or 4 or 5 basic skills. After they pass out of the standard, they can decide what is their competence, what is the right, so that they can do the area of skill. That is where actually I will stop here. But again, this is one model Kerala has developed. The first of kind in India that reduce the concept of skilling, basic skilling, in the age of each and every from 15 people minimum to 4 skilling out of this 12 headings. And actually we have started mass skilling program at school levels.
Thank you, sir. I think that was a very personal touch that you added to this kind of skilling ecosystem, the evolution, I would say, in Kerala, which, as I already told you, it started as one of the unique ecosystems in and also, ideally, in the session, we should have also examined that, but we could not, some other occasion to look at other spaces as well. So, one thing I would like to point out, having been in this entire space for more than 10 years and also with about close to 30 years of experience of mine in the world of work, I see that in India, many states are taking many initiatives. Okay, at the state level, of course. And each state has unique demographics. So we can't just say India has a demographic dividend. I would say each state has a demographic dividend. Because if you look at the youth of Kerala, it seems even here the young people is very different from the youth of Assam. Right? So the diversity and complexity of the kind of people that we have demands like service a quick adaptability. Like a good example he gave about the change, the rapid change of technology, the AI, which we are talking about every day. I would like to ask Soumya now how she perceives this changing situation because as we know, World Bank has been funding very, very critical initiatives in India like the STRIVE program for entrepreneurs and also many others at the state level. But I don't want to go into the details of it. But Soumya, you as a person, how do you perceive the kind of changes that maybe you can leave out the financing bit and share your story. That will probably be different. I mean, we can get a different perspective.
So much. Also, this I think what you're saying, Madhuri, points starts to really point at the importance of foundational learning. I think if we start preparing our cohorts, basic, basic literacy literacy, it doesn't matter what the world is into at what pace it takes, like for them. We have good. I started my career in this investment banking. And I moved into the development sector after starting to volunteer with them. In my teaching technology, we were taught to train kids for supervision. It was needed in school. And the notion there was that if you
if a child knows better English, they will have better income opportunities, irrespective of what field they choose to enter in. Also, good to develop economic back. If you look at the PISA scores that happen in you will see that higher scores also in the higher GDP. See the same thing with numeracy. OECD, LGC, we are not a document, but we can garner some insight from averages. And if an adult scores 50 on the exam, every 50 points, it's where approximately increase income level. But that's really averages, but it helps us understand the importance of education journey. Uh, it's not only like I think you started with a very right thing. Um, like basics also and skills are therefore also should as well. So to answer your question, Madhuri, very simply, if our skills program start focusing on foundation, both at school education level, but also in IT and events, what are the foundational that are going up? And if students are the other one is all day for all panel as well. Um, the focus needs to go move away from technical skills to soft skills. Transition is very important. We are not whether you know how to write, but we are looking for that improve how we learn. If we employ you, showing up to work in time. And to work these that level in a field. And this is the first farmers were into workers in a factory. And they had to be trained in a very morning. Need season. Now to transition from working at season to working in the year. These are so I would say focus on your focus on in adapting to change. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Soumya. I think the example you picked up, especially I'm sure we all can connect. For instance, when a farmer has to become an industrial worker, that applies to all of us. Having one thing which when we look at has your career been the same ladder which you climbed? Did we fall the ladder? Again, we got up, climbed again, right? But when we are talking to the young people, most of the time we are presenting there is a ladder when you climb. So I think the kind of two or three things that came up from what Samya was just saying is the ability to learn quickly. It is agile learning as we call it. I think that will be the chief, very important key distinguishing factor if somebody has to be successful in their business. And also understanding that at the foundational level, what is it that we are inculcating among the youth, the school-going children and others. So with this, let me ask sir now about, say, in Kerala, I'm sure you kind of looked at the importance of non-technical skills, right? And when we talk about preparing youth for the job market or global mobility as we call it today, it's becoming so crucial for us. So, are there any things that are being included as a part of the college curriculum? Because, when students are in college, they don't even know what is job market. Even the parents don't know. If you ask me, I would say the awareness has to start from the parents also.
Soumya has come from there. Soft skills is more permanent rather than technical skills. Technology changes, but if technology is the bread, the butter, or the cheese in between us, communication, mastery of language, and the problem solving skills, thinking, analytical thinking skills out of the box, and the designing. And we have understood some years back itself. And as a part of a school curriculum, not on the first two level, but school, secondary level itself, we have actually introduced a pedagogy which includes the development of all these skills, especially the design and analytical capacity. And exams have been actually remodeled to include these skills. And of course, we need a and more work has to be done in this space. But again, using IT and other techniques, we are actually continuing our work in this. Regarding the global mobility, Kerala, we are the pioneers. We reach out to all continents, even before any other state, including the most developed states. Yeah. Start dreaming. Maybe because of historical connection with other countries, because we are, as somebody during the last session rightly pointed out, once I was very see more than 760 kilometers of Kerala is so. So Europeans came first to Kerala, then only to other parts of India. So along with that, actually they made us a colony first, but along with that they brought the Western education. The oldest school in South India is in Kerala, with the student of that institution. Uh, but again, the first press, printing press in India, has been actually in the neighboring district, Kottayam. So we were actually, education, Western type of education, and this exposure to the centuries actually made us we were actually connected to other parts of the world even before what you said for the prophet years. So that connection was always there. And actually put us global person so far as because we were the first to go to Russia. That boom started. Uh, we were never strong in agriculture or industry. We never had an industry or agriculture because the Kerala is a small state. And our the, what do you call population density more than 1,000. Earlier it was 742. So we can dream of huge tracts of land, kind of a large scale industry or large scale farming. So what we implemented was the research, besides the development of HR, people resources. So in HR, we are actually on par with not with the other states of developed countries, of the European, many of the European countries. So actually, that actually took us to the world first, then to Europe, and then to Australia and the United States in the in fact, all this development that you are seeing is the foreign returns. Now, look at the foreign returns. These people actually are back. The one example is the same with the very building that we are sitting in. Don't pay another. That you can see the forex, the money that the contribution from the NRI community. So that is where actually we have scored. Why actually we are actually trading back is also because the market that we used to tap moves slowly, but what moves continuously getting it. Okay, see, girl, but Europe, area or the Taiwan market was once a monopoly so far as the states, the people from the Kerala is concerned, because they were among state, we were the most and the most educated. That place is slowly eroding,
And more and more countries, more and more states are actually competing with us. And in various other segments, we are totally replaced by people from some other service Asian countries also. For example, Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, Bangladesh, because they are ready to actually offer this lower rate. But again, that is also a competition. So what we have done is, when we are actually looking at the billing that is required, we are actually going down to standards. What many to successfully compete with us, and what actually to replace us. What is happening in those countries? How they are actually being skilled? How their young people, younger generation are being tutored? What kind of skill set they are actually learning from their ideas, from their experience, from their skills, and they are doing a lot of R&D on those. Definitely, since we don't have any base, we don't have any strong industrial base, this is the only way we can actually sustain development in the long-term process. We have to again reinvent ourselves so that in the HR development, so that no, we can actually retain the edge in job market, not only in India, but also. And again, we are going to how we are going to fill it. We have got many pioneering institutions in Kerala. One is ASAR, Acquired Skill, Additional Skill Acquisition. And also skill development centers. We have got 210 skill development centers across the state, in which any person below 23 or SCST is 25, they can come back and actually do a retraining process. Not only learn, relearn, and again to retrofit ourselves, to re-equip ourselves. So we have now set an ecosystem, a way of SAP and SDCs, so that people can come back after spending 1 or 2 years in the industry. That if they feel that they need more skill, more kind of a retuning of their skills, then they can always come back and we train them for 6 months or 1 year. It's full of food and really and work. That is one way of actually maintaining our edge in the job market, so that we always remain.
And also the bonus inputs or the insights we got from you is the historical perspective about Kerala. That is quite a bit of learning. We sometimes forget the roots, from where these things come from, how the education system works, how the employment system works in a particular state. So now when we hear about so many initiatives, we just heard about the programs at the school, college level, and also I'm sure you have training of trainers program, instructor, yeah, training and teachers training and so many others. What is most important is a source of funding, which helps us really run these programs successfully, and along with that comes accountability. So let me ask Soumya now this very interesting perspective or points. What are some of the parameters from World Bank when funding is done? Like maybe you can give us a very basic, the ABCs of the audience to go back with some learning on this.
You mentioned at the front of your introduction. Um, One of the so there is a big push within the organization and even otherwise on outcome-based funding, on not just focusing on inputs but holding ourselves accountable to the outcomes. So big innovation that was program. What was focused on the performance-based programs. So what was included in the project design was that 99 states that sign up for the they must agree to a system. To be eligible for that, they must agree to
institutional level. And the objective of the site was to improve improve the quality of training in IT, make it more market relevant. In these institutional hands, the technical API, I think, is not how they're going to do. And something was based on the quality, and it was based on and close to 500 APIs similar to this, and over 600,000 training were trained. The other thing on accountability was very interesting. Ensure that we're not just focusing on we or have invested in X amount of money, but it should be a conversation with or with what these treatment studies try to monitor is the feedback. They try to coordinate what is the learning that students have wanted in classes. They try to monitor how many of them have on-the-job training, but actually please after these programs. And these help to very rigorous post analysis. And this is because that 70% students on the job training. What this tells us both is how it is the cheater and the rest, not in the linkages we got. The other one was also the achievement that was in the engagement rates. Before this, there were about 10% students placed after going through the executive and reached close to 50%. So incorporating these metrics into so I'll illustrate your point through these examples.
Thank you so much. I think that has also simplified the way we look at how funding happens. Do we have? Yeah. 10 minutes. So one common question for both of you. When we look at training, targets, we are often, chasing these targets, and we all know the story that when we chase first, and then it goes for a toss, and then that impacts the potential. This kind of actual things could be also and we are a huge country and the numbers, all these are known things in the ecosystem. So can we get some action points for both of you to overcome this kind of a situation? Global standards. I'm sure it also has the history of being and many other achievements right, of the state. So probably combining all this, probably few points where you think would be taken forward and you know from your perspective.
For the demographic dividend may be correct in other states. But here, the income group that has been selected for the demographic dividend by 64 years. And the government expects that the guide should go that nobody in Kerala goes to work at the age of 50. So we go for the or higher secondary, people with graduation, if possible, people go for post graduation. Here, market in Kerala starts even not 22. It goes to work by demographic population
naturally the press look at. So regarding that, why we are talent in ITA is that after ITA, the end of the road. Because ITA has no other mobility in terms of further education. Design is in such a way in India. After the first year plan, which agriculture, first area was industrialization. So, two five what we required was we need the basic skilled people each and every corner of our nation. So building and establishing engineering colleges was not society viable at that time. If I came, engineering college was set up, right? And here below that, polytechnics were established. Also, viable at that time. Each and every corner of the country. So we had that we had started to set up law ITI, which properly because so the interest bias or kind of so basic skilling has to be there. Because basic skilling has to be there. And that is the very purpose behind this ideas. Now the situation has changed. What is happening is there's more than 10,000 or 15,000. So now the prospects for so common available to each person that no we can balance to the ideas because ITA cannot go for industry only for the processing. We- So that is the most important effect of the IT system. Whereas now we have Kerala has actually started the process of equating connecting the ITA courses with two courses so that after ITA they can go either the engineering courses or degree courses. So that mobility, once that mobility is ensure that those seats in ITA, government ITA are not filled. We are giving it. But private ITS, the that is the same way also. There are lakhs of seats in IT because there is no mobility at all. And once that mobility is actually further spend some 2 years and then only you can go for degree courses. Who will actually yes, right. So that's to change. If you want to actually better, better developer, good talented ideas. So that is so across the state, the state come together and actually put a joint proposal. The shape the increase IT. Otherwise, it will actually fail to attract what really interested in industrial basis. Another one is why we should have this. In the 60s, when the urbanization started, urbanization was actually with industry, which actually gone with the same model. Industrialization, urbanization, more important. Now in the post-industrial, more like industry, more technology needs that requires with the AIs. Now we also speak means what? Not the quality. Or we require only minimum demand for this kind of people is actually coming down. So we speak of India being more industrialized day by day. So these aspects also has to be looked at. And I feel that ITS should be converted
set of skills so that actually the people who are training has all in soft skills, which are components that we actually applicable work can be known. Various other sectors also. Or more and more areas of skills also has to be added. So that otherwise, once we actually move to the super industrial skills, may not actually return these number of people. So that aspect also has to be considered. So this is the time for actually transition of ideas into more and more diversified sectors so that the future leads in every sector can be get.
This one point I thought I was so for ITI, states are also following the NIOS open school initiative. That's also one of the things. And by the way, this for all the audience, we are part of another discussion tomorrow on ITIs. We have so please do join us tomorrow. That's going to be another very interesting discussion about ITIs. We are going to look at.
Launched ITI scheme. And it's very nicely summarized in many ways the model that the new scheme is to launch. And then your question, importance of this. I think the new ITI scheme, the national education policy, as well as the national credit framework, together create a very nice model of a scheme ecosystem leading pathways within learning and these other people, they are able to now really integrate themselves into the education system or give higher orders with their own skill. So this idea of like being stuck or if you're not in a certain family or you're in a certain profession, be stuck in that profession even for be a very right for the job that is given. Even though these two that and again answering your second part of the question, so like, how do we centralization and contextualization of best practices. We have seen this as being an external operation, skill intervention operation, which part of which at the district professional to support our Mahatma. Many of these actually being integrated back into the system. Many of them become ministries, given the success of the work and the success because that is when the company is meeting regularly as a plan. It's funded for that plan. These best practices already existed. We identify ensuring that and then scaling them up. Yes, I think the short answer is digitalization.
Soumya. We heard different perspectives and very interesting, flow of the entire narration, which was very casual, and I'm sure you also found it very useful and, insightful. So I'd like to invite and to learn more about what the future plans are, or anything that comes to you. And also from the World Bank perspective, question, please share them now. I think we have.
Thank you for such a wonderful session. To amazing panelists. This question I have is Mr. Shanbhas. Sir, we talked about how we are talking about technical and behavioral soft skills. We touched upon it kind of elaborated. Traditionally, in our Indian context, the system of skills and several QPNOS programs primarily can the Kerala and the government to see if some kind of standardization, incentivization, or specifically cost skills, especially for us, if we are the superpower or something, and you didn't talk about then we footprint small services. Can you try and bring a lot more standards from certification standpoint? That's me like seriously, we could probably kind of I just think loud this could probably
Yeah.
scale.
Please introduce yourself also.
Yeah, this is from his
Yes, that is a real problem with our institutes. We always see technology as the hardcore technology, and the skill also as the technical center. I have seen many of the who are past relationships. You know what is relationships stand for? Is actually learn actually you are more in the soft skills, the communication skill, your presentation skill, where you actually, even actually the grooming also they will actually tell you how you yeah, how to present in motivation, how to actually go there. And absent, even actually in a 5-year curriculum, what is actually teaching them is only
The second thing is you have to become really good listeners. Again, if you are a deep expert in something, usually other people are listening to you. So here you have to become a really good listener because the employers are going to be telling you what kind of people to be effective in their organizations. Okay? So these are two key things. In Singapore context, for those who have to visit, pretty small beneficiary of the global because of that, we have many companies which are from all parts of the world operating there. And so we have to not just take it from the Ministry of Education, but top of the industry employers. So that's a big part of what we did in ensuring that there are opportunities for students when they graduate. And they give inputs in a few ways. They actually sit on advisory councils to various academic streams of political domains to tell what the needs are so that the academics can develop the right kind of curriculum. They also voluntarily provide internships. So 100% of students working in the system actually have embedded in their course. And advises individuals this and not truly mature. And again, this was brought up of being ready for the workplace. I'm sure working all the life skills. So in addition to theory modules, and also life skill modules, which are part of the curriculum, mandatory. So these are all ways in which we make them get prepared for life. Do I have time to talk about the pathway? Yeah, 1 minute to ask your question. So, the, yeah, the history of design and progression. So we had people, statistics are that students who complete high school, secondary school, minimum 10 years of education, depending on their focus on academic achievement versus people who are more aesthetic learners. So about 25% of those who finish school will be going on just preparing for degree programs after that. So they go into markets which are academic practice groups. And a part of also will then go into ITEs. And unlike what the scheme guys, there's no progression path designed in the system. Here, while everywhere done performance in the ITE accepted into the progression. And similarly, first might take them a little longer, but they're more prepared for the challenges which are different.
Okay, so only for the last but if you look at the countries that you work in, UK, Europe, OECD, you might be interacting what are the policy levers, right, that have proven most effective in reducing and two, ensuring equity in access?
Thanks, everything everyone is greatly be here the gentleman the quote right looking at working with governments, working with multinationals.
world. In Europe and in much parts of there is from a fertility point of view, so there is where will skills in the demographics and the challenge around how we connect young people in particular, but all segments of the population to skills and productive work. What I see amongst the international organizations is that increasingly they're all united around the central tenet, which is how do you create whatever skills and once you accept that central tenet of how do you do the skills jobs, then we get into a debate about what the legal priority. Number one lever is how do you shift your historical systems of projection and skills from a supply-driven or demand side or just to unpack that. What that means is essentially how do you create more positive feedback to what employers are demanding both now and in the future and align those needs with the areas that now, that isn't for a minute to suggest that employers they know exactly what skills they require, and this is part of the challenge of people who look across the world at but ultimately it's a key question about coordination, about sickness in the labour market, particularly the young people across the world right now. 1 in 5 under 24-year-olds are not in education training or that's where it's due to attention. So what he's been looking at many studies of skills, spend jobs, and work in. How do we repair the broken approaches between public secondary education in particular and world work, particularly at a time when we have university studies about the impact of AI on entry-level jobs that they found using based on US wage. There has been 30% reduction in jobs for young people. First time, by the way, I've seen any really hard empirical evidence come through about artificial intelligence, automation, young people in entry-level jobs. So we are pushing a boulder up the hill from a policy perspective. And that's why I think we our efforts around how we improve those things. So Switzerland is very low youth unemployment. Many decades. It is aligned to upper secondary education with high quality through the 4-year apprenticeship. Singapore is a leader in relation to adult youth. Why? Because it's through a multi-industrial strategy and resource development strategy, empowered industry and individuals to take control of their own health. And finally, before I hand over, a policy that's very close to our hearts, and that's the Sector Skills Council, which that's where I started my course really 20 years ago at the old government in the UK. I learned about India, creating Sector Skills Council. I reflect on the success story around SNCs. It's a game of cricket, which I know you're very passionate about. The English may have invented it, but then the Indians go on to perfect it. So cricket is like a religion here, and of course there are franchise papers like Teachers who've done a job. So it's my lovely friends. It's really the skills, the sectoral approach, an industry around the table to align skills the 15 countries now have some kind of going through exemption bodies. This is something that will be. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom, for that. And so I think that Professor Korea has built a strong industry, especially in high tech sector. What are the key practices that you, from an academic point of view, I don't take Mr. Nagarajan's point on academics are isolated and work in silos too hard. In its own ecosystem. And outside it.
Time to
Just hold the mic here, so just put it up to your chin.
Should I it was 20 years ago. At the time, globalization is growing actively, and then Korean companies moving overseas. Like, so ecosystem of Korean spread global, and then we have a chat group, and relationship in tiny countries. And then I have a relationship with Vietnamese. In 2012, the Korean government signed up kind of a MOU with Vietnamese engineering students. So I selected 40 students from Vietnam, and they stayed years for they just started. They graduated, they all graduated. And most of companies in Korea who send in Vietnam, they want to hire them. And then they hire them, most of them, and then send back to Vietnam. They work in Vietnam. So the company, the local companies in the minister wants wants to discuss this kind of cooperation system. Korean language system too. So we try to educate people and try to cooperate with companies. So I think everybody involved in the project were happy. Experience. I did try to another project to get kind of. I can. My direction. Korea. Would be educational school in kind of a education. So I don't know what to have to do from there. But I think there should be a kind of
engage in this. That will be great for everyone. So thank you, Professor. And you're very interesting. So once I was going to you for a meeting, so evening, my host, I think the host was in Korea. So I saw nobody on the streets. So I asked, no, tomorrow is the entrance exam for higher education. And I said, "Why we don't get to my streams?" It's a very interesting. And in the morning session, you talked about how you're working with and other Orissa program, etc. But if we were to think of the future, how could agencies like ADB support Kerala in aligning the skills agenda with future work trends? You talked about very advanced manufacturing, and also if I look to skillful development, away from climate change, broadening the question and sharpening it to the SDGs.
This is not strategy of the states. Economy compatible. And of course, advantage also aligning, for the education as well as the on job. I think from that perspective, of course, everybody knows, AE program provide financing, but then, we don't just say provide financing, for social infrastructure, but we really want to make sure that, the employment aspect of it. We do a fair bit of visit and studies, to all these states where we are discussing a new in addition of the colleges, engineering, science, commerce colleges, or arts. We talk to a lot of students, because at the end of the day, I think who goes to these colleges, right? What is their aspiration, right? What do they want to get out of the college, education or the ITI, training program? And most important, is what kind of conditions are the students, exposed to in the college? And as of now, many of these institutions that we visit, the colleges, it's not allowed, right? So even the basic conditions, sanitation was quite awesome. Right? I don't know about Corel, most of the colleges here, like mentioned, right? So that is one aspect of it that we try to stimulate the discussion, responsible for higher education of government, right? We want to reduce globally competing workforce. We need to make sure that studying in a place where they have proper training, sanitation facilities, things like that. Many panelists, even not just only everybody talks about industry, collaboration with industry. But when we, go to the colleges, we don't just have, we work with industry. They will tell you yes. And when you ask them how do you work with industry, we place the students there. Rather more advanced one will say, oh, we try to do some project work with the industry.
counsel with the industry. But when you ask, the colleges, how does your curriculum, align with the priority industry of the country? What's the depth of the industry? That see, they have us, same as our research as well. Conducting research without understanding how the outcome and the output of the research. So we started this process, with many of the colleges and many of the states for education as well as higher education. Starting with the economic value chain analysis. From there, piece together, where you can make the greatest contribution in the industry, so that the more students come the college or the ITI, they can secure a job because they can empower the company to do a task that they cannot do well. So there are many things I want to talk about, but time is limited. I will just stop here. Thank you.
It's very interesting that you said. Just take away from the last session. People forget that we have two different levels of entry into the ITI system in India. One is after 8 and one is after 10. And if you do 2 years of ITI, you do a language course and a maths course. If you do the 10 plus 2, then you get into the same year. That's a progression, right? And now, very recently, a few months ago, the UGC. But that's just for information for the audience here. And let me now. There's a lot of money going into upgrading AI systems. A lot of money providing skill development opportunities for the youth, right? But one of the challenges that is being faced here, and if I may, what happened in this IT or tech has services and run programs, how do you and what could Kerala do for the whole quality of the training ecosystem?
Thank you, Dilip. Great question. One of the things, at least in the Singapore context, which I heard, is how much we invest in faculty training students. The profile of students coming into the Tibet system, like I said earlier, 25% of students leaving the secondary school system, and typically and when you trace that background, it's just that a lot of family situations do not permit them to invest in or economic situation, or that they have to allow other things and other things like that. So, profile students, that's one aspect. The other thing is that when you do the Tibet system, they actually have to go in various different domains. So the faculty coming in not just have great skills, but practice. So one of the things the recruitment practices for the lecturers so the top, so general education system where the recruiter becomes teacher and student. It's a little bit driven in the system. You come to the industry and how to the pedagogical skills train this student. And then it becomes a very strong bond how do you actually motivate students with this kind of background? Because you are in the opportunity to transform lives because of the backgrounds of your folks come. So it is a very special selection because you are a life coach, you are a motivator, you are an activist, plus bringing in so the bond the students actually develop with experience is so strong, it stretches even after they graduate. Well, it's a very, very positive, powerful message that people who start can actually subsequently build self-esteem to make good with their lives.
Okay, so sorry, I thought I pressed that point to progress it further, which I will do. But very interesting talking to you, and I'm going to, since you referred to cricket, I'm going to throw a rugby at you. You also talked about hiring faculty who are industry oriented. But what do you do? I don't know that you actually give what are the if what could they do with the existing faculty to make them industry ready? And what is the model that successful companies actually followed in certifying the trainers and all of that?
If I were a practical example, because I'm just fresh from this is Oxford University in the UK, part of a global movement to launch the apprenticeship degree. And I say, because how many apprentices, but anyway, this is just where the venue was. I think that was a really important debate about the future of education. If you think about the model around higher education, here in areas in countries, is our model has been to try and turn the degree into a rewarding job instead of trying to turn the job into a degree. And actually, when you look at the data on this, employers are signaling they demand ever higher levels of employment. It's paramount. I recognize the needs of economic a fifth of vacancies as a skills mismatch. This is a policy that have to try and I think reform tertiary education is a large what's in a job, and we work with industry and higher education to turn those jobs into high-level skills and degrees. Because I think if you do that, that answers some of the other ecosystem questions that have come up about how skills are just derived from economic demand. How do you drive up demand? How do you go up the value chain? How do you really so that living standards raise over time? The magic bullet skills and really the conclusion that we reached is that we need to reinvent the our supplier-driven approach, such as funding individuals to go to institutions. We need to turn that model on its head, whereby we create these systems for all of the bodies around specific skills and needs. And that then can feed back into the reform supply side. Hope that makes sense.
You only adapt the question I asked you, and then two of the speaker is that you do the question what you want to answer. So that's okay. But I think the challenge is that there are very few programs for people. Typically, we are instructed to go to another training institution somewhere. But one thing which looking offline to Mr. Rajan is that in a very skill development program with exposure to industry, actually shop floor working. So, Professor, I think we are in Kerala K. Right? So, how could you build in a K partnership with Kerala? What would you do? You gave the example of another country that you're working with. So, if I take Kerala as a country, are something that you feel that you could provide lessons that the state could be technical education, it could be vocational space, any space. You talk. Sorry, I take the question.
That's right. Educate. The line universities of the university, they tested to educate minutes difference. So in the vocational school is I don't know what to happen. Infrastructure.
What are you doing in the university to address the challenges of digitization and climate change? What are you doing in the technical university to address the challenge of digitization, AI, and climate change?
So actually, we are trying this is smart industrial, which is integrated with AI. So AI, how will we will have more chance to get a job in the future. So,
Okay, so
program, then you have the right background for to complete the program. So that's why the entrance qualifications for the universities is fairly stringent. And of course, there's a bell curve of all students, and students mature at different rates. So that's why at the end of secondary school, based on academic performance, those who are actually strong end up going on a faster route to the +2 model and then university. Yeah. Those who mature later, the system, and then they start doing better, they become higher achievers, and then they still qualify. So society still wants the kids to aspire to go get a degree. Okay? A lot of it may be associated with the fact that uh, having said that, the stigma associated with that system has been there for a long time. And it's been a 30-year journey for IT. Keep stories over the so that every time people feel good about going to the system and eventually you can do that. We can talk about
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Any more questions from the audience? So there'll be at least one more. Your chance, you won't get such a thank you at the back.
Especially,
You just hold it up and just I can't hear you.
yeah, I'm just saying like that people who are in industry to come to get degrees or fellowships or something like that was great. But what I've seen at least the college in India has been for the top tier institutes in India, like it is for it's almost a no-go. You need to be less than 35 to apply for a process position. And if you're in industry, you have something called as professor of practice now. I really don't know if this is being accepted. Just wanted to hear.
Yeah, so I'm a professor of practice in a university in Odisha, right? I have a lot of my colleagues who work with me in CII and others who are professors of practice in schools of public policy. There are professors of practice in general and Diploma. It's actually a very good school. It's up to the education institution to do that. One of the things that we tried to do with the skills ecosystem was, the army has a lot of people trained in the army. The army skills system is the MES, right? And there's the MES, the model employment scheme in the ministry, they never talk to each other. So I think we can do that. And there is also now guideline for recognition of prior learning. When you give the ways, that's what the project you can do an industry-based PhD. The guidelines of the UGC would take that and implement it here. Sorry, that question was yes. So, any more questions? Call it because we're still 7 minutes before time. Right? Maybe examples, although Professor was very quiet and modest, but he made some very telling points of Vietnam and Nepal. The challenges that they're facing, how the Tibet system is collapsing if you don't look at it very, very closely. But the system that he and responsible. common theme which came up when Tom talks about being at that you have to be not only responsive to need but also change you there. Uh, actually partnerships with international, whether IT is any government. It's a, I don't know, line whether you have it the Kerala government, if you don't, Kerala government should really seriously look at it. But the message about all the panels that we're doing I mean, I've spent most of the time in the panels, is that Kerala can be moved from being a learner to being a leader. It talks global best practices, best in digital, manufacturing, and green skills, and you have to build international entities. Half of the organizers, and which panelists, Mr. Natarajan, EDB, and of course, Tom, for being with us and sharing. Thank you. Sorry, apologies.
So why is always like giving that time because go into a class then you get a curiosity and curiosity about the one right?
Your question is that how is it that from your perspective, not a lot of practicals is done in India in the education and skilling, or the only
Normally, even what happens
okay, so the question anybody from panel can take it. There's a perception that a lot of theory is being taught and we get practical or hands-on experience. So, it's like a one-minute answer. Practical is
It's a kind of a engineering house. It's kind of run by the people. We call it that. Place the and people join the teaching house. They find the solution. Then take the solution. The company take the solution and from meeting join. Circulation is for
Before TVET programs, typical curriculum structure, 30% theory, 70% practice. TVET, I'm not talking about TVET. At university level, opening again on the particular domain, right? Obviously, things like engineering have higher practical components or humanities and things.
Just to add on that, ADD project in Odisha Working Center as well as Manavanash is working global skill park, it's supported by ITs. So it's 30% theory, 30% practical. Even in NCBT, there's the India, ITI program. Those are usually 70% practical. But in reality, in many of the ITI, the challenge is there isn't enough training facilities. Sometimes you have like even 5 students share one, or even the conventional day community machine. You have to keep that, practical hours. And the other thing is the challenge of financing. You don't have training budget or training principles. So how do you do the practical training? So big question to the policy makers.
very interesting contact ideas. Young companies to take mention people in charging them and giving the industry money. Very interesting. The other one is GD Institute in Tamil Nadu, which has got a big shed, whole lot of machinery, and during the summer and winter vacations, they run practical training program for engineering students. They earn more than engineering students. And there's a waiting list, but there's a shortage of that. So you can turn this, this kind of into an opportunity and become an entrepreneur this way to contribute to that. Kerala could actually also do a lot of this. Because in the earlier session, the machines needed to be updated, etc. Over to Bhavya.
Thank you so much, Sundaran, for your valuable insights. Now, can we have a huge round of applause? Oh, please, people, don't feel so fantastic. No? Now, let me invite Mr. Dilip Shah to present the memento to Mr. Fu Kien Shaw. Token of love. Now I request Mr. Tom Bowick to present the memento to Professor Yang Jero as a token of our appreciation. Okay, gentlemen, can I request you to please stand forward for a photo with project manager Lakshmi Priya ma'am. Thank you so much, gentlemen. In order to move on with the further sessions, I request the volunteers to help us in rearranging the furnitures. Those are still settled on the dais. I request the volunteers to please move the chairs out of this dais.
Best practices in skill development, Panchayat level. A brief presentation by Mr. Jason Nerwala, Panchayat Secretary, Tamarasheri Panchayat. With a thunderous clap, let us invite Mr. Jason Nerwala to send the PPT.
Hi everyone. I'm ഞാൻ ഇവിടെ പറയാൻ പോകുന്നത് ഞങ്ങളുടെ ഒരു യുണീക്ക് പ്രൊജക്ടിനെ പറ്റിയാണ്. അത് കമ്മ്യൂണിറ്റി ഡിജിറ്റൽ ലേണിംഗ് സ്പേസ് എന്നാണ് അതിന്റെ പേര്. ഞാൻ ജെയ്സൺ നെടുമ്പാല. ഞാൻ താമരശ്ശേരി ഗ്രാമപഞ്ചായത്ത് സെക്രട്ടറി ആയ സമയത്ത് രൂപീകരിച്ച ഒരു പ്രൊജക്റ്റാണ് ഇത്. ഇത് ഒരു സ്പേസ് ആണ്. അവിടെ സ്കില്ല് ഷെയർ ചെയ്യാനും അതുപോലെ സ്കില്ല് പഠിക്കാനും സ്കിൽ ഉപയോഗിച്ച് ആളുകൾക്ക് ജോലി നേടാനും സാധിക്കുന്ന സ്പേസ്. ഇപ്പോ നമുക്ക് അവിടെ അപ്പോ അവർക്ക് വളരെ കുറഞ്ഞ ശതമാനം ആളുകൾ മാത്രമേ അവർക്ക് പ്ലേസ് ആവുന്നുള്ളൂ. അപ്പോ ഇത് സ്കില്ലുകൾ നമ്മൾ അക്കാഡമികമായിട്ട് പഠിച്ചു വരുന്ന സ്കില്ലുകൾ ചെയ്യുന്നതിന് പഠനത്തിന്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ട് തന്നെ ചെയ്യാൻ സാധിക്കുന്നില്ല. അപ്പൊ ഇതിനെ യോഗ്യത, പിന്നെ റിമോട്ട് ജോലികൾ ചെയ്യാൻ വേണ്ടി ഉള്ള സന്നദ്ധത ഉള്ള ആളുകൾക്കാണ് ഈ പ്രോജക്റ്റ് ലക്ഷ്യമിടുന്നത്.
ഇത് വേറെ എന്തെങ്കിലും പറയണോ ആരെങ്കിലും ഇൻവൈറ്റ് ചെയ്യണോ
നമുക്ക് ഓൺലൈൻ ഓഫ്ലൈൻ തന്നെ പിന്നെ പല പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോം അതായത് കോഡിംഗ് ഹയർ ടൂൾസ് ഇതൊക്കെ പരിചയപ്പെടുത്തും. ഈ സ്പേസിൽ നമ്മുടെ പഞ്ചായത്ത് തീരുമാനിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട് വർക്കേഴ്സ് 30% സ്പേസും അതുപോലെ ലേണേഴ്സ് അതായത് പഠിക്കാൻ വരുന്ന ആളുകൾക്ക് 70% സ്പേസും അലോട്ട് ചെയ്യാം എന്നുള്ളതാണ്. ഇതിന്റെ കൂടെ തന്നെ സ്റ്റാർട്ടപ്പ് മിഷനുമായിട്ട് ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട് ഈ സഹായം ഇതിന്റെ കൂടെ തന്നെ ഫോർം ചെയ്യാം. ആ ഫോർമിൽ മെമ്പർഷിപ്പും ചെയ്യാം. അതിന്റെ 36 സീറ്റിംഗ് കപ്പാസിറ്റി ഉണ്ട്. മീറ്റിംഗ് റൂം, ആൻഡ്രോയിഡ് സ്മാർട്ട് ടിവിസ് ആവശ്യമുണ്ട്. ഇതിന്റെ അഡ്മിനിസ്ട്രേറ്റീവ് സെറ്റപ്പ് എങ്ങനെയാണെന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ ഇതിന്റെ പ്രോഗ്രാം കമ്മിറ്റി ഉണ്ടാവും, അതുപോലെ ഒരു മാനേജ്മെന്റ് കമ്മിറ്റി ഉണ്ട്, സെക്രട്ടറി, മാനേജർ പോസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്ന ആളാണ്, ഇൻഡസ്ട്രി റെപ്രസെന്റേറ്റീവ് ഉണ്ടാവും, പ്രോഗ്രാം കമ്മിറ്റിയുടെ ഡിജിറ്റൽ സ്കിൽ ഇത് അതിന്റെ ഫോട്ടോസ് ആണ് നടത്താനുള്ള സ്പേസ്. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jason Nirmala. Moving on, we are about to reach the final moments of the first day of Kerala Summit, Skill Kerala, the Global Summit 2025. So, നമ്മുടെ ലാസ്റ്റ് പരിപാടിയാണ് ഇന്നത്തെ കേഡിസ്ക് ഇനിഷ്യേറ്റീവായ ക്ലീൻ എനർജി ഇൻക്യുബേഷൻ മോഡലുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട് സെലക്ട് ചെയ്ത സ്റ്റാർട്ടപ്പുകളുടെ പിച്ചിങ് ആണ് ഇവിടെ ഇനി നടക്കാൻ പോകുന്നത്. And now I invite Mr. Rakesh for the further proceedings. Over to you, Mr. Rakesh.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Rakesh, and I represent an organization called Social Alpha. We are an innovation partner to the government of Kerala, and it's a very exciting moment here for me because we have this program called the CBIC, Clean Energy Innovation Business Incubation Center, which we ran along with KDISC as well as our other partners here in the government, which is Energy Management Center, as well as the other energy-linked organizations such as the Kerala State Electricity Board, KCB, as well as the Electric Inspectorate. So this program, with this program, we have accelerated many startups, of which 4 startups will be taking the presentation today. And all these startups are in the domain of clean energy. And I would like to invite all the startup associates to have an interactive session with the startups. Startups range from peer-to-peer energy trading to modes of transportation to innovative methods of reducing electricity discharges and increasing conductivity in electrical wires for electricity transmission. We have different sensors which have been made for energy monitoring and energy consumption monitoring. Without any further ado, I'd like to invite the first startup, Miss Teo, represented by Commander Sudesh, as well as Samuel John, who's sitting here. Can I request Commander Sudesh to come forward? So, Ms. Teo is working on a novel peer-to-peer energy transfer method by which energy is created from houses or other entities, which prevent or which help in ensuring that electricity is not but actually transfer, meaning energy monitoring, energy efficiency in the electricity transmission. Over to you, Sudesh.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. स्वप्रकाशो भास्कर न व्यतिग्रहं कुतिरक्षा. Sun does not differentiate between a palace or a hut. So I'm starting with such a thought. Strengthening resilience in inclusive renewable energy. Solar energy is the future of energy source. India is having a lot of plans for structured implementation for renewable energy. About the company, moving on to the better topic. Here is a climate change company. We are operating in the field of climate organization of inherent externals for the forecasting. So we are not just a weather forecasting company, we are providing solutions to industries and companies and governments how to mitigate the effects of and how to decide in the changing. About me, Sudesh, I'm the CTO of the company. With me here, the founder of Mistio. I'm having experience of visualization for the forecast for 14 years. Last 14 years. And with that experience, we are developing solutions for the industry. India has exponential power requirement presently and in the future also. How to mitigate pollutions? How to solve the power requirement? So we are providing a structured approach for the increasing demand power. The major problem in the renewable energy sector is, though India is envisaging renewable energy requirement of 500 gigawatts by 2030. The required power of 850 of number for India's power requirement. That means we are planning to migrate 40% of the power requirement. What's the major problem? The problem is we don't have sufficient infrastructure available. There are many number of energy. How to mitigate? The larger companies are installing solar fields. It suffices to provide that much energy. So, Mr. proposes to analyze the sun. We finance and install and operate rooftop solar. How will we do that? We give the finance, we take over rooftops across India, install solar panels with inherent expertise in forecasting. When I'm saying renewable energy, it's a direct function of power generation for HDB. What is the power generation capability for using we understand the environment, we understand the power generation capability of the plants first, and we make the power for trading. When I'm saying we are we will negate or we will completely decentralize the power distribution across the country. So when I'm saying this, there will be technology to track how much power can be generated on a particular region, how much power will be affected because of the weather. What are so we are offering packages combined together. Profile, which is solar energy, which is the financing operations, installing solar panels across the rooftops. We'll give other insurance coverage to solar panels. There will be a generation based EMI payment model. When we are financing it, we have to be paid. There will be frictionless financing program for energy generation. Once after installing it, there will be a stable IoT device to track and monitor how much is generated. And what's the power generation later? Once the power generation is monitored and controlled, our available power will be traded across India. What will be the bottlenecks if we are planning to integrate? The main challenge will be the lack of infrastructure available. So that infrastructure will be covered with salt controller, which is a system I mentioned earlier. Is it viable? This is a statistic. Our power requirement will be 870 gigawatts. Out of that, our targeted renewable energy capacity will be 5 gigawatts. You are understanding? Also, 234 gigawatts. So next over 5 years, we have to reach around 200 gigawatts energy. The ultimate infrastructure will be sold utilizing rooftops of our. The proposed solution, presently, all the power generation, renewable energy power generation, which is happening are controlled through the power distributors, which is like a example case. Now, we propose a completely decentralized solution where the user will be connected directly with the so it's a peer-to-peer communication, peer-to-peer. That's what we propose. Completely decentralization, which enables direct exchange of user. The efficiency will be boosted by eliminating intermediary transmission loss across the distances of transmission. Consumers will be becoming prosumers in control of energy choices and ability to sell excess power to they generate or their loss generates. The B2B trading facilities integrates renewable energy based on real-time availability, reducing reliance on fossil fuels, lowering emissions. The products, which is about core functionality, enables real-time electricity monitoring and can support 30% of electricity across consumer line. This is the architecture which we propose. A sole trader will be taking other inputs from our weather model known as Indra. It is a hyperlocal monitoring system which we have developed. The weather forecast will give inputs to the transmission what power generation will be happening next day. Once the power generation is identified, the solace will directly communicate with the users what will be the requirement and how much can be delivered. This is clear communication happening. The demand is forecast, the demand is applied to the so it is completely demand driven. The source power generation architecture it is a artificial intelligence implementation here when the weather forecast component comes or power generation forecast comes. Our power generation forecast is completely machine learning guided system. So the machine learning guided system will be used for the power generation forecast, and that will be used to identify the potential and identify the power requirement as well as how much quantity can be delivered. Our ecosystem, what we are going to build, the product, right. The financing system will be giving as well as loans for starting a solar system. Installation of as across the and the software different components to monitor the power generation and control the power requirement as well as insurance will be the silent part. Electronic parametric insurance will due to the weather event of the power generation unable to meet the requirement. There will be the insurance backup, and there will be a distribution storage for the solar infrastructure. So this is the three major components of this is a research roadmap we are expecting. In March 2026, we are expecting rooftop solar at least two customers. Once that two customers successful, then across India, we will identify 40 customers by 1 year. September 26, we will start our model, and the B2B integration will be starting in April 2027. So within 3 years from now, we are planning to increase our capability to 10,000 customers, 5 kilowatt of energy production at rooftops. we can calculate. So this will be a good initiative towards the second part of India's 2030 solution of competition when we are into such a new venture. There are companies across the world who are working in an isolated. There are companies who provide energy trading. There are companies who monitors energy production. There is no company who gives a complete integrated solution of installing rooftop solar, monitoring power production, and trading the power. So we are providing the integrated solution. We have an advantage of made in India. We have accessible system, provides device level insights and built-in energy wastage. POC has been completed successfully. We have a prototype available with us. Now we need to scale up for various. Now, what are we planning with energy impact? Climate action, affordable clean energy, infrastructure available. These are sustainable cities and communities and responsible production. We are looking for more opportunities to scale up the POC. We are looking for more funds for direct implementation for large scale than India. So we expect support from KDs as well as Kerala government, and if the opportunity for coming here and coming here, for our capital gain or some future plans.
Thank you, Mr. Next, I would like to call upon Umesh. Umesh is the CEO of NetFlow. So NetFlow is working on a novel transportation solution, which is more cost-effective, sustainable. They use Internet of Transportation mechanism by which they can connect people to last mile connectivity, ensuring sustainable transportation. So Umesh, over to you.
Very interesting. Sustainability aspects, speed, energy consumption, 25% worldwide, everything that we generate goes to transportation. We still have a lot of emissions coming out of transportation. Pollution is a unique problem in India, South Asia, Africa, and even some other countries. A lot of people die due to the emission lights. This is a huge area which has a huge impact on sustainability. Things 379. So if we can do something about this sector, then we feel like we can do a really good positive change in the society. That's our goal. So what do we do for this? We call our essentially all networks, data moves, it goes to everything do that for here. So trying to move in a so it's a new infrastructure. So it means you'll have gateways, it's more or less like a driverless Ola comes very close to the door. Top. So, in prototype we have built actually, this is a running prototype. We move people on this one. There's no, this is done on track. And we have set this up, and we have done multiple tests on this. We have also built a new bot kind of structure, S3 form, which is getting in place. We have it. We have it. All the things are made here. This is India infrastructure. Um, so the idea is if you can essentially solve a lot of questions. The public transport, this solves the first one. For people who use, you don't have to do that. This works. People use public or it means very significantly the uptake of what we call as today's public transportation, but it's a private company. The end result is the same as the consumption over there. And 45% over gas emission. And as you mentioned earlier, targets. So, mentioned driving roads. Our idea was right representation of what is that's of 15. So, anyway, the idea is to adopt this technology, not you can also achieve the you can go to large real estate tourists, all kinds of areas. There are a lot of modes in which the infrastructure projects so we have got grants thanks to and we're also discussing pilot projects and and there's a lot of scope for this kind of technology. See how much is being planned when transportation. It's a lot of billions of dollars. Get 10% for connecting metros over there. That is already is fine. So it's a huge opportunity. The global market is also very big. We have a lot of advantages. Scalability, and cost. And we think we can bring in public. The government is looking out tenders for some kinds of technologies like this. They're different from others. They're hoping to get there in all those. We've also done that. Operations. Really fun. Summarize features which are also have been getting at that. So this is a thing. I'm a scientist in the same. We have a bunch of talent, system engineers, mechanical engineers, electrical engineers. This is small. We have built this much for the last years. We hope to go further. We have got a bunch of really good mentors. Go three. Also, and also social. Trying to get our idea to the stage. So with that, thanks for your patience. Any questions that we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Mitch, for presenting the flow and telling us about the novel mode of transportation. Next, I would like to invite Robin. Robin is the CEO and founder of Cuba Energetics. Cuba is a carbon nanotube coated electrical transmission wire for reducing the resistance and increasing the conductivity as well as reducing the losses. In KCB and other electrical transmission lines, there's a lot of losses which happens due to these.
For the introduction. Uh, now, I'm informed at the incubation facility of our college, and the idea or the product which we are developing is carbon nanomaterial coated low loss wires for application power grids. So, those are our partners, Mr. Ajit and Prince Francis. Stephen supported us with the startup with the support of creators. So, many this project. Next slide. So, problem we are present power loss or networks or power grids. The reported power loss worldwide is around 15 to 20 percentage, irrespective of the whether it's developed country, underdeveloped, or developing countries. The problem for these losses, there are many, but the major ones are put down here. One is Joule heating. First one is Joule heating. Every is I square RT radiation. That is the heat loss when current passes the conductor, which is fired up as a function of current multiplied by resistance and time. So this is a loss which sometimes make use of in terms of heater or iron boxes. But in the case of power networks or grids, this is not a useful. This is actually harmful. And one way to do it is by reducing the current and increasing the voltage by using transformers, by using the step-up transformers in order to maintain the power. Power is a product of voltage and current. If you have to reduce current, you have to go up in voltage. When you go up in voltage, what happens is that there is another guy which is working on corona discharge. This is actually high voltage breakdown of air surrounding the conduction. When you want below any high voltage power line, you can always see a start. That comes this thing called corona discharge. Wherever you have a wire going toward the network or the power grid, you have both of these effects acting on the network 24 by 365 days. That means huge amount of power lost in this two effects. Another loss is corrosion. And we're trying to address all of these things in one solution. So
when you take the economics of our KSCB, Kerala Electricity Board alone uses around 1,143 crore rupees annually. That is considering a loss of 10.32 percentage, which is actually much better than countries. If we can reduce that loss percentage by 1 percentage, the amount that Kerala will be saving will be around 110 crores of rupees annually. So, when you consider a solution, what we are looking for are carbon materials. It is reported worldwide that these carbon materials have very different electronic properties based on their size, shape, and so on. Generally, when we talk about carbon, we are black color. But as you can see from the slides, they are slightly different in color. So the color difference does not only represent electricity, but it represents the electronic property. One of them is conducting, one of them is insulating, and the other one is semiconductor. If you choose the right material to aluminum, we have issues. Our lines, we will actually. What our idea was when we pitched for CB back in 2003. So this is how the product will look like. We got wires with proper conductivity material and for transmission applications. And ours is based working in a college. Gracious enough to support and we worked on it. And, material actually showing better connectivity than normal aluminum or other. So the solution has social impact. We know that it can deliver end user and it can save, but all for the power agencies which require LCD 1% reduction in loss saves loss and all over the country, which we much. And this is actually giving more energy for the end, which actually have a huge impact for every one of us. And we can those power profit we utilize. So all the leading towards carbon neutrality, nanocarbon. So these are done so far. Carbon materials, those so that they can form aluminum wires. Those aluminum wires were properly coated those materials and as you can see in the normally the aluminum wires we use in overhead power lines have 61% ACS, that is international anode annealed copper standard, which is actually used for measuring the conductivity of high-voltage lines. It is comparing annealed copper. Normally, aluminum wires will be used for power lines of 61% value, whereas we have aluminum wires water without nanocarbon values. We are working on the economics of it. Still at the large scale, we are looking for funding for further development. And the timelines, and We had the idea in August 2020 on the Clean Tech Challenge. 2023 company incorporation. November 2023 works started because initially when we pitched for receiving it was an idea stage, and April 24 prepared this order in a way better than the last, but we are on work towards application. So supporters, CV, uh, collaboration, and energy management, KDS, and ecosystem innovation. I started for some crucial NIT. Thank you all. Thank you very much. This is our contact. Thank you.
Cuba and innovative means by which you are trying to save crores of rupees more CP as well as other next, I would like to invite Vaishak Dimji, who is the CEO and founder of Prakita Tech Private Limited. Prakita is working on a real-time device, basically helping energy consumers to understand the real-time energy monitoring, by which they can monitor their energy consumption and thereby also understand the slab shift happens in their electricity consumption and optimize their electricity and also save costs. Over to you, Vaishak.
Good evening. Thank you all. Everybody. So, myself, Vaishak, and founder is the effective energy planner. Real-time energy management solution, which communicates to every customer in the universal language, resulting in cost savings for them and energy savings for the society. Now, the world has been growing exponentially, undoubtedly, in the past decades. The huge difference in supply and demand of energy is one of the biggest impediments towards it. The demand is expected to increase by 8% in the next 10 years. 2/3 of total greenhouse gas emission happens from the energy system, wherein 1/3 is exclusively from the small domestic consumers. Our government and individuals are putting a lot of money and effort we have now to create an energy awareness of the consumers. But unfortunately, all the countries, such as putting the new latest influence limited success. The reason being, the responsibility of energy conservation is the government or not about the people who are leading the demands, but about the real issues. By saying the government directly government energy meter, I can what actually happened. That's it. I came up with a very simple concept. The behavioral effective energy planner, a practical real-time energy management solution which communicates to every consumer. Let's understand that. I think very simple. Now imagine you're wearing a smartwatch and if I'm weighing 100 kgs, and probably I want to reduce to 80 kgs in the next 6 months. There will be a proper plan which is given to me by the smartwatch. The same way, if you install the hardware, it is a simple hardware. You just give it the basic data and it will ask you what is actually your people understand and forecast it about. I don't know how to know you read that 1% of energy can lead to not we conducted a study within the families in our locality, and we understood that 75% of the consumers crossing to telescopic, not telescopic shift is 10% of their consumption. Which means if the right information was passed on to them at the right time, they can allow us to control around 10 in the recurring basis. Now, this is how exactly it looks. It's a very simple device. Now this is how the so it can be plugged into the power system, and what happens is that every time you set the code, we will keep reminding you that at the rate of consumption, how exactly this will be. I imagine somebody sitting at home and keyboard telling you that, Baba, that is the only moment when the consumer start controlling the consumption. So basically, by analyzing the data or the consumption, we forecast the figure so that every consumer can inducing a behavioral change. Now, secondly, you talk about the carbon movements. The government gives us something like money and effort to create an energy conscious future generation. Are we really a platform for them to add up to their low gear? So, keep on communicating with their youth of the country that what is their contribution to CO2 emissions. Now, we have an understanding that as per the law, for every single unit of consumption, approximately equal to 0.75 kilograms of CO2 emissions. So based on that, based on the consumption, forecast what is it it's essentially that we are trying to give that future generation. So these are the looking outcomes. In the business model, we are trying to build builders and contractors. That means in every upcoming and ongoing project, we are trying to install a conscious future generation. The pilot is also done, and by the end of the September, the pilot market will have continued. These are the couple of awards and recognitions we have received in the last couple of years. In 2019, we were the National Innovation Challenge by Niti Aayog, UNG, and we were one of the 21 we were the Action Accelerator in the Asia Pacific region. In 2022, the best acting performance we were part of the CDEC award, and that's outstanding award. These are the progress which have been done in the market. We already have orders. We are having discussion with us. We are expecting to make an impact in the society at the place. Now, this is a core team. Myself, founder, and CEO. I have 40 years of experience in the industry. We have Abhilash, we have Tracy, director. Now, these are the advisors. They are prominent and specialists in the market for a long time. These technical advisory advisors, and we have an entrepreneur who are involved in the GDM as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vaishak, for sharing about the data and the energy monitoring device, which helps people in reducing their electricity consumption to real-time monitoring. Last presentation of the evening, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite who is the senior at Tranquility. So Tranquility is an IoT company which makes sensors for energy monitoring and also helping in energy efficiency. Bimal, over to you for the presentation. Good evening to all. ABS, which is Tranquility IoT and Data Solutions. So we are mainly into IoT enablers, which can provide support for the current industrial machines and also domestic machines. So we have been into last 10 years in this IoT enabling systems and as well as big data analytics. Here, what we have proposed is a real-time energy monitoring system, which can be installed in machines, plus industrial machine,
is energy parameters like pressures, temperatures that can affect the machine utilization as well as properties. So, already has been is energy consumption and carbon emissions that is happening inside the market. So, I will be sharing the same idea also. Our product will be hybrid also reverse machine. So this can be connected directly to the any someone cloud or even if there is a machine where there is no place, this can be stored within the so that realize the whole data that's being utilized by the machine, like voltages, power ratings as well. So, what do you mean by that? That is within individual voltage, we in case of that energy machine. We also said we are going to be a very high sounding that can be used for machines. We can see the machine, right? And only the machine doesn't need to be stored in any case. Whether what is that within like predict that high so we have already installed device UK that's running for the past 6 months. So another one is the low sounding one, which can analyze the whole diagram, and voltage, so which is reasons. So many authors provided these or effects this week. So, as I said earlier, it is an IoT-enabled machine. So, all these protocols can be supported by this machine, like Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, Ethernet, Modbus. All these protocols can be supported by our device. To so these are the different developed based on the sizes of the number of pixels that we also developed like adapters that can be installed to already existing energy meters. Like in an industry, there will be an energy meter connected to the other device. So we can add these adapters so that it can be an IoT enabled. So right away we can see the data in the dashboard and we can analyze the data. So this is a active or reactive as well as the energy readings. So in the uh, or so please customize as per the customer. So this is different trends like trends that say that uh, This is the energy parameters that is given in like science chat. So we will need to know how much energy that has been utilized in a week. Learning devices that to the mother. Kindly note the point and like support. Thank you, Bimal, for the presentation on tranquility. This is the last This was the last presentation of the day. Next, I would like to invite all the startup entrepreneurs on the stage. Cadis and we'll have a joint photograph session. That brings to the close of the startup pitches. I'd like to invite Kamil for the closing remarks.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and dignitaries, as we come to day one of Skill Kerala Global Summit 2025, I'd like to take this moment to extend my heartfelt community a fruitful one. The people of Skill Kerala Global Summit 2025 commences exactly at 9 a.m. tomorrow here at the Innovation Bay. We here on time, people. So with this is Srikant Kaushik. Thank you and have a great